What's up, Doc?
Oh well, hello, hello. How are we doing today? Happy Monday. Good morning, good evening, good night, good whatever time it is for you. How is everybody? What's good? Tell me about it. Alright, sorry. I'm feeling like a bitch and stitch day. It's just, I don't know, like, it's not that I'm not awake, it's not that I'm not like, I don't know, maybe I'm just a little sleepy still. I'm just a little tired. It's not that I'm not awake, it's that I'm not fully there. But yeah, today just felt like a very Monday mood. No, I feel you. I felt like I had a hard time falling asleep last night because I was just like my mind was going and I couldn't really turn it off. Even though like my eyes were so ungodly heavy. my brain was going like a little bit too much for the likes of all of me. So it just took a second to fall asleep, and then it was a little rough waking up this morning. So yeah, so like I'm here, I'm ready for the day, but I'm also like moving a little slow. So yeah, it's just the Monday mood, you know what I mean? And we're gonna get our wake and bake alert. The wake and bake is here. So we're gonna get that going. And yeah, do you guys have busy days today? Let me know what you got going on. I think, like I said, I'm gonna bitch and stitch today, so we'll get into the bitching and stuff. And I was also kind of thinking about listening to a podcast today. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel. Like, I just think it'd be fun if I'm just gonna bitch and stitch. Like, it might be nice to have something to listen to specifically that isn't, you know, like the audio books that make people have to like remember where they're at and shit. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I hope everyone's having a good Monday. That it's not too difficult so far. You wanna know what I think it is? Is I think it's like because of like me having just a rough time falling asleep and waking up. I think I just got this little bit of headache. Also, like, I don't know what it is with like the pressure or like the weather or air quality, or I don't even know what the perpetrator is, but there's something in the air that's just like been making my head hurt so much more often than not. Like, I just feel like I've been getting more headaches recently, and I don't really know what that's about. I don't really know what that's about, y'all. Let me know if you have any theories. Alright, let me do this cheers, and we'll get to doing more stuff. Try really hard not to set this on fire.
Smoke weed every day.
Oh, excuse me. Oh my god, like I've been awake for like 2 seconds. What could possibly be in my eye within 2 seconds of me being here? You know what I mean? Damn, okay. You have Kairos there and therapy today, so I'll pop in when I can. I see. I see. Oh, sorry. I got these giant ass belts. Look at, like, my arms are not even in the camera and all you can see is sleeve. I love it, but it's also kind of obnoxious. But it's nice because it's like a good layering item. Okay, yeah, I don't know what the fuck could be in my eye so early, but whatever. How's the Monday going for you guys? It's not like laughable like it is for me right now. Is it? Is it better for you guys? Please tell me. Make me feel a little bit better. Okay, so I'll probably overheat if I put my little arm thingies on too, but like I wanted to wear this. This is my new version of, I don't know if I'll even be a lizard queen anymore. Do you know what I mean? I think we'll have to come up with a name for this. Do you know what I mean? Once we figure out a name and a persona and stuff, then we'll have something similar to Lizard Queen, but for this. And this will be the new. Cause I don't know, I don't think I'm gonna be wearing the lizard hat hood thing again if I have this thing now. But so let's talk about the whip I'm working on right now. Honestly, it makes me sad because like I wanted to kind of wear this, but this is the poncho I'm working on. Sorry, I gotta shake it a little bit. Like, you know what I mean? It's coming around the edges. But yeah, it looks pretty cute on. And I'm really excited. It looks like, it looks more purple because of the background. Let me hear, hold up. Because of my computer screen background, it looks like way more pink purple. So hold up. So like, it's like a really light purple. It's almost like as light as this color too. It is almost as, well, because it is as light as this color. This is made with the same yarn. This hood and this poncho. So it is as light as this. But the background's making it not look as light as it is. So, lovely, lovely, right? But yeah, so this is what I'm working on, and I really wanna get through it. So I wanna bitch and stitch with you guys. Now the question is like, how much of the stitching do you really want to see? Because maybe I should move this stuff and have my shit right out here. Alright, that's the move. Alright, we're gonna do that. We're gonna play around with some camera angles and some stuff right now. And then we're gonna proceed to bitch and stitch. Don't worry, we'll get there. And also, coffee. Good morning, good evening, good night, good whatever time it is for you. Are you guys having like a good day? The fuck? Stuck. Get off. Get off. What's this one? Should I put these here? I could do that, and then I could move this. Okay, sorry, give me a second. I'm just moving some things around to make it easier for me. I guess easier for all of us to be able to see the shit that I'm doing. It's a Monday. I hope to be having a better day after Cairo. At least, so, okay, yeah, there is that. There is hope. There is hope. Yeah, this thing is huge on me, but I like it. Don't judge the oversized look, okay? It's a good one. Alright, like, I feel like I should wipe this down really quick, but I don't really have... I think I got something nearby. But that means I have to, like, get up and get there. Alright, yeah, give me a second. Okay, so I actually think that I might have... Let's see if I can do this. So I might have left the spray, the cleaning spray upstairs, so I might just do a tad bit of ISO, because honestly that's probably what it needs anyway. Probably needs the ISO anyway. Look at me being a goblin cleanup IRL. Did everyone have a good weekend? Did everyone, like, last week went okay? Tell me about it. I want to know. How was your past week? Mine had its ups and downs, but I can't say I can complain that much. Well, if I can complain, I'm gonna get to it when I start bitching and stitching. So maybe, you know what? I get it. Maybe you guys want to wait till my bitching and stitching session. But it doesn't mean that we can't start now. This is looking better. Like I said, honestly, because I keep the paraphernalias there. Low-key think I needed this anyway. But let me do some lotion, because that probably dried my ass out. So should I get the... See, look at how nice it looks! It looks nice! Alright. Lotioned up. I know that sounds a little off, but it's fine. But it's fine. I have to, like, look up like this to see the top of the screens, and then I forgot what I was looking for. Okay, I found it. Alright. So, I am so close. I'm so close. I had that big skein. It was a big... And I'm so close to just having this part left. I'm not quite there yet. Because I got this to still use. Uh-oh. Did I do this right now? It's still good, still good. And honestly, like, okay, so I put the other one there with Tater, my blanket. Oh, there's it here. Alright, we gotta get the goods. So, we're bitching and stitching. It has begun, okay? The poncho is in the position. Maybe okay, the only thing I need to do is position myself so that you can hear and see me and see what I'm doing. I guess I should probably turn on the light, but I want soft lighting this morning. I want soft lighting. My sleeves keep getting caught on the arms of my chair. It's ridiculous. Okay. These fucking sleeves. I love bell sleeves, but also they are kind of ridiculous. They are kind of absurd at times. But like, yeah, look how big this is. It's so fun. And the only problem is that, yeah, the yarn gets like underneath its... Exactly why I need a pigeon stitch. And then I got this tiny corner. That's another reason why I don't really love the dual use. But I want to bitch and stitch while streaming. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know, my throat, literally, you guys probably understand, it just decides when it needs to swallow. Sometimes, like, I can't stop it. I didn't start it, and I can't stop it. It just does it. And so, I don't know what to tell you. I am human, not dancer. And then I suggest you let that one marinate. Alright, but, okay. The other thing is, like, I'm so scared to be, like, as nerdy as I need to be. I need to bring me out my second glasses. But luckily the hood hides it, you know what I mean? And then, like, yo, if I play my cards right, I can see chat. Oh, it looks like I'm flipping you off. I'm sorry. I had my first finger was up. It was just, I should do the opposite. This is my first finger and my ring finger. Okay, my middle finger and my pinky are behind it. But if I hold it in a way, I can look through a little peephole. All right. Like maybe. Oh yeah, I said we were gonna listen to a podcast, right? We should. Oh my god, and I just took the stitch marker out. Let me put it back in, my dumbass. Let me take these out for a second. Say I always get a little too antsy. Do you guys want to see my Do you guys want to see that? Because didn't you guys say that you liked my background? I don't know. Should I, like, move all these things? It's just a bunch of the freaking games that I've played that like to show up. I'll move them. I don't give a fuck. This is what I want. Like special. Okay, cool. I can put that there. I'm just moving a bunch of games so that they're not in the way, and programs and stuff. Because we want to see the good stuff, you know? You guys can't see that? Okay, word. Her. It does look slightly off, but whatever. Let me see what I can do. Let me see. Let's unlock it and let's. No, I don't want to make it bigger. Wrong button I was holding. My bad. Does that help? Like, you can at least see the whole thing. And then I can just pull Spotify down so that, well, like, it doesn't have to be this big. And then I can put the mini player on so that we can see the cool background. But for right now, right this second, I kind of feel like I want to listen to the podcast. I forget how the fuck I even see this. Let's see. I don't want just playlist. I want podcast, morbid. I don't know. I've heard a bunch of random ones from this one. Yeah. Let's do newest to oldest, just so that I can. Are they still coming out with you? Yeah, they are. That's awesome. Does it tell us? Well, I'm sure it does tell us the last one we listened to, but it's never like the easiest. Plus, I don't have to go to that one. This was last year, part 1. Children of Thunder. It's nice that there's like a couple part 1 and part 2s, but The Mad Bomber of New York part 1, part 2. Okay. I'm thinking I kind of want to listen to these Mad Bomber. Is that crazy? Do you guys fuck with it? Or do you just want to bitch and stitch and listen to music? Because I'm not quite sure, like, because I want to bitch. And I feel like it's easier to do that with the music. And if I listen to the podcast, it'll be easier for me to like get absorbed in the work that I'm doing. But then I'll probably forget to like low-key talk. And yo, I'm feeling a little sleepies. But I don't know, I just made my coffee so fucking perfect today. That's the one thing I will say. That makes it's gonna be a good day, so I can like get over the fact that I'm a little sleepy. I want to listen to this Mad Bomber guy. But it will kind of suck having to do the ad situation, but it might not be the worst thing ever. It might not be horrible. Okay. We're gonna listen to it. In the fall of 1940. I'm doing it.
These long dog days of summer, I mean, we just made it through a heat wave. Mama was parched through this heat wave.
I know that they're
Dunkin'
doing
every
this
single
fucking
day, and I will
ad
continue to.
shit.
Probably Sneha Perry, and there's pink.
But also open mini player, because I want that.
It's a bold claim, let me tell you, but I stand behind it. Pink pineapple will change your life. It is so good. It has me feeling like I'm sitting in a pool, resort side, just living, honey.
Don't worry about not hearing it.
Try your favorite flavor with green tea, sparkling water, lemonade, or Dunkin's all-new limeade. I haven't tried the limeade yet, but I'm going to. Usually I get my drinks made with green tea, and they're so freaking personal.
I think they're still.
You have options and can personalize your plan to help.
Yeah, it's still bullshit.
Rating plans that
mystery is like upfront payment of $45 for 3
to run out of the.
Yeah, this is their intro
just
now.
ran out of the house. We had to run out for a minute.
Is that too loud?
When we came back, Mikey
Probably.
had cleaned the entire studio and lit candles.
and the vibe in here
It's
is just
so
a
right.
zillion times better.
It's so right. It was like the greatest thing in the entire world. I feel so relaxed.
No, I feel so much better. I'm ordering Panera as we speak, and it's about to, this vibe today is about to go crazy.
It's immaculate.
Immaculate.
I'm also feeling. I'm feeling.
Can you guys
very
hear
much
everything
in
okay?
slasher summer vibe.
Me too,
I
because
want to live in it. I mean, TikTok's always feeding me and now I want to watch.
really good.
Yeah,
it's the 2025 one. I think there's a couple movies
Yeah.
that are called Hell of a
It's
Summer.
really
Brand new.
quiet.
They just came out in April. It was funny. I thought it was fun.
It looked
So is
fun
this
when I
okay?
saw
Silly.
it. That's why I haven't watched it yet, but that's why I suggested it to you, because when
Yeah.
I saw it, I was like, that's got the vibes.
Yeah.
It feels like it's like campy,
It is.
literally.
It is
And
campy in every sense of the
Yeah,
word.
campy, like fun slasher where you can laugh and
Yeah.
also just kind of like bop along to
Yeah.
it. I love those kind of things.
Yeah, I suggest it definitely. Go to Scream and listen to our episode to get our full opinion.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm excited to watch it.
Let's go, girl.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any more fun. If you're looking to pre-order the Butcher game in paperback because paperback is like a bag or
Because I was like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone put a book in their back pocket.
it's commenting on a paperback conversation.
But you can comment on your own.
But I can
paperback.
give you a paperback
There you
that
go.
I wrote.
There you go.
So like there you go.
You go take it.
And you should definitely pre-order it and grab it. You can pre-order it anywhere you want to. You feel in your soul that you want to buy a book. Whatever bookstore or book outlet feels right to you and feels lovely to you, do that. I
Go
support
crazy.
it. Especially smaller. indie
So is
bookstores.
this
They're,
still
like, really
audible
good.
and you
I
can
love
hear
a small
me?
indie bookstore.
And if you need like a
Damn
list
it,
of them,
I'm
you
also
can
gonna
go
be
to
like farther away
thebutchergame.com
from
and there's,
the
like, a
from the
little list of-
mic.
It'll bring you
But
to
I
different
don't.
places.
I'll
But
try
yeah,
to be
go do
good
that.
about.
Because you really want to catch.
I will try to be good about pausing it if I'm going to talk long, and then if I talk short, then it'll just probably be little quips anyway, so it'll be like whatever. When I get to real bitching and stuff, if I start getting on a tangent, I will pause it, but for right now, I'm low-key like, it's the morning, we're waking up. I think it'll be nice to just have the chill lights, the vibes, and then we can get into it more later, I guess. But for right now, this seems like the vibe. Good morning, good evening, good night, whatever time it is for you.
Up on the story because who knows why?
Who knows
you know?
what's coming?
Time to listen to the Morbid podcast, A Mad Bomber of New York, Part 1. We'll hopefully also listen to Part 2. And then I got the cool vibey picture going on because that's my background. That's why I look so pink and purple. I can't really say I'm blue, but maybe one of these days.
Coming down the pike.
Who knows?
Wait, that's a Halsey. It's Halsey's got that lyric. No. Because she starts with blue. It's like, but she talks about purple skies. I'm too fucking high for this.
Why? You might want to catch up on this story.
I don't.
I've,
I don't know anything.
who can be sure?
Who
you know?
knows?
So
Question mark.
I don't know. Maybe hang on to that information.
Maybe.
You know? I don't know. But go catch up on it. And a paperback is a great way to do that.
It's true.
So let's go, girls.
Let's G O O O O O.
Boop 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 boop. So
what do
today
you
we're
have for
gonna do a two-parter here.
Two-parter.
And it's just because it's like a lot.
Two-parter.
going on. This is a wild one. This is the Mad Bomber of New York.
Okay.
It did happen in the 1940s, but like just because it happened in the 1940s doesn't mean it's not an insane story.
In fact, it might make it more insane.
It might make it, and I think it does. This is a very interesting one. Any New Yorkers, I wonder if you guys like know about this, have heard about it, maybe family members told you about it. It seems like New York was really put through it during this.
Oh man.
So this started, it was in the fall of 1940. When an employee of the Consolidated Edison Company in Manhattan discovered a bomb in the company's main offices,
Shit.
along with a note that said, "Con Edison crooks, this is for you."
Oh damn.
The bomb was discovered before it detonated, and no one was harmed.
That's
but
good.
a year later, the company received a second bomb, followed by a note to the NYPD, where the bomber announced that he was going to make no more bombs for the duration of World War II, but then he would begin again after the war ended.
So this motherfucker's playing a long game.
Oh yeah, playing a. You don't call him the Mad Bomber for nothing.
No.
The Mad Bombers, it was literally a reign of terror on New York. It lasted for a long time. Remember, this is the fall of 1940. He ends up being captured, luckily, so don't worry, New York.
Good news.
But he was captured in 1957.
Oh wow.
It was a lot. And when they finally got him, him as a person and his motives didn't make a lot of sense to New York.
It's always
as a whole.
interesting when that happens.
Yeah, and they lived in fear of what was going on here. So, in the early afternoon of November 18th, 1940, the desk sergeant at the 20th Squad of the NYPD received a call from a very anxious employee of, like we mentioned before, the Consolidated Edison Company, Con Ed, we'll call it,
Oh no. Not Con Ed.
on West 64th Street. According to the caller, one of the Con Ed employees was on a break when he noticed a little, wooden toolbox just sitting unattended on a window ledge on the second floor. I'm glad he thought this was a little weird because if he had just ignored it, it would have been a big problem.
Can you imagine finding a fucking bomb on your break?
No.
You're just on lunch.
You're just on lunch.
And you're just
man.
trying to get away from everybody.
Yeah, you're just trying to take a minute away from your fucking job.
and then you have a bomb on
And then
your
you're
shoulders.
like, now I have to report a bomb.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I just wanted to have my egg salad sandwich,
Oh, that sounds good.
It does. So when the man approached the toolbox, he saw that it contained a 4.5 piece of iron pipe, which was capped in both ends, which immediately not good. And when he looked closer at it, he found a small piece of paper wrapped around it. So this person unwrap the paper.
Damn,
which
that's
is
brave
pretty,
as fuck.
pretty brave and like,
Ballsy.
don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, don't do that.
If ever you find a
Yeah,
strange looking
don't touch it, just
wooden
report it.
box.
Yeah.
Yeah, like don't
And found
interact with any
on that piece
potential
of paper,
bombs or meth labs,
He
please.
found that it was a note written in neat block print that read, Con Edison Crooks, this is for you. A second line of text underneath it, it was written in a coarse gray substance, apparently.
Ew.
And it read, there is no shortage of powder boys. And the note was simply signed FP.
So was he saying powder boys or was he saying boys? There's no shortage of powder.
I think powder boys.
Powder
So I think
boys,
he's
one
calling
word.
these bombs maybe powder boys.
Oh,
It's like a pipe bomb.
Gotcha.
The implications of the note obviously sent the employee into a full panic. And
Yeah,
he
literally.
carefully set the toolbox down
Here,
on the
let me
windowsill because remember,
do
this man
this
is
too.
now holding this pipe bomb.
Fuck.
I can put this a
and
little
he ran
closer.
luckily, it didn't detonate, and he ran to the phone and called the police. Later, when the note was tested, it was discovered that the second line of text was written in gunpowder,
Oh,
which is
Oh
the
my.
same substance that was packed into the pipe.
hate that.
Powder boys.
Powder
At the
boys.
time,
Hate
the
that.
NYPD officers who responded to the call had no idea what they were actually dealing with here. Although bombings or threats of bombings had kind of increased across the city throughout the first half of the 20th century, just with like advancement of people knowing how to make these things.
Yeah.
Those matters were handled by the bomb and forgery squad. Obviously, there's like a specialized thing. So it's like when you have a group that's specially trained to do this stuff, the regular patrol officers are like, I don't really know what to do with this bomb.
You gotta call in the special guys.
Yeah, they had so when they were called in, they had to report this explosive device to that specialized squad, and they had to wait hours for the bomb and forgery squad to arrive. Which I'm like,
I feel like that squad should be a bit more prompt.
that's the thing. That's how I feel. I feel like they should be maybe those like, you got to have one foot out the door at all times kind
Yeah.
of squad.
Like you're an emergency responder,
Yep.
pretty much.
So,
So,
and you're very. I feel like timeliness is next to godliness in that scenario.
when it comes to bombs, I'd say
when it
so.
comes to
Yeah, when it comes to
because like
bombs.
you don't know when that's gonna go off.
You don't.
So like
So you
waiting.
want to get there before it does.
Yeah,
That's
so
the
waiting
goal.
hours feels risky.
Hours.
Risky.
I'd be pissed if it took them like 25 minutes.
I'd be
hours.
Yeah, I'd be pissed that just the regular patrol officer showed up. I'd be like, I did say this is a bomb.
When it's like obviously you can evacuate and like hopefully they did.
Yeah.
But then you also have a whole building on your hands.
exactly,
And then if that does explode and the building falls down, you got a
That's-
whole mess to clean up and
people could get
people
hurt.
could get hurt.
Yeah,
Like so many things could happen.
That's terrifying. Oh, but here we go. Hold, let me pause it real quick because I want to. I'm wondering because like there's no dial for audio on this mini bar or whatever mini player, which low-key kind of sucks. So I think I might just have something up on on this thing. So I'm gonna close the mini player. Is low-key what I'm saying. Closing the mini player, and I'm gonna like bring this into play some way somehow. Well, let's collapse this, and let me take this off because it's getting trippy. Can I close that? Okay, perfect. This makes it a little bit easier to read what's going on. And then maybe I just make this screen small. Yeah, I like this one being larger though. For right now, I'll just play around with it later. How is that? Maybe it's not fantastic because that's low-key not easy to read anymore. Okay, how's that? Is that kind of like the idea of it being in the middle? But yeah, then you can see what's going on, you know what I mean? And then hopefully I can remember.
Or even RV. With so many options, it's
Okay, it's still an ad. It's just their voices, so it's rough.
Promo code SXM.
sophisticated devices that use electronic components. A bomb which was a
damn.
homemade explosive device.
Oh. Okay, we'll listen to the end.
So when they did finally arrive at the Con Ed building, the lead detective on the bomb squad confirmed that what they found was indeed a, quote, infernal machine, which was a
Damn.
homemade explosive device, quote, maliciously designed to explode and destroy life or property.
But it still hadn't gone off yet.
It still hadn't gone off.
Emotional damage.
You're getting me.
Now, unlike more sophisticated devices that, use electronic components, a bomb that you're probably thinking in your head
Like
right
the
now
ticking
with the
bomb.
wires and
Yeah.
shit, the Infernal Machine, which is one of the scariest names for something.
Great band name.
I literally was just gonna say there has to be.
I'm gonna Google it.
Infernal Machine has to be a band
Yeah.
name.
Yeah, that sounds like a
It
pretty
is a
metal
very
band name.
crude, very volatile explosive that could be triggered by a number of things. Like this is not an
Oh my
electronic
God.
explosive, so it's not like somebody's just waiting or they, set it to go off at a certain point. It's like it gets triggered by random things.
It's a band.
I knew it had to be.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good
good.
on you for picking that because that's a great band name.
Yeah, absolutely. It is.
Also, the pipe bomb couldn't be deactivated in like a traditional sense, like a regular bomb, but instead it had to be just detonated in a controlled setting. Like they just had to explode the bomb in a
They
controlled
just had to
area.
fucking blow it off
Because
in
in
a
like
safe
a regular
way.
bomb, there's a way to detonate it or to like deactivate it with like electronically and shit.
Yeah.
This one's just like a very crude fucking infernal machine.
So where do you go?
So I don't really know. I think they go to like clearings to do these things. So sometimes it still has to be done. Like they have to find places
Even
to do
now?
these things. So they really have to go to like places obviously where there's absolutely no chance that somebody could be hurt by this.
Damn.
The squad knew that the bomb had already been handled by the employee who had reported it. So they knew it wasn't triggered by,
Touch
moving it
or
from its
movement.
position. And after clearing the building, one of the squad members donned a suit of body armor and used a 5-foot grabbing pole. And he turned the device over looking for any kind of timing device or other potential triggers.
That's so scary.
He didn't find anything. And getting no result from poking at it and, handling the device, they were fairly certain it was not triggered by movement. And the pipe was retrieved, placed inside a bag. The bag was made of woven steel cable because that's how they transport bombs.
Yeah.
And it was taken out to the containment truck and taken to a secluded area where it was inspected and ultimately submerged in motor oil.
Okay.
Why?
Apparently, and this is very interesting, motor oil was believed to clog up any moving parts that might trigger the device.
Oh.
Which I'm like, how did you guys figure that out?
Yeah, that's
Like, what was-
interesting.
What was the test that made that a thing?
I mean, it is very thick, so I guess that makes
Yeah.
sense. Viscous.
It is. So once they were
Viscous.
confident that the bomb was a dud, investigators transported it back to headquarters for analysis. Now, inside the pipe, technicians found a large amount of gunpowder and several typical bomb components, including
Oh
a flashlight
my.
bulb, a battery, and a steel spring, as well as a cough drop,
Cough
which
drop.
no one could explain why that cough drop was there.
Used? Or
That-
unused?
I don't know
Yeah,
if that was
is this
wrapped
wrapped or
up. I don't know if
not?
they could tell if that was a used cough drop or not.
We need to know this. This is the big questions here. Does it have a wrapper on it or not? Because what are we talking about here?
But yeah,
What?
a cough drop.
Why?
No one knows to this day.
That's bizarre.
Despite having all the right parts and a cough drop to boot, it was clear it was a little bit of something extra.
Just a little
Add a
razzle
little bit
dazzle.
of spice. you
Maybe
know?
they wanted it to like smell good.
Yeah,
I don't know.
guess. I don't know.
I have no
A
idea.
little air
But despite having
freshener.
all the right parts, it was clear to experts that the bomb had been incorrectly assembled by a very amateur person and was never in danger of exploding at all.
Well, that's good news.
But while there may
That's
have not
good
been
and
imminent
bad. That's so
danger,
funny.
The threat was very real, and investigators needed to identify the maker of the device before he improved on his technique.
Just gonna say
Yeah,
before he got
before he
better.
Yeah,
before he
and stick
realizes
again.
how
Yeah,
to
'cause if
make
it
a
didn't work,
bomb,
of course he could do
right?
it again.
Well, especially if he knows it didn't go
Fuck,
off.
dude.
Yeah, now he's going to be pissed. Now, in 1940, Consolidated Edison was one of the largest employers in Manhattan, with thousands of employees, many of whom worked in the building where the bomb was found. Also, as the primary supplier of electricity for the whole region, the company served millions of
damn.
customers. That's basically, it was clear that whoever left the bomb had clearly a grudge with this company, but that fact alone didn't narrow the pool of suspects down at all. Because remember, we got thousands of employees and millions of customers.
Yeah.
Now, further complicating the whole thing was the fact that Con Ed was a conglomerate of several smaller companies operating under like one umbrella, all operating in different parts of the city.
Okay.
That means that even if police did want to take the time to comb through all their administrative records, it could have been literally years before they found anything that could
Yeah.
help them, if they found anything at all.
Right.
So because of that, the incident report was written up and filed, and no one really gave it a thought.
The bomb incident report.
Yeah, they were just like, well, that happened.
Yeah.
Now, in late September 1941, nearly a year after this first bomb was discovered at the Con Ed building, passerbys noticed something strange lying in the road a few blocks away from the Con Ed building at 4 Irving Place.
Oh
It
god.
was stuffed inside a red wool sock with a 4-inch length of pipe with
A
both
red
ends capped.
wool
Okay.
sock.
Just as they'd done before, police officers called the bomb squad and the device
That is like so specific. Do you know what I mean? A red wool sock.
was removed and determined to be a dud.
Damn, this guy sucks.
Then it was taken back to headquarters for analysis. There was no note with this one. But to the members of the bomb squad, the device was immediately recognizable as being the work of whoever had left the bomb at Con Ed the previous year.
Was there another cough drop?
Inside, they found the same ingredients as the previous bomb, all assembled in the same way, and another cough drop.
Called it.
No way. That's insane. First of all, so specific, the Red Wolf stock. It wasn't in danger of blowing up again, like you made another dud, so like low-key sucks, but like low-key what? Like, do you wanna... I guess I'm just confused if there's an alternate goal here. And then on top of that, the cough drop!
Cough drop.
What?
Cough drop number 2.
Does he ever say why?
Maybe,
We're at a
maybe
loss.
God
not.
damn.
Now, given that the bomb was assembled the same exact way as the previous one, including the weird fucking cough
I was
drop,
gonna say random ingredients and all.
like that's the thing that's really nailing it. And that it was discovered around the corner of the Con Ed building. Investigators were like, yeah, this is the same guy.
We still don't know if it was
Equally
wrapped or
disturbing
not.
was the fact that a year had passed and the bomber still appeared intent on bombing the Con Ed building. That's commitment.
yeah.
This time, though, they theorized that he had been on his way to the building and was interrupted or maybe diverted and chose to drop the explosive in the street
Okay.
and abandoned his plan.
Does someone
Okay.
need to drink
Within
water?
days of finding the explosive in the street, letters started arriving at the Con Ed headquarters, as
think
well
I
as
need to drink
newspaper
water.
editorial desks, hotels, and department stores around the city. The letters were pretty short, pretty vague, mostly alluding to, quote, dastardly deeds and ghoulish acts that the power company had committed, and demanding, quote, justice for wrongs perpetrated against the writer of the notes and others. These notes were mostly hand-printed in that same, like, very blocky handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
But some were typewritten, though. Like, it wasn't consistent throughout.
Okay.
And the clauses were all separated by dashes rather than commas or periods.
Okay.
All the notes were written on the same plain white paper. There was no identifying
I just
information about the sender
realized.
other than the initials FP.
Uh-huh.
And many contained allusions to or outright threats of another bomb coming. A few months later, on December 7th, 1941, the Japanese attacked the Pearl Harbor military base in Honolulu, Hawaii. I'm
Mhm.
sure we all know about that.
That's where
Um,
I was born.
This effectively drew the American military into World War II. Not long after that attack on Pearl Harbor, the usual round of recipients of FP letters received a new note. Although the latest letter included the usual vague threats and, claims of injustice, the sender also seemed to understand that with the entire country preoccupied with the nation's, now forceful entry into a world war, there was very little chance that he was going to get the kind of attention that he was so craving
Yeah.
here. So he was like, you know what? I'm going to let somebody else have their moment right now. He said, I will make no more bomb units for the duration of the war. My patriotic feelings have made me decide this. Later, I will bring the Con Ed to justice. They will pay for their dastardly deeds.
Like, that doesn't feel very patriotic.
Man, that feels pretty rough.
It's killing your fellow man.
To everyone's surprise, though, he remained true to his word, and there were no other bombs or letters from FP in the years that followed.
Interesting.
The war raged on across Europe, and the nation's attention was obviously, he was right, they were consumed by fighting.
Yeah.
And New York forgot kind of all about FP and his grudge against, the whole Con Ed building and employees and company as a whole. But FP, he was not giving up on this mission.
He was lurking.
Yeah, and he did not have any intention of being forgotten. Just before 5:30 p.m. on the afternoon of March 29th, 1951, the peak of rush hour at Grand Central Station, an explosive device detonated
Oh, no.
in a cigarette urn placed outside the entrance to the Grand Central Oyster Bar. It sent sand, cigarette butts, and other debris flying in all directions.
Oh.
Despite being
Oof.
placed on one of the lower levels by Track 27, there were no passerbys when the bomb went off.
Wow. That's
no one was
lucky.
hit.
That's amazing.
Inside this pipe bomb, he had packed nuts and bolts in there too.
Oh, wow.
wow.
Which is what like some of these fuckers do. Like
Yeah.
the Boston bombing
That's what I was
is
just gonna
one of
say.
the ones that obviously
Sticks out.
very much sticks out to us. They put all this like fucking horrific shrapnel in it
To
to
do
get
extra
the most damage.
yeah.
So since the bomb had already detonated by the time the police came to Grand Central Station, there was no need for the bomb squad. But investigators still had little evidence to work with and initially attributed the incident to boys or pranksters.
Y'all.
I'm sorry.
Ridiculous.
A
I know.
pipe bomb is not pranksters.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
Yeah, the remains of the
I don't
device
know
were
about
turned
all
over to the bomb squad for analysis, but nearly a decade had passed since the bombs were discovered at the Con Ed building at this point.
Wow.
And this time, no one recognized the pipes and their various components because it had kind of gone out of everyone's minds. Even if someone had recalled the bomb discoveries back in 1941, it's unlikely they would have made, the connection here because
Yeah.
this latest bomb, one, it went off.
Right,
So
and the
that's
other two
different
had
from the
not.
other two.
So
It
he's
also
figured it
contained no
out.
gunpowder, but instead contained just one 25 caliber round that was rigged to a mechanism that would discharge at a predetermined time, and it would send the shrapnel out in all directions.
Oh,
So he has
Dang, bro.
obviously upped his game.
right. It is remarkable that
Yeah.
nobody was walking by.
Yes,
Especially
it
like you
really
said,
is.
like peak traffic
Oh
time
yeah,
at Grand Central
it's
Station.
amazing. Right next to track 27. I can't
That's
believe that nobody
wild.
was hit. Veterans on the bomb squad, however, would likely have recognized one thing:
A cough drop.
one cough drop contained in the pipe.
Bitch, I just Googled it and I couldn't find anything about
Yeah.
why he did that. Why?
No one knows.
Why?
But by
That's
that
so-
time, it had been disintegrated with the rest of the internal components, so they wouldn't have been able to see it anyways.
Oh.
Oh, yo.
Live agents help deter break-ins.
Information. Tennessee.
Are we back? Okay, we're back.
But we know
All
that
right.
it was there because we know it's the same guy.
Yeah.
Wait, so I feel confident that I can walk away for a second and go refill my water and Tater's water, maybe to get him to drink some because he was coughing a second ago. He can be a dumb bitch just like us all sometime and forget to drink water. You know, it'd be what it be. So it just reminded me that I should also drink water and we should all drink water. So I'm gonna go refill it, but I'm just gonna let this play and I'll just be right back.
So the bomb at Grand Central failed to achieve much notice by the police or the press
Which
because
is
they were kind of
insane.
chalking it up to like, which I'm like, what kind of fucking teams
Just
were
guys
running
being
around New York
dudes.
back then?
For real.
And the second bomb that detonated after this one, because there was another one, didn't receive a lot of attention either. It detonated inside a phone booth in the basement of the New York Public Library.
I would call that a big deal.
Yeah, like the one at Grand Central Station, the second bomb caused no injuries,
That's
luckily,
good.
and barely registered with anyone, earning a few paragraphs pretty deep in the pages of the New York Times that day.
But wouldn't everybody be like, hey, it seems like
Why are
two
there two
bombs,
bombings?
like could
Yeah.
be related?
But still, this time the bombings were different. They didn't cause much damage or harm to anyone, but that was only because no one had been unfortunate enough to be around when they went off.
And that's
if they
just luck.
were, it would cause massive damage. Had anyone been near either when they detonated, they would have. I don't think they would have survived. I really don't.
No.
It would be very lethal. That meant that although the police didn't know it at the time, FP had become, like we were just talking about, more skilled and sophisticated as a bomb maker in the
Mhm.
decades since he had started doing this.
Which makes sense. He's obviously been studying how to do this for years.
Which, like, why the fuck is he still doing this? And in August, FP struck again with another bomb at Grand Central Station. A little past 9 p.m. on the night of August 27th, a bomb went off in a phone booth on the West Concourse. Like the earlier bombs, this one caused some damage, but no injuries. luckily.
wow,
I know.
this is remarkable.
It is remarkable. The Grand Central bomb was followed a few weeks later by another bomb. This one placed in a phone booth in the lobby of the Con Ed offices at 4 Irving Place.
If that doesn't raise some eyebrows.
Yeah. The bomb exploded and caused some damage to the lobby, but because it was detonated at 6:15 a.m., the only person in the building was a night watchman, and he wasn't in the lobby when it went off. So it's missing like any person. It's like really remarkable.
Because it's not like he's doing that on purpose. Like the first one when he came back again
Yeah.
was high traffic time. He's putting them in phone booths. Like
yeah,
it's not like he's going out of his way to.
yeah, that's
and then
the thing. Like,
he's also putting
them-
shrapnel in them, so obviously he does want
wants
to hurt
cause
people.
damage, and like you said, he's putting them in places where people would be.
Yeah.
they just happen to not be there. It's like really wild. So yeah, in fact, the damage had been so minimal and mostly confined to the phone booth. The night watchman didn't even bother to call the police right away and waited several hours before even reporting it.
Okay, that's a bad plan
That's
because
wild.
there could be more.
Yeah, that's wild.
Where there's one bomb, as we
Yeah.
find out, there's many.
So the bombs all were pretty similar in their construction. So one investigator, or a few investigators, were believing that they probably were constructed and placed by the same individual. But because the bombs at Grand Central, the public library, and Con Ed appeared to have been detonated at at a time when they were like, because that's the thing. It's like he put them in places where people would be,
Mhm.
but he detonates them at times where people won't be there, or not a lot of people will be there, like 6:15 a.m.
But what about the high traffic one?
That's the one. It's like that one.
That stands out.
Yeah, that one stands out. But a few of the other ones, it almost looked like they were almost put to cause, because there's like conflicting ideas here, because it's like there's shrapnel in them. It
Yeah.
looks like there's clearly
Intent.
they're wanting to hurt someone. But then the times that a lot of them are placed or detonated, I should say, are interesting.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
it is crazy that they're not getting anyone.
Right.
Like they're not hurting anyone.
Right.
Investigators assumed because of this that maybe it was like a prank and they were detonating it on purpose when people wouldn't be there to cause damage and like chaos, but not hurt anyone.
Okay.
So they were so convinced that the bombs were the work of an quote addled prankster that they were reluctant to provide any details to the press, saying it would just build up the ego of the nut who did it.
Okay. I guess I
Which, like,
sort of get that.
I can kind of see where they're coming from. And again, this is like the 1950s. So, like,
Yeah, a little different.
regardless of what they told the press, in private, investigators on the bomb squad were at least somewhat concerned of the bombs. Like, the investigators are kind of like, they're at odds a little bit of what this actually is.
Mm-hmm.
In each case, the bombs did get slightly larger and
Okay.
more sophisticated. So again, this is kind of showing or suggesting that, like, the bomber who's doing this is really learning as he goes. And
Right.
he's like keeping up with his, tutelage
Interest.
of trying to figure out how to do this better and better.
Uh-huh.
And he's getting better at it. And in the report on the second bomb at Grand Central Station, the technician wrote, quote, "This is a well-constructed mechanism. It shows considerable advance in technique as compared with the earlier bombs. Also, because the bombs were clearly created and placed by the same person, it was impossible for the bomb squad to ignore the reality that they were dealing with a serial bomber.
Mm-hmm.
And it was only a matter of time before someone was going to get hurt.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether that's the intention or not, it's going to happen.
It's just the way that this all
Yeah.
works.
A month later, on October 22nd, the bomber struck again. This time in a bathroom at the Paramount Theater.
Mm.
Fortunately, the bomb was discovered before it was detonated.
Oh, that's good.
And the bomb squad was able to disassemble it without much trouble.
But that right there,
That
there was intent
feels like
to
there was
harm.
well, once you realize who he is, you're like, okay. Like the other devices, the bomb was constructed with a roughly 4-inch long pipe containing a 25 caliber shell with that mechanism, small amount of gunpowder. At the time, roughly 3,500 patrons were in the theater, one floor above, watching a show.
Wow.
So this would have caused massive
Massive.
casualties, or at least
Wow.
massive damage.
Yeah.
And so, like, that one was like, oh shit. So just as police were investigating the scene at the Paramount, the editor of the New York Herald Tribune received a letter by special delivery. Inside was a letter written in block lettering that said, "Bombs will continue until the Consolidated Edison Company is brought to justice for their dastardly acts against me. I have exhausted all other means. I intend with bombs to cause others to cry out for justice for me."
But you're not telling anybody what happened.
You're not telling anyone what happened. You're going to hurt someone.
So no one's going to
And
speak
now you
for
want these people that you're trying to harm or inconvenience at the very least to cry out for you? That's what I mean
Your
when
thinking is a little scattered.
motive isn't making a lot of sense. The note confirmed that FP had planted the bomb at the Paramount, but it also made reference to a second bomb in a telephone booth at Penn Station.
Oh, shit.
It said, "If I don't get justice, I will continue, but with bigger bombs."
Okay.
Police spent hours searching Penn Station, but found no sign of a bomb anywhere on the premises, and eventually abandoned the search in the early morning hours. While they may not have discovered a second bomb, the bomber had made their intentions and motivation pretty clear in the letter, which was published in the Herald Tribune the next day. With the publication of the letter, the NYPD had to end that whole theory of, like, maybe they're just pranksters and we don't want to feed their ego. Like,
Yeah,
they had to
no.
end that whole thing. The city clearly had a serial bomber on their hands, and he was clear that he intended to continue this reign of terror until he got what he wanted, which no one really
knew.
knows how to give him that.
Because nobody knows what happened.
Like, I want them held. I want justice for their dastardly deeds against me.
Which were what?
And you're like, cool. Can you tell us what those were so we can bring them to justice for it?
Name them.
Name them.
Name 'em.
Name them. So the letter made clear, at least, that the bomber had some connection to Con Ed. But again, who the fuck are you?
Right.
Like, it didn't help to identify the sender. If anything, police found themselves right back to where they were a decade earlier, with a suspect list of millions of employees, former employees, and customers. In the absence of facts, evidence, anything concrete that they could use, wild theories started to emerge, including the suggestion that the bomber was operating on a lunar calendar, which led the NYPD to increase manpower during the full moon.
They said, it's witches.
They said, it's werewolf.
They said, them witches be out here. Them werewolves are hooing and hauling.
They said, oh, that's just Jacob Black. Don't worry about that.
They said, Bella, where you been, loca?
They said, Bella, where the hell you been, loca? That is one of the most diabolical
Like what?
lines in literary history.
Or is it the most genius?
I said diabolical. I didn't say bad. I just said diabolical. Also, there's just a quick little side, because we are who we are, and that reminded me of it.
Yeah.
Did it actually work? Oh, hell yeah. So I was about to go off and bitch because my fucking my computer decided that this microphone is not the same as the microphone, because it was You know, it had this certain name, and it had been like that for like a while, but I guess unplugging or replugging it back in or something when I was messing with my computer made it see like the same exact name, but like with a 2 in thrown in there, so it's like it's different but same microphone, and so I had to change a couple settings so that my Stream Deck still associated some of the commands with the microphone. Fucking dumbass.
If you're looking for a really funny TikTok to watch,
Ooh, ooh. Also, there is an ad that's gonna start in like 30 seconds for those who have to deal with it.
let me bring it up.
Have
because
you
that
told me
just
about
made
this?
think of it. No, I haven't. And I
Wow,
meant to
that's
tell
fake
you
as
about
fuck.
it
You're telling.
during the making of all the Twilight
Oh
movies.
my god, that's iconic.
Her name is Ellie Collins.
Following right now.
And it's her
I-
like
I
thing on
guess I'm
TikTok
gonna
is
let this-
ELLIE.
I think I'm gonna let this play out just so that we can get some of the ads. You know what I mean? The overlapping when it doesn't matter too much.
Things that they go through with those movies, you will just sit there and be like, "What the fuck were we doing?"
I just followed her.
I love it. I love it so much. So go check her out. She's really funny. She also did a whole series of all of Taylor Swift's exes listening to her new songs as they came out.
Oh, I think those have come up on my For You
Yeah.
page before. She did look familiar.
She's real funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Bella, where the hell you been, Loca?
Where the hell?
Dude, and if this is an ad, then hey.
Traditional home security only alerts you after a break-in, and
Ugh.
that's too late. Simply say,
All I'm gonna do is make it quiet and we can bitch. Fuck ads! Fuck ads! What kind of gum? Fuck gum. I only like ads when it does something worthwhile. Okay, so like you know what I mean? Like I'm not happy that I have to listen to it, but like I enjoy that these people are having success and having maybe ad revenue and stuff like that. Like I want these people to gain from it. I just don't like listening to ads. So it's a lot more tolerable when it's going towards something, you know, useful or like, you know, maybe personal.
.com/podcasts plus.
Podcast Plus.
App of your choice.
Podcast Plus.
Go!
Sorry, I just had to. Okay, so hopefully we're back.
So while they put
Even though
more
the
people on the full
other
moon, because
shit
you gotta
has
try
another
everything.
minute.
You
and
should
a
just
half.
have more people on the full moon all the time. It'd just be crazy.
People be wilding on
We're
the
a
full
huge
moon.
percent water.
It's true. There you go. We're a huge percent.
We're a huge percent water. It's like 86 or something. I don't know.
It's pretty impressive.
huge.
It's pretty impressive how water we are. You know.
We do be a lot
Are
of
we
water.
the ocean? I don't know. So
The tides are within.
while they seemed willing to entertain any theory at this point, regardless of how serious it seemed, investigators in the NYPD and on the bomb squad knew the type of panic that a serial bomber was going to instill in the public.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah.
just wanted to stop him because now people
Fair.
are. It's going to be hard for people to live their lives normally here.
Especially in New York City.
And they didn't care what the method was. They just wanted to stop this guy.
That's not great.
In early November,
Yo,
police
howdy
arrested 56-year-old
mustard.
former Con Ed employee Frederick Eberhardt in connection with a hoax.
How is your day today? Sorry, I don't want to talk over the podcast. How is your Monday mood? Mine is slightly tired and kind of like I have like a slight headache. I don't know. I've just been like recently I've been having a lot of headaches, so I don't really know what that's about. It's probably because of me trying to be better, but I'm also being bad at the same time. Like I'm cutting out the pop, so I'm sure there's some headaches that came from that and like not sleeping well. But because I've been cutting out the pop, I've been kind of asking for some more hits of a nicotine vape, so I think that's also giving me some headaches. But yeah, so I'm just like I'm ready to bitch and stitch today in soft lighting. Tired, I didn't sleep much at all. Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Yeah, it's rough. It's not fun. I hope that the day goes by kind of fast and that you can get home and take a nap. I also have been having frequent headaches, but I'm not sure what it's from. Maybe it's all this heat. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I've got a lot of people who've just been like, you know, feeling similar. They've had a lot of icky moments, or they've been having headaches, and they've been having flare-ups of this and that. Like, I don't know. There's something in the air, and I'm scared. But yeah, I've just been feeling icky recently. Lots of headaches. The other day, I got I was so upset because on Saturday I was streaming for like an hour, like actually it was almost like a half an hour before I just got overwhelmed with like nausea and like feeling like I was gonna pass out, and like I had to lay down on the basement floor for a little bit, and then I like changed so many variables so to try to help with it. But then when I came back, it was like, dang. I mean, like, I felt a little bit better when I stopped looking at the specific activity I was also looking at and changing the other variables, but like, I could not last. It was rough. Yo, what's up, random? I hope you're having a good day. Today we are bitching and stitching. It's a safe place to bitch if you would like. And I'm also kind of just listening to podcast vibes because, like, low key, I have energy to talk with people, but like also no energy to think. And I have like a low key headache. Not even that low key. I have a headache and I'm trying my best to get through it. And so we're doing soft lighting and some bitching and stitching and stuff. Anyway, I don't know if that was redundant. I hope everyone's having a great day, but if not, this is a safe place to bitch while I stitch. I am making this poncho that I put up. Where's my mouse? Okay. I'm making this poncho that is over here, but it's out of the different color scheme. So this hood that I'm wearing, it's like that same color scheme. It's like these different shades of purple, not the white. This is a different yarn, but it's the different purples. And as you can kind of see here, I can do my best to lift it up. But there's not a stitch marker in it right now, but it's very holy. But yeah, this is kind of the vibe. It's darker up here. I don't get anywho. So we're working on that. I'm hoping to get a good amount of progress going on it. I'm not sure how long I want to do it. I haven't pulled up the video. She just like does the same thing, and then she decides to do the shell stitching at the bottom. Actually, she does that too. So we'll see. But anywho, yeah, we're listening to some of the Morbid podcast and listening to some true crime-esque shit, some morbid shit. Feel free to bitch or just chat. Whatever. Yeah, who knows? But yeah, I've been having a headache and feeling like crap. Trying to drink me some water right now. So if you have not drank any water, please treat your body better than that. And I'm going to continue to play it.
That was sent to Con Ed a few weeks earlier.
Okay.
Based on his employee file.
Also, by the way, I'm not afraid to pause it in the chat. It'll like go off on tangents because I just don't want to talk over the thing. So don't feel like afraid to interject if you want. I'll just decide what I want to do. Yo, this is my fucking corner of the internet.
Frederick fit the profile of the man investigators were looking for. The district attorney told reporters he had been sending simulated bombs around the city the past few months.
Rude.
Yeah. During his arraignment on November 7th, the prosecution alleged that Frederick had sent a package to Edwin Jennings, the head of personnel at Con Ed, which contained what Jennings believed was another pipe bomb. But when they inspected it, the pipe contained nothing more than white sugar.
Oh.
According to company records, Frederick was fired by Con Ed in 1948 for, quote, stealing material, and was tried and ultimately acquitted. Following his acquittal, Frederick sued Con Ed for $75,000 in damages, alleging false arrest, and the case was still pending trial at the time. Despite him being a very strong suspect, his wife loudly protested his arrest and was very against him being admitted to Bellevue for evaluation, saying, quote, this arrest is an outrage. He never sent those things. He couldn't hurt a fly.
Oh.
If the NYPD hoped Frederick's arrest would put an end to the bomb threats of the recent months, they were very disappointed very quickly.
So were they scapegoating him a bit?
Just a few days after Frederick's arrest was announced in the papers, the bomb squad received an anonymous call reporting that bombs had been planted at the Capitol Theater on Broadway and a Roman Catholic church on East 28th Street.
Oh no.
While the bomb
Two
squad
for
found
the
no
price of
bombs
one?
in either location.
The fucking BOGO?
Later that evening, a pipe bomb was detonated at the IRT subway station in Union Square,
Oh,
sending shrapnel through a
no.
row of metal lockers.
No.
Again, no one was hurt.
Oh.
This is bizarre.
Oh, hell
Isn't it
yeah.
bizarre as
It's
fuck?
incredible.
I got so
Wonderfully bizarre
worried.
that
Yeah,
no one's
exactly.
getting hurt here, but like bizarre.
Yeah, wild.
And FP, He wasted no time claiming credit, sending a letter to the editor of the Herald Tribune. He said, "To Herald Tribune editors, have you noticed the bombs in your city? If you are worried, I am sorry, and also if anyone is injured. But it cannot be helped, for justice will be served. I am not well, and for this I will make the Con Edison sorry. Yes, they will regret their dastardly deeds. I will bring them before the bar of justice. Public opinion will condemn them. For beware, I will place more units under theater seats in the near future."
Oh.
It's clear from the recent bombings that Frederick Eberhard was not the bomber, and on May 15th,
what the
1952,
fuck?
a court dismissed the charges against him, which forced the NYPD to admit that there was still very much a serial bomber loose somewhere in the city.
Yeah, for
So the
real.
bomber struck 3 times in 1952, once in a phone booth at the Port Authority bus terminal and twice at the Lexington Theater.
Okay, I will say this, although it's the reason, the motivation for it is not usually good. I will say I fucks with any of these like serial killers, any of these bad guys that they're talking about on these podcasts, when they make it very known that people have the wrong guy, you know what I mean, or the wrong person. Like this person gets like acquitted or whatever, they get put in jail or they're accused or whatever, you know what I mean? And then immediately they turn around and go, "Oh, you think it's that guy? Just kidding. You wrong." You know what I mean? Because it's just I hate unfair, you know what I mean? Like the injustice, like it makes me so sad for that person, like to get wrongfully accused and like can't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Because honestly, like that probably happens a lot, and it just makes me so salty. It should not happen. I mean, there can be like genuine mistakes happen, but like I don't trust people here, you know what I mean? I don't trust it. Something's fishy. They just want to say that they did shit. But yeah, so I will say that I always fucks with it. But it's usually like really wrongfully motivated. They usually just want to like more attention, or they get really mad that someone else is like getting the credit for them. Like it's, but I will say I'm happy for the person who usually gets helped out in a way because they like are in the clear that it wasn't them. Like, oh jeez, Jesus Christ.
At the Lexington Theater, it was bombs left under random seats. It was in the second bombing at the Lexington on December 8th that someone was finally injured.
Oh no.
A
Dang
woman
it.
sitting in the same row where the bombs were placed during a showing of Everything I Have Is Yours was struck by flying shards of metal shrapnel, and it caused several lacerations on her feet and legs.
Oh,
But she did live.
that's good.
But like, what a horrible thing to
Yeah,
happen.
you're just sitting in a movie theater.
Yeah. During this period, the NYPD and the investigators on the bomb squad were releasing little, if any, information to the public about the bombings. So
Which
the
it's like, maybe they should have, and maybe people
Yeah.
wouldn't have gone to the movies.
Exactly. So the details of the bombings between 1952 and
Ah,
1954 are kind of limited.
Okay.
On March 10th, 1953, smack dab in the middle,
They're
a
gonna
bomb
need
was
to fix
planted in
this
one
a
of the
little
seat
bit.
cushions in the 6,000 Radio City Music Hall.
Oh shit.
Ever heard of it?
Yeah, Paige and Hannah sold that shit out, bitch.
Yeah, the same one. The spectators were about halfway through the movie when the bomb went off,
Oh my.
causing panic and chaos among this very large crowd. At the request of the NYPD, the incident was minimized by the press the following day, with several
Oh
papers ignoring it
my
altogether.
God.
Radio City Music Hall.
You
fuck?
gotta be kidding me. I feel like there's like a responsibility to the public. What the fuck? You gotta let people know what the fuck. And you know, with the amount of people that probably went home and let people know what happened, or like had to go get checked out or something. Yeah. Oh, it was a different time frame, but goddamn.
How do you ignore that?
The Herald Tribune, who had received many of the bomber's letters, referred to the bomb as, quote, the work of a psychopath,
Fair.
while others used like very dismissive language to kind of minimize the danger.
I would say that was pretty fucking dangerous.
A few months later, when a bomb exploded in a luggage locker at Grand Central Station in early May, a police spokesperson was similarly dismissive, telling the press, quote, the culprit was a mental case in search of publicity.
It's like, yeah, but bombs keep going off in
Yeah.
various locations, so maybe we should do something and find that
Dude,
person.
for
It's like, my
real.
friends, I'm not here debating what's
Who's
happening in
making it?
his noggin.
Yeah,
I'm here saying that, like, he's setting off bombs around the city, so, like, maybe just stop that.
right.
Instead of just being like, oh, he's just a nut.
It's just cry.
Yeah, he's a fucking brilliant nut who's making scary, dangerous bombs that have hurt at least one person.
Right. And
Like,
it's shocking that they haven't hurt
yeah.
anybody else.
the minimal press coverage was an offense to the bomber too. And
Yeah.
it's like they should have thought of
To the
that.
bomber.
That this guy is looking for attention clearly. And I know that it's like it's a hard
fine
line to
line.
walk. That's the thing. It's kind of like, Zodiac
Yup.
and Jack the Ripper. It's like when they're looking for the attention, you don't want to give it to them.
Mm-hmm.
But you also don't want to set it off anymore.
Right.
So it's like I can't say that I would know how
Right,
to
you don't wanna
handle
double it
this,
and give it to the
as, like,
next
an investigator and
person.
what to tell the press.
And especially
But-
again during this time period.
Exactly.
This is a very new type of mind they're
Yeah,
dealing with.
exactly. And he started sending outraged letters to the editorial departments of the city's major papers.
That's scary.
In a letter to the editor and staff of New York Herald Tribune, unless sloppy or no reporting is corrected about bombings, public will get information by way of Moscow. Get this into your heads. The Consolidated Edison Company will be brought to justice. All of my physical, mental, and financial sufferings will be paid for in full. You know that bombs are getting bigger. So far, the hand of God has spared everyone from death or serious injury. Believe me, I know. In the press, now and then I am called a bad name. Just what name fits you people who denied me the purchase of space to tell my story? You who are too yellow to print the facts which concern the safety of so many? I'm bewildered by your
Yellow
answers.
belly.
I can only respond with more and larger bombs. Every day that passes means a day closer to another bomb.
Yikes.
Ooh.
He's scary.
It's very scary.
And upping the ante.
And again,
Ooh, you in trouble. Ooh, you in trouble.
is not telling anyone what the fuck happened and how they can fix it.
Yeah.
And he's literally saying like the hand of God has spared people from not getting hurt.
That
like,
wasn't
not
my
me.
intention, right?
Which like he was kind of alluding not to that before, but now he's just being like, oh, that's
That's
not
just
me.
happenstance.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
is
And it
scary.
almost sounds
Coincidence
like
that no one's gotten hurt
he,
this
like,
far.
He went to them and tried to get his story about what happened at the con place
Yeah.
out, and they said no.
Yeah, which is like strange.
Because I'm like, what the fuck? Do we find out what happened to him?
We find out that so we'll find out more in part 2. We're actually going to stop there because there's going to
You
be
butthead.
after that letter to the New York Tribune, the Herald Tribune. It's another year that passes without any new bombs.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
and
is
then
so
It does
interesting.
return.
Oh no.
So we're going to talk about that in part 2.
all right.
Oh,
yeah.
jeez.
This is an interesting case. I've
Very
never
interesting.
heard anything about this one before.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting.
It's strange.
And yeah,
I
it's so
am
strange. And
interested.
it's like, it almost seems like the plot of a movie instead of like a real thing that happened. But I really am curious if like any of you are from New York or like, are like native New Yorkers who have like family that were around at this time. I'd be curious to hear if they'll tell you like what it was like
Yeah, yeah.
to be around, because it's like my mom was like living in Boston with girlfriends when the Boston Strangler was tooting around
And those stories
in
are
like an
always
apartment
nuts.
together,
Yeah.
like on his route.
And they
So
had like things in place. I think we talked about it in the episode
Yeah.
to
they
deter
stacked
him.
like tin
Cans.
cans, like aluminum cans on top of each other in front of the door so that if it opened, it would fall over and alert them.
Because their apartment door, she said you could open with like a
A
credit,
credit card.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that janky.
It's crazy.
So I'm curious to see if any of you can
Jeez.
get any
Okay,
other
I
cool
wanna
stories,
yeah,
of family
watch the
members
next
let us know.
one.
Yeah, and if you want to write them in, we would love to share
Yeah,
them. So
feel
just
free.
let us know if we have permission.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, I'm
Oh,
very
do I have
interested
to go
hear that
scroll all the
too.
way
Very
fucking back
interesting.
So,
down?
with that being said, we hope you keep listening.
And we hope you
Keep
it
weird, but that's where
You gotta be kidding me. Like I scrolled so far down. What do you mean?
Bye.
What do you mean? I don't know where the fuck. Oh, hey, there it is. See, because I told you it went far. They went pretty far. So, like, if I hit next, does it do? Okay, it does
These
go to this
long
one.
dog days of refreshing.
Get outta
like
here.
the cherry lime Ricky or
Every good detective needs with so many options.
Okay, lunch packed.
Cancer's people.
Ew.
I'm Ash.
And this is morbid.
Dun, 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 dun. But if they talk forever, I'm gonna skip through that too. I'm gonna skip through that shit too.
Morbido.
It's morbid with a cold and allergies.
Ew.
I don't think I sound super sick, but if I do, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just have cold.
You
And
should
it's
be.
also, I think we talked about it last time, that it's crazy allergy season here.
And I was right about the trees. They're all men.
There you go. They're all men.
No, it's so funny. I was talking to my cousin's friend about it the other day, because you and I had talked about it, and then she came over and she was talking about it, and I said, "Huh."
You said, oh my God.
I said I was just talking about that,
I was right.
and then I said, "Damn, life's a simulation."
Damn. Yeah, there's the trees, the man trees are all shaking their shit all over the place, and it's on the cars, it's on the
Okay.
porches, it's on the sidewalk, it's in the puddles,
It's everywhere.
it's just everywhere.
I don't like when you said they were shaking their shit.
I
It
mean,
gave
that's
me,
what
like,
they're
no, you're
doing.
not wrong. It just gave me a weird visual.
As it should. I hope it unsettles you because this
It
is an
does.
unsettling time in our lives. Okay.
It
Hope
is.
that settles
It's
you.
also second winter here in New England, so that's fun.
All right, so here's the thing. A lot of people are pissed off about it. Like, my whole TikTok last night was New Englanders being like, "What the fuck? I need the fucking summer, kid." I check my weather app every morning with glee, with pure glee. I say, "Oh, sweatshirt strikes again."
Well, and I'm just not that shocked anymore by it. I think
No.
I'm like, I'm like, is this just for like TikTok views that everyone's shocked by it? Because I'm like, have you lived
Okay.
here, son?
Yeah,
So for it to be 40 degrees today,
I'm happy. I have fuzzy socks on right now.
Yeah?
I have my.
no, I think this is from Aerie.
Oh, okay, it's cute.
That's why I'm like everyone. Okay, so
It's true. And now that I
enjoy
like
it.
basketball, I can't wait for October.
yeah,
But I like having a little bit of extra winter.
I'm just looking forward to the summer.
First one, nice.
Yeah.
Love
You know
that.
what I mean?
There
Like,
it
I
is.
don't mind
got
a
'em
small
marked my phone.
tangent, but like,
he's wild.
we're 7
Um,
minutes into
we
the
don't even-
fucking
I don't even know who he is yet.
podcast.
Exactly, you're gonna find out though. Don't
That's
worry.
good.
A very strange ending to this tale. I
Yeah.
will tell you that. And it gets wilder.
It
Like,
takes
the story-
7 minutes to
but even
find a
when he's caught,
spot.
like what is said
Fuck.
and the words exchanged and everything are so movie and cinematic.
Okay.
It's hard to believe this is real, but it is a real thing. So now we're back in like 1953 when we last left you, I believe, and nearly a year passed without any new bombs. And this is when he's been talking to the different editors and newspapers. He's been threatening things. He's been getting, and this is when, they start kind of pulling back on reporting about it into like intensive a way because
Yeah.
they think that's what he wants. Like he wants the big headlines. He wants them all this fear and panic to be spread. So they're trying to like, the police are telling the press like, don't report it in such a sensational manner.
That makes
kind of make
sense.
it seem like it's not a big deal because like we want to like draw him out that way. So again, he wrote something to one of the papers being like, you fuckers, you are acting like this is not a
You
big
in
deal. What the hell?" But then a
trouble.
year passes with no new bombs.
Okay.
Everybody was and again, when a year passes, you start to get comfortable
Yeah.
and be like, okay, maybe this is gone.
Yeah.
But in early November 1954, FP returned
That was probably
as
his
promised.
goal.
Ugh, not FP again.
Because he said he was going to let he's very particular about his moral stances and his boundaries that he sets. Because he was
Okay.
saying he was going to let the holiday season, the Christmas season, go by with no bombs.
Oh,
So
how
and he did.
thoughtful.
He let it go.
How thoughtful.
So early November 1954, he returned. A little past 7 p.m. on November 8th, a crowd of more than 6,000 people had just settled into their seats at Radio City Music Hall for a screening of White Christmas,
Huh.
when a bomb buried in one of the seats in the 15th row exploded.
Yeah, I
It
would
said-
argue that is
gee.
the holiday season.
I would also argue that. He let the 1953 holiday season go by.
Okay.
It sent stuffing, it sent shrapnel, pieces of chair everywhere in all directions, and it injured 2 women and 2 boys seated nearby.
Aw.
Nobody died, but they were very injured.
Yeah.
As usual, investigators on the bomb squad minimalized the damage, minimized it to, in their report to the press, telling reporters the device was, quote, so crudely made that its potential force was largely dissipated.
I feel like even that tactic isn't super smart though, because then it's just like
He's gonna
when somebody
try
tells me
harder.
I'm bad at something, I'm gonna try to get better.
Yeah, it's true. And it's like, but clearly these devices are getting more and more sophisticated. It's just clear because among the wreckage near the seat, investigators found pieces of a timing device, a
Oh.
battery, and a wristwatch.
Oh,
So they are getting more sophisticated where he is able to set these off at certain times.
right.
On
Are you
November
done for the day?
28th, just a few weeks after the
Oh.
Radio City bombing, a bomb
That's
detonated in a
fun.
phone booth.
Oh,
at the
yo,
Port
thank you
Authority
for the
bus terminal.
follow. I hope you're having
It
a great
caused debris
day.
and shrapnel to explode across one of the pedestrian corridors, and it sent hundreds of
Follow
travelers into a panic.
goal.
But
Woo,
remarkably,
ba, ba, ba,
no one
bow.
was hurt.
Strange.
I know.
Great, but so strange.
The luck of these things
I know.
is
I don't think I can hand you
remarkable.
anything because
Really
it's all
is
over
the
there.
word.
About how heavily populated
But
New York City is
if
at all
you-
times.
Yeah.
Like,
And he's hitting populated areas.
Right.
He's not like in an abandoned building somewhere.
Right.
The bomb was quickly identified by investigators as, of course, one of the Keith bombs, but by this time, even the press had known that the device was placed by the same bomber who'd placed the explosive at Radio City a few weeks earlier. So now the press are starting to connect these for people. Finally, after years of ignoring, downplaying the threat, trying to
How
minimize the whole
rude.
thing, that there's any, and saying, of course, there's no serial bomber. These are all just like
I
pranks
love you,
and hoods.
bitch. gonna never stop loving you.
Bitch. Yo, thank you for the check-in. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day and a deposit, because he loves to send the message without putting his headphones on, and he keeps forgetting that I have a sound alert. I feel like I should take it away. He ain't never listening. Either that or we can start an inside joke. The sound should be something about how he can't fucking hear it. Because he never got his fucking headphones on. But I hope you're having a great day. But hey, this is a safe place to bitch if you want to, because you can bitch while I stitch. But otherwise, we're also listening to random podcasts. It's called Morbid. It talks about random true crime and like sometimes some like just like lore stories and like kind of myths and like whatever, just anything in that like spooky morbid realm they'll talk about, but it does happen to be a lot of true crime.
Time
But-
to stretch.
Oh, okay,
Get
we gotta
up.
stretch.
I said get the fuck up and stretch, bitch.
But yeah, so we're doing that. We're
It's
bitching and
time to drink
stitching
water.
today.
It's time to drink water.
Oh, that felt so nice. Thank you for the stretch. I really needed it. My shit. Let me take this off for a second. Mhm. I do some head rolls. Okay, I'm gonna keep doing the things while they're talking.
Yeah.
The local and national press could not ignore the danger anymore.
Guys, it's been years.
Yeah. In his book about the bombings, Michael Greenberg said, by the start of 1955, the requested and hitherto honored police policy of secrecy would ultimately be sacrificed in the name of circulation.
Mhm.
When a bomb exploded at Penn Station on January 11th, some members of the press did their best to still stay with the NYPD's requests. But I think it was like the New York Times that were kind of trying to stay with that, what the New York Police Department was trying to do here.
Okay.
They were at least sticking with them for a little while. Like the New York Times announced, Penn Station bomb blast is ignored by commuters. Like very much like whatever.
Yeah, don't worry,
What
don't
did
worry.
they-
I don't plan on breaking any bones on stream. That is not the plan. But you know, I don't think I'm gonna break my neck on stream. I don't push that hard. It's just like more of a stopper to keep myself from going back when I need that stretch and stuff. You know? I mean, I do try to crack it, but it's not like I'm pushing that hard. It's very gentle. Don't worry. It'd be both impressive and horrifying. Yeah, for real. Everyone would be like, "Hey, yo, what the fuck?" And it would be very
Emotional damage.
But yeah, we keep it going. We keep it going. I'm gonna get to bitching and stitching. I hope you guys are having a good time with it. Otherwise, feel free to bitch, because I need something to fucking pop off about. I'm like too tired, so I need something to like get the people going.
So we're not really willing to do that anymore. And they were only, but and like this isn't. I didn't like. It's not like they were suddenly being like the people deserve to know, like this moral thing. They just wanted to sell more papers, and they
Yeah,
knew that
it's a
they were
scandal.
holding their own circulation back by not being sensational about it. The front page of the New York Daily News, for example, led with "Bomb goes off, panics rush hour throng." So
Damn.
it's like those two headlines side by side with "Penn Station bomb blast is ignored by commuters" or "Bomb goes off, panics rush hour throng." Like, which one are you going to grab?
Yeah, those are very opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. By May of 1955, the bomber had increased his productivity, and the press were definitely taking notice. On May 2nd, the editor of the New York Herald Tribune received an anonymous phone call from a man who claimed to be the Mad Bomber. The man angrily repeated many of the incoherent statements included in FP's letters to the press, adding that the latest round of bombings was being carried out, quote, to get even with the Consolidated Edison Company, and warning the editor that a bomb had been placed at Radio City Music Hall that night.
Mhm.
So a swarm of police and bomb squad members descended on Radio City. Very quickly, they evacuated the whole theater and they searched for this device. They found nothing.
Okay.
And they were forced to tell the audience, false alarm, sorry.
Oof.
Later that evening, though, as one of the theater workers was cleaning up after the show, he found a strange object under one of the seats in the orchestra section of the theater.
Ooh.
The device was wrapped in a woman's red wool sock, and it was similar to the other bombs.
That's terrifying.
The bomb squad was called, and the device was removed.
No,
but
not the
its
sock.
discovery alone was proof that the bomber was still a few steps ahead of the investigators, creating chaos, panic with every single communication
Oh,
network that he
right.
had. And the press, of course, seized on the NYPD's failure to find that device during their search, which, yes, they should have.
rightfully so.
Jump on that. Like, I
you-
would have jumped right down that.
How do you not find a bomb? And also, it's under a chair, which all of them have been.
Exactly. How is it that
just
a
go check the
theater worker
chairs.
found it? And they emphasize the fact that had the bomb gone off in the theater, there would have probably been like lethal consequences to this
Oh,
one. Like
wow.
this would have been bad. It was clear that a panic was growing among residents of New York City, and of course, the press were eagerly fanning those flames for
Yes.
sure. A few days later, on May 4th, a clerk at Macy's department store in Herald Square found a note. This note said that a bomb had been placed somewhere in the store and was set to go off at 5:30 p.m.
Oh, God.
No bomb was discovered in the store.
That wouldn't make you feel better, though, at that point.
Yeah. The Associated Press, though, picked up on the story and sent it out to news outlets around the country, announcing the mad bomber threatens Macy's. The bomb at Macy's was quickly followed with announcements, or the bomb threat at Macy's was quickly followed with announcements of bombs placed at several other locations around the city. Those included the Roxy Theater, Webster Hall, and the First National City Bank on Canal Street.
Fire, dude! It's the fucking ads! Let me skip
With
this
prices
shit.
going up on easy subscriptions and luxury and things.
What's something if nothing compares to a gift that can give? Our listeners always get great /morbid.
Hey.
Now,
Now we're back.
it's unclear at this point how many of those particular
Fuck
threats were
it.
sent by the actual Mad Bomber, but that didn't stop the increasing sense of unease over, this serial bomber that could strike at any time, any place,
Yeah.
and was making more and more sophisticated bombs. But regardless of the sender, at least one of those threats proved real in August when a maintenance worker at the Roxy Theater removed a seat cushion for repair and found a bomb in the seat.
Ooh.
By that time, the press had put the pieces together, and they'd started establishing like a pattern and timeline for the Mad Bomber, which allowed them to confidently identify the device as the 23rd bomb in a 15-year period.
Wow.
Yeah.
23?
A few months later in October, a bomb detonated at the Paramount Theater during a showing of Blood Alley, injuring one man who was seated near the device when it went off. The bomb at the Paramount was then followed in December by another explosion in Grand Central Station that caused damage to one of the bathrooms.
Oh, damn.
Now, over the course of 15 years, the Mad Bomber had placed nearly 24 explosives at various locations in New York. But while the bombs had definitely caused a lot of structural damage to the locations they were placed, injuries from the bombs were pretty minimal at this
Yeah, we
point.
keep saying how just shocking that is.
Unfortunately, that did change in February 1956 when a bomb
jeez.
exploded in a bathroom at Penn Station. It seriously injured a 74-year-old attendant, Lloyd Hill,
Oh.
and it injured
Aw.
8 other people. But before this, all the injuries
Lloyd,
were
no.
kind of minimal
Mhm.
compared to what they could be. You know what I mean? Like there was no like very serious injuries. Lloyd did have serious injuries. He did not die,
Oh,
but he had
no,
serious
Lloyd.
injuries.
The
And
Lloyd?
again, 8 other people getting injured with this one. This is the biggest,
Right.
According to Hill, a young man informed him that there was, quote, an obstruction in one of the plumbing fixtures, and he tried to remove the blockage with a plunger, and that's when the device detonated.
Oh, wow.
When it detonated, it sent shrapnel and porcelain directly into Hill's face and head.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So it's a wonder that he didn't die on this.
What the fuck?
But I can't imagine the injuries he had. Once the press began providing, heavier coverage of the bomb.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I hear those stories where people have insane head injuries and fucking survive, I'm scared. I'm scared. How does that happen?
The public started paying more attention to the story and now following what's going on here. Following the explosion at the Paramount, the NYPD began publishing portions of the bomber's letters in the paper, hoping someone might recognize this weird block printing he was doing, but no one did. Instead, readers started writing to the editorial pages with their theories about the bomber and his motives.
And we all know how that goes.
Yeah, like one writer
Their
wrote, he's
theories.
searching desperately for sympathy when what this man really needs is love.
Oh,
That'll help.
yes,
love.
thank
Just
you.
love.
Like Katy Perry feels so connected to love right now. That reader did too. She said if he just felt so connected to love, he would
Oh
not be
my
bombing.
If he
goodness.
just paid millions
What the
of
fuck?
dollars to get shot
Your vent
into Carnage
sash.
face for a minute,
Yeah.
All right,
he
we're
would feel that
bitching.
Get him
We're
a Balenciaga
bitching.
spacesuit,
Yeah.
and it will solve all of his problems. He will feel connected
he will feel
to love.
so connected
To like love.
Yeah. But despite the efforts of the NYPD's best investigators, several well-respected psychiatrists, and countless readers of the New York Times and Herald Tribune, the bomb squad was literally no closer
Yeah, what the
to
fuck?
identifying the bomber than they were
Fantastic.
when he placed that first bomb at
That's
the
so
Con Ed building
obnoxious.
15 years before.
Yeah, that's so obnoxious. Fuck that. Do you wanna? Do you want a bitch? I want your babe. That's horrible. That's so annoying. I don't mind if people like blast music, but it's also like the longer time frame it happens, the more annoying it gets because like what are you doing? And then that's just so rude to be like bitching about what needs to get done, like, and that it costs money. I'm sorry, everything costs money. Like, yes, we can complain about inflation and shit. That's a valid one, but like bitching about things costing money is kind of just annoying because that's life. That's literally how the world fucking works. So how long have you been alive and you're bitching about it X amount of years into it? Ridiculous. That's annoying.
Was probably coming out of his bonus because he cheaped out on the comic book in the first place.
Yeah, he's just salty because he half-assed it twice instead of whole-assing it once. And he's just mad at himself projecting. Ugh, fucking bitches. Well, this is a safe space. Well, here I got a good emote. We got that one, and then wait, where's my angry one? I didn't program that one.
Not even slightly close. The fact that this man has just been free to bomb for 15 years is absolutely bonkers.
It's crazy, and it's not like they didn't know anything about who he could be, obviously, because the letters from FP, quote unquote, and the construction of each device were giving them at least some kind of insight into like the kind of person he was, you know, his level of education, you know, his animosity towards Con Ed, which led them to believe that he was most likely suffering some sort of workplace injury.
Yeah.
So there's that. The problem was, though, that didn't really lead them to like narrow down a lot because it's like Con Ed has a lot of employees and many of them suffered workplace injuries. So it's like there was a lot of disgruntled people. Now, while the NYPD bomb squad continued their desperate search for the Mad Bomber, the bombs continued showing up in various places in New York. In July, a bomb exploded in a phone booth on the first floor of the Macy's department store in downtown Manhattan.
A phone booth?
In early December, another one was placed on the first floor of the Paramount Theater in Brooklyn and exploded during a showing of the film War and Peace, which had nearly 1,500 people in attendance. Following the explosion, the manager instructed the ushers to, quote, spread out and tell the people to sit down. It was only a firecracker. By doing this, they did manage to avoid causing a panic in the theater.
That's good.
But 6 moviegoers did sustain serious injuries and were taken to the hospital.
Wow.
So, but they did were able to keep it from being like a
stampede.
an absolute stampede.
Oh my goodness.
By the end of 1956, a major citywide search for the Mad Bomber was underway, with the New York City Board of Estimate and the Patrolmen's Benevolent Association offering a $26,000 reward.
Wow.
And this is in 1956.
Yeah, did you do the
I did because I always rely on you to do that.
How much was it again? Sorry.
$26,000, and that's in 1956. And this is just for information leading to his arrest.
That would be equivalent to $306,184 today.
Damn.
That would be a lot of money.
That's a big old reward.
It's a chunk of change.
But I mean, it makes sense because this was being touted as one of the greatest manhunts in New York history.
I mean, yeah, he's been bombing for 15 years. So.
Yeah,
for real. He's been on the hunt.
And increased pressure to make an arrest obviously is great because we want
Bro, he's hungry like the wolf.
done, but it's also prompting a large wave of hoaxes and pranksters who,
of course,
will
because he also enjoys like the chase too, because he would let people get comfortable waiting a year, and then he would plan this shit out. Ooh, he hungry like the wolf.
Well, people gonna people.
People gonna people.
Just gonna people.
I'm on the
and they're
hunt.
all claiming to be the Mad Bomber because there's that whole weird subset of humanity that likes to take credit for the worst
terrible
shit.
things.
I will just like never understand that.
Question mark, question mark.
Yeah. All the while, New Yorkers are now becoming increasingly uncomfortable spending too much time in public places like train stations, using public bathrooms, using public payphones.
Yeah, I'd be terrified.
After more than a decade of terror, I mean, we're over 15 years at this point.
We're headed for 2 decades.
Yeah, the Mad Bomber had finally received that attention that he was looking for, and he was looking to cause chaos and panic, and he was getting it.
Right.
But he wasn't going to be able to enjoy it for much longer.
Good.
So through the later months of 1956, the
You waited
NYPD had been
15
consulting
years
with
for
New York
that.
psychiatrist Dr. James Brussel. He was a criminologist with the New York State Commission for Mental Hygiene, which is a very funny way of describing that to me.
Yeah.
Hygiene. That I like.
Yeah, that caught my ear too. Anybody else hear it referred to? I can't even speak. Referred to as mental hygiene? I mean, I don't hate it, but it's just I haven't not heard it before. I mean, I feel like self-care is better, but mental hygiene is interesting.
That. Yeah. Weirdly.
No, I got
think-
it.
You know what I mean?
It's like part of personal hygiene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I've never
Hygiene
heard
is
it
a great word.
described like that. So it's just like a very unique way of describing it to me.
Keep your mind clean.
Yeah, mental hygiene, you know? Although it wasn't the first time detectives had consulted with psychiatrists to try to catch a killer or a criminal of this variety, it was far from common, and Brussel didn't think there was really a lot that they were going to get out of it. Even the doctor, Brussel, was like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I'll give you what I got.
I'll
But,
see what I
like,
can do.
Sure. But he was like, yeah, I'll help you. I'm going to write up a profile of the type of man that I think would be capable of this. And, you know, from what he has written in, take some of that, and I'll come up with some profile for you. According to Brussel, the bomber suffered from a, quote, textbook case of paranoia.
Okay.
He said, and I quote, "These are the people who eventually go on to become God. They feel they are omnipotent. The paranoiac, which is like what I've never heard
person
it
who's
described like
paranoid.
that, the paranoiac,
Yeah.
is the world's champion grudge holder. Once he gets the idea that somebody has wronged him or is out to hurt him, the idea just stays in his mind. Nothing you can say will make the paranoiac change his mind. He can marshal all kinds of compelling evidence to support his central premise. His delusion is rooted in reality in such a way that it baffles efforts to dispel it. The paranoiac is pathologically self-centered. His delusion is essentially a defense of his love object, himself. It's the cornerstone of his being. Without it, he'd collapse. Instead of admitting failings or weakness in himself, he attributes all his troubles to the machinations of some powerful agency that is out to destroy him. A paranoiac doesn't believe he has a mental disorder. He knows he is intellectually superior."
Oh. Why does that sound like several people I know?
As soon as I read that, I went, oh. Oh, no, I know some people like that.
That's scary.
I said, oh, okay.
That's
Interessante.
The whole time I'm sitting here, I'm like,
You're like, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah.
I've said
okay.
that about so and so.
Oh, yeah. My favorite part is his delusion is essentially a defense of his love object, himself.
Yeah.
And it's the cornerstone of his being. Without it, he'd collapse. Like, that is shocking. Shocking.
Yeah.
So, and it does sound very on point here. The profile included a basic physical description of the bomber, describing him as a pretty much, ordinary man, even unassuming, they said.
I mean, he's got to be
look
unassuming. He's been doing this for 15 fucking years.
Exactly. He was the kind of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd. He'd just float by.
Because you haven't noticed him in a crowd.
Exactly. And I love how he's like, using my expertise.
calculations.
And it's like, I mean, that's a pretty safe one to bet on.
Hey, sir. Facts.
Yeah, facts. You got it.
For sure.
And equally important, he was middle-aged or older, which Brussels concluded due to the bomber's use of antiquated phrases like dastardly deeds and frustrated ghouls when referring to Con Ed.
He said he speaks kind of cringe.
He speaks kind of boomer.
Yeah.
Like any criminal profile, Brussels' report on the Mad Bomber contained a number of assumptions and presumptions that, if directed at a specific individual, especially a narcissistic individual, it would likely be pretty offensive, if not outrageous to them. Because of this,
Ooh,
Brussels
piss 'em
said,
off.
hey, detectives, you should probably publish portions of this report in the papers.
Yup.
And he said, by putting these theories of mine in the papers, you might prod the bomber out of hiding. He'll read what I've said about him, and it'll challenge him.
That makes
which
sense.
is pretty smart.
Yeah.
On December 25th, 1956,
Crimus.
large
Crimus.
portions of the profile were published in papers across the city.
It said, Merry Christmas,
Merry
you bomber.
Christmas,
Merry
you
Christmas.
dick. Followed by an open letter to the bomber published in the New York Journal American, urging him to turn himself in. Just as Brussels predicted, the strategically placed profile and open letter worked, because on January 10th, the editor at the New York Journal American received a reply. According to the letter, which was postmarked from Mount Vernon, New York on December 27th, the bomber was, quote, keeping a Christmas truce, but fully intended to continue his campaign.
Okay.
He said, before I am finished, the Con Edison Company will wish that they had brought to me in their teeth what they had cheated me out of.
Oh.
As for turning himself into the police, he said, fuck no. He said, placing myself in custody would be stupid. My days on earth are numbered. Most of my adult life has been spent in bed. My one consolidation is that I can strike back, even from the grave, for the dastardly acts against me.
From the grave?
Yeah. The first letter from
Damn,
FP
what the fuck
revealed
does
more
that
potentially
mean?
identifying information about the bomber. Like, this really revealed a little bit. I think publishing that report was brilliant because it made him spill. He got sloppy with his response. But the second letter received by the Journal American 4 days later provided even more revealing shit. In it, the bomber claimed he'd, quote, decided on bombs after he was repeatedly denied compensation from Con Ed for an injury suffered on the job 20 years earlier. He said, I did not get a single penny for a lifetime of misery and suffering.
That's sad.
Which is sad.
Yeah.
But you're like, dude.
But that's not the way to handle it.
He probably didn't realize it all at the time, but he had inadvertently given investigators a great deal of information
just
about
go
his
look into that.
circumstances, and it helped them narrow down the pool of suspects from millions to just a handful of people.
Yeah. GuttRx before every local pharmacies nationwide, including Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Publix, Kroger, and many more. GuttRx before they head to the pharmacy, and it's so quick. Sometimes I even do it while I'm sitting in the car waiting for my turn to pull up. Beat high prices at the what spring is all about. Drew and I made the Baja make the season even more delicious. Morbid 10 FM
Started combing through the thing and the permanent disability, like things he had used to describe. There she is. Within a few days. Using that information in the letters, Alice Kelly, a clerk with Con Ed's personnel department, started combing through the company's work compensation files.
We love a Kelly.
There she is. Within a few days, she had discovered a file containing many of the unusual phrases and words frequently used by the bomber, including, the injustice thing and the permanent disability, like things he had used to describe what his situation was. Right here. To Kelly, the file appeared no different from the hundreds of others she had seen. The employee had been injured in an accident at the, and this is a real thing, the Hellgate Powerhouse.
Yo.
Hellgate.
Wow.
Yeah. In
I love that.
1931. Scary.
Imagine being injured there.
Exactly.
That's fucked up.
And this employee was formally cut off from payroll in early 1932, a year later.
Okay.
He filed a claim with the company, which was ultimately denied, then appealed and denied again in 1936. The more she read through the correspondence between the employee and the company, the more Kelly started noticing a, quote, biting style and an oddly familiar stiff and stilted tone in the writing. Moments later, Kelly came across a letter they received from the man, the same employee, after his second appeal was denied. And this is what drives me crazy. I'm like, so she's reading this right now. If you hear what he says, you're like, why did no one take that seriously at the time? Because he wrote to them after his second appeal was denied that he would, quote, take justice into his own hands.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Quote, unquote.
Good
Why
one.
did everyone ignore that?
Yeah.
If someone's writing you a threat, maybe take that serious.
100%.
I don't know. And he said he would take justice in his own hands if they would not attempt to right the wrongs committed against him.
They're just like, all right, sounds good.
Yeah. And Kelly said the word injustices sort of remained seared in my mind.
Ooh, that's so spooky.
The more she read, the more the language and tone started sounding familiar. Phrases like dastardly deeds and treachery jumped off the pages. By the time she finished reading, Alice and the other clerks were pretty fucking confident they'd found the employee file for the man previously known only as the Mad Bomber. George Metesky was born George Peter Malauskis Jr. on November 2nd, 1903 in Waterbury, Connecticut. He was born to George Sr. and Anna Malauskis. You're probably wondering why he has a different name now. We'll get to that.
And why he signs FP.
You'll get to that too, don't you worry.
Okie doke.
George Sr. worked as a teamster, then later as a night watchman at a lumber yard, and he was remembered, his father, very fondly as a hardworking, very dedicated man. As a child, George Jr. was awkward and shy in school. He had difficulty making friends.
Oh.
A former classmate said he was a meticulous boy, always dressed well. He wouldn't talk to you unless you made the first advances. I would say he was quiet to the point of eccentricity.
Oh.
It was during this early period when his name changed from Malauskis to Metesky. I'm like, we gotta get together.
Oh no.
A teacher in Connecticut had trouble spelling. Now his parents are Lithuanian, excuse me. She had trouble remembering his last name or how to spell it, so she just changed it.
The teacher?
Yep.
Changed the whole family's name?
Just said, I'm changing your last name.
What?
Yeah,
Yo,
just his
what?
last name.
What?
Yeah.
He doesn't belong to his family.
That and
I don't understand.
what?
Something that she could remember.
Oh, okay.
Because that's important.
Wait, and what did she change it to?
Metesky.
I'm like, even that's like a
Like
different
a strange
last
one
name,
to,
you know?
But also it's just like, erase his heritage.
That's fine.
Because you can't be bothered to remember it.
I'm like, just write a,
Like, God
what?
damn it.
Just write his
Get it
initial.
fucking
lady.
together. Like,
God
you
damn
did.
it.
The name eventually stuck, I guess, because he used it all through school. And when you use it all through school, it's just,
Yeah, it's your name.
But it also was a pretty big source of confusion for people who knew him well, because, like,
They
he
were
went by kind of both. Like, legally, his name was Malauskis.
Yeah.
So I don't, it's
the
wild to
fuck?
me. So things changed for George when he reached
Interesting.
high school. He was very intelligent, very capable, a quick learner, but to those around him, apparently he appeared to have a sense of superiority complex, if you
So
will.
that guy was right, the
Yeah,
profiler.
yeah. And he didn't take much of an interest in the actual schoolwork. He was very capable, but didn't do the work.
He was above it.
Yeah. After just 1 year in high school, he dropped out in 1918 and went on to work several low-paying jobs, like a theater usher, an apprentice machinist. His former boss told a reporter after he was arrested, well, he was a strange one. He came to work all dressed up in a suit and collar and necktie. He tried to learn the machine business dressed like that, and he hated to get his hands dirty.
I don't know if I
Wild.
suggest working in machines.
Interesting.
After leaving the apprenticeship at the foundry, he continued just drifting around. He completed a correspondence course in electrical engineering. Then, again, very smart.
Yeah, that's incredible.
And then he served 2 years in the Marine Corps, stationed in Mexico and the Dominican Republic, and earned an honorable discharge in the spring of 1922. He was only out of the Marines for like 3 years, but he loved the structure and order of the military.
Okay.
Which I feel like that makes sense with what we know about him.
Mhm.
And he was just like craving it. He didn't like drifting around. So he re-enlisted in the summer of 1925 and was sent to China, and he received further training as an electrician.
Oh, cool.
So he had a second honorable discharge in 1929, and he moved back to the family home in Waterbury. And shortly after that, his parents died within a couple of years of one another.
Oh.
They left their
Aw.
moderate estate to split between their 4 children. He had 3 siblings.
Yeah.
He was unmarried. He was like kind of barely employed at this point. So he kept living in the house with his 2 sisters, and they rented out the top floor to boarders. According to Greenberg, following the death of their parents, George's sisters, quote, had taken on a maternal role and had set about to shelter, support, and pamper their younger brother.
That's sweet.
In time, George found work at the Consolidated Edison Company, working as a generator wiper at the company's Hellgate plant between Queens and Manhattan.
I'm like, did you guys like consciously name
Yeah,
it
did you
that,
guys
or
think
was
that
that a
one through?
nickname?
It's a wild one. Now, in early September 1931, George was working through the rows of generators in the plant's boiler room when one of the generators blew a gasket.
Oh, fuck.
Spewing toxic soot and gases directly into George's face and
Holy
filled
shit.
up his lungs
Oh
with all that shit.
Oh my God.
He staggered around trying to stay up, but moments later he fell to the floor, gasping for air and coughing blood.
Oh.
So he drew, obviously, attention of 2 nearby workmen who ran to help him.
And they dismissed his claim?
Yeah. And Metesky later said, after being arrested, apparently the coughing and blood were normal occurrences at Con Edison, because when I told these guys, they weren't a bit surprised.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
In the days that followed, George could do little more than lay in bed, and he was in like a rented boarding house nearby work. His illness was getting worse and worse. After about a week, George sent for a doctor who was unable to diagnose what was going on, but actually suggested that he go home to Waterbury, Connecticut, where he could get like proper treatment.
Right.
So he took the doctor's advice and he went home and was admitted to a local hospital, and they diagnosed him with an aggressive form of pneumonia, explaining that, quote, the pain, exhaustion, and bleeding had been caused by a series of pulmonary hemorrhages.
Holy
Oh
shit.
my goodness.
Over the course of the next year, his condition did not improve. After 11 months of aggressive treatment, his doctors started suspecting that he was evolving into tuberculosis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So following his injury at Con Ed, he collected 26 weeks of sick pay. And when that ran out and he was unable to go back to work in early 1932, he lost his job at Con Ed.
That's so fucked up.
For reasons that we can't figure out, they're very unclear, he waited 2 years before filing a workers' compensation claim with the company.
Okay.
But he was told he'd waited too long to file it, and it was denied.
Okay.
Which, like, yeah, that's a long time, and I don't understand the wait. But I'm also like, he
Yeah.
was dealing with tuberculosis.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't know if that was, but I'm like, somebody should have helped him
File
do
the
that.
claim,
You're
right.
like, I wonder why that lag happened.
Yeah.
In the years after that, he filed one appeal after another, growing increasingly angry and increasingly bitter as each one was denied. In between his appeals, he received ongoing treatment for his condition, including a long stay in Arizona, which was paid for by his sisters who were financially supporting him. May Metesky, one of his sisters, told a reporter, "We've given up everything for ourselves to provide for him and give him everything he wants and needs."
Oh.
When it was clear the executives at Con Ed had no intention of paying out his claim or taking any responsibility for his injuries or the emotional suffering he'd endured since losing his job,
that's crazy.
George decided to take matters into his own hands and punish them.
Also crazy.
Also crazy. He later said, "I had written thousands of letters to every newspaper, every radio station, every commentator of importance in just about every church. I even tried to purchase space in the press. Even the papers rejected my offers. I never received so much as one single penny postal card in reply."
Damn.
That's awful.
Yeah. And that's what his letters
That's so
to the State
sad.
Industrial Commission, the governor's office, and Con Ed, they all went out unacknowledged as well.
Wow.
So everyone was just ignoring him, which again,
Not
not
great.
a reason to do what he did at all.
No.
Because he's already dealing with mental illness. Like,
Clearly.
it was very clear that this was happening already. There's
Just set it
something
off.
simmering under the surface for a while.
Yeah.
But being ignored, it only exacerbated his
Mhm.
anger, which sent him deeper into the paranoia and the mental illness that was
Mhm.
brewing. And he started believing his only course of action was to force the executives at Con Ed and everyone else who ignored him to take notice and acknowledge what he had suffered. Which, again, not cool.
No.
Not cool of Con Ed.
No.
At fucking all.
No.
But not cool of George Metesky to start punishing people for it. You can't take those things, and that kind of thing is like you're making innocent people suffer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like this whole thing is just a series of injustices.
And you're making innocent people suffer similarly to how you suffered.
That's the thing.
Like,
and it's like, this is a series of injustices.
It is.
Because when you hear about the Con Ed stuff, you're like, that's fucked up.
Absolutely.
Like, real fucked up.
But it goes back to the very simple thing of two wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah. And this is just, you're making, again, innocent people suffer. You don't know, like there's children in those theaters,
Right.
you know, like they don't have anything to do with
like a 70-year-old
Con Ed being
man.
a corrupt, you know, organization here. Having found the file that she believed she was looking for, Alice Kelly, that clerk that found that file.
Queen Kelly.
Yeah, you know, our girl Kelly, took the material to her supervisor, who delivered it to Herbert Schrank, who was the supervisor of the Con Ed task force. And then it was turned over to the NYPD. Investigators contacted the Waterbury police, but because they were looking for George Metesky instead of George Malauskis.
Oh, that fucking teacher.
The detectives in Waterbury had no record of the suspect.
Oh, no.
Fortunately, one of the veteran detectives thought the request was worth following up on, so he did some digging and discovered, which, like, hell yeah to that detective.
For real. I'm like, what even digging do you do there?
He discovered
like
that it was the same
good
name,
instincts.
like the name of the employee and the name of the man who lived at the address that was on the file were the same.
Yes.
Boo. Evasive measures.
I need to let this out to this person. Even in 2026, that's self that you should handle this all will handle the initial therapist matching work for you. They're off at betterhelp.com.
Help you along the way in your search for coverage. StateFarm.com or use
Hammered hardware on nightstands deluxe available.
The bomb squad investigators left the city and headed for Waterbury, Connecticut.
Ooh.
Once they had all arrived at... On the afternoon of January 21st, 1957, the first groups of NYPD bomb squad investigators left the city and headed for Waterbury, Connecticut.
Ooh.
Once they had all arrived at the police department in Waterbury, the large group of officers traveled to Metesky's house and arrived a little before midnight. At the house, most of the officers stayed back, while a small group went to the steps on the wooden porch and rang the bell. And they all had hands on guns, ready for anything to happen. They didn't really need to, because they didn't open to some raving, you know, the raving maniac that they thought they were going to see, or some armed assassin. The door opened, and they were met by a middle-aged, ordinary man dressed in pajamas and a bathrobe.
The fuck?
Detective Lehane later said, it was almost like the guy was waiting for us. His hair was neatly combed. His eyeglasses were spotless, sparkling even.
Damn. Well, everybody said he was meticulous.
They said, your fucking glasses are clean.
They said, damn, bitch.
They
What do you
sparkle
use
into
to clean
moonlights.
those?
Like, damn.
Sparkling. I've never heard somebody describe somebody
Just
else's
like,
glasses
damn.
as sparkling.
Like,
even.
wow. The lead detective from Waterbury confirmed that the man was indeed George Metesky. Then he explained that the other officers were from New York City. And Lehane said, we're checking on an auto accident. Do you own an automobile? And Metesky confirmed he did not own a car. And when presented with the search warrant for the house, he said, oh, that won't be necessary. If you say you have a warrant, I believe you. Come on inside.
What the fuck?
Just invited them inside. So inside the house, the detectives noted that it was small, but appeared very well ordered, very well cared for.
Sparkling even.
And the two detectives kept Metesky occupied with questions, and the others were searching the home. In one of the drawers in the bedroom, they discovered a notebook with George's name boldly printed on the cover, and inside they recognized the very same block printing that was from the bomber's letters. After finding the
there it
notebook, the
is.
detectives asked to see the garage, and they said, you should probably get dressed before we go out there. And when they said, you should probably get dressed before joining us in the garage, he said, this is not then about that auto accident, is it? And he said, and one of the detectives said, you know why we're here, don't you, George? And George shrugged his shoulders, and they just surrounded him. And finally, with everyone staring at him, like silently, he just said, maybe you suspect that I'm the mad bomber? And Detective Michael Lynch was a little shocked at this response. He was like, wow.
That came out of nowhere.
And then said, maybe you're not so mad. And he said, tell me, George, what does FP stand for? And Metesky looked at him, super calm, and said, fair play.
What the fuck?
Which is like,
Just the
chilling
most,
in a weird way.
but also the most nonchalant arrest I
Yeah.
think we've ever heard of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they just were like, tell me what that
He's
stands
just a
for. They
chill
didn't even
guy.
have to coax it out of him. He was just like, fair play.
Again, it's like a movie. That's like
Yeah.
a line in a movie where you're like,
That-
that would never fucking happen.
Literally, that's the one that was so cinematic to
Yeah.
me. Just like, tell me, George, what
What
does
does it
FP
stand for? Fair play.
Fair play.
Damn.
Yeah. At the Waterbury police station, George was led into one of the small interrogation rooms, and he spent several hours talking to investigators. To their surprise, he was very calm, almost pleased about being arrested, to be honest. He made no
pleased.
attempt to deny any of the charges. He
Sparkling.
spoke softly. He was very, very polite. And he just worked with them to create a timeline of events going back to the first bomb planted at Con Ed building in 1940.
It's like, bro, do you know you're going to jail for like a really long time? Prison,
Yeah.
in fact.
Yeah. The following morning, the front pages of all the papers in New York and many others around the country proudly announced Metesky's arrest. Over the years, several people had claimed, either in letters or calls, to be the bomber, only to turn out to be assholes.
Not the bomber.
Although they found no evidence of explosive devices in George's home, the detectives on the bomb squad were pretty convinced they had the right person. One of the investigators told the New York Times, "It looks good, but he has to be checked out. All things indicate he is the man."
Ooh.
After years of ranting and outrage, George Metesky was finally getting the attention he so desperately wanted. But not everyone was convinced of his guilt.
Huh.
His sister Anna, which I think his sisters really do just love him. And
Yeah.
prepare of him. His sister
that's
Anna told a reporter from the Associated
sad
Press,
sometimes.
wouldn't think of doing anything like that. He's one of the best fellows you ever saw.
Oh, break my
I
heart.
know. Whether his sisters believed it or not, George never wavered in his admission of guilt for at least 30 bombs placed around New York City.
And he knew what FP meant.
After his interrogation in Waterbury, he was transferred back to New York, where he was arraigned on one charge of felonious assault for the Penn Station bomb that injured the porter, one count of malicious mischief, and one count of violating the Sullivan Law for possession of bombs as dangerous weapons. If convicted of all three of these charges, he would face 42 years in prison.
Wow.
But it was possible he was going to face many additional charges other than just bombs.
Yeah.
And he would face significantly more time for that.
Yeah.
During the arraignment, George's court-appointed lawyer, Benjamin Schmier, argued that before any dates were set for hearings, he should be evaluated by psychiatrists at Bellevue Hospital.
Agreed.
He said the defendant speaks fluently and speaks very well. He is a man who could easily pass for your next-door neighbor. But in speaking with this defendant and with all the thousands of cases in my background, I see a man with a psychosis, with a persecution complex. He tells me that all his grievement against the public is satiated only by bombings.
Shit, there's that going on.
The defendant
Okay.
justifies himself against the general public with bombings. This indicates
I'm gonna pause it here real quick, and I am gonna go run and find some food to eat for lunch. So do what you need to do. See you in a few. But I'm back. So we could probably pause. Sorry if that startled you guys. I wanted to have something playing while I was away. But now, of course, I gotta go back. Oh my god, it's gonna make me go down again. So what year is the oldest versus what year is the newest? It's probably easier just to go newest to oldest and then go down. But I hope everyone's still having a good time. I turned on the light. I felt like that was kind of affecting me. Okay, wait. Was this before? Did I go past it? It was in 2025, but I feel like it was either June or something. Yeah. Were we really that close to being done with it? 5 minutes left in this? Rip. Well,
This indicates a schizophrenic personality. I'm not sure that the
I'm
defendant
gonna go
can take
back a little bit.
persecution at Bellevue Hospital.
Agreed.
He said the defendant speaks fluently and speaks very well. He is a man who could easily pass for your next door neighbor. But in speaking with this defendant and with all the thousands of cases in my background, I see a man with a psychosis, with a persecution complex. He tells me that all his grievance against the public is satiated only by bombings. The defendant justifies himself against the general public with bombings. This indicates a schizophrenic personality. I'm not sure that the defendant can differentiate between right and wrong. I think he doesn't understand the charges against him.
Interesting.
Which kind of makes sense with how calm and
Right.
controlled he is with
Mhm.
like admitting this and helping them with the timeline. He just doesn't see this as something he did wrong.
Right.
He's like, yeah,
It's just something he did, period.
this is justice. Like,
right.
So the district attorney, Carl Grabeau, was inclined to agree with this assessment, and he didn't object to him being committed to Bellevue for observation.
Mhm.
He said, my feeling is that the defendant's actions are indicative of an ostensibly deranged mind, and this led the judge to order the commitment. On January 30th, while George was still being held at Bellevue, a grand jury was
Do you
convened
think
to
this-
review the evidence and hear testimony from 35 witnesses. After hearing the prosecution's case, McCuskey was indicted on 47 counts, including attempted murder, damaging a building by explosion, and endangering life by maliciously placing an explosive in a building.
Yeah.
If he were found guilty of all the charges against him, he faced a maximum sentence of 815 years in prison.
Wow.
It's a lot of years.
I don't know if he'll see the end of that.
Fortunately for George, he would never face a jury. On April 18th, after 2 hearings on the matter of his sanity, Judge Samuel Leibowitz declared George legally insane and ordered that he be committed to Mattawan State Hospital.
Wow.
He said, one would be less than human not to be sympathetically moved by this pitiful condition of this hopeless, incurable man. In the months since his arrest, he had been evaluated
Dang.
several times by the doctors at Bellevue, who diagnosed him with schizophrenia
I mean,
of
like,
the paranoid type.
Didn't he get like hit in the face? Like, shit, that's real close to your fucking brain. That's real close to a lot of important things.
Very sad.
And they did confirm that George, quote, does not properly comprehend the gravity of his offenses and is not capable of conferring with his lawyer to draw up a legal defense.
Okay.
In the months after, Judge Leibowitz ordered George to Mattawan Hospital, and they just like weighed their options with how, if at all, they should move forward with the case. 'Cause he's being committed now.
Right.
Ultimately, in September 1957, the prosecutor's office announced that given the severity of his mental illness and the unlikeliness that he was going to improve, they were declining to prosecute George, and the case against him was closed.
I mean, he's going to be in the hospital forever, right?
You would think that.
Oh, geez.
I don't agree with this.
Okay.
I think they should have prosecuted him and just hold him at the hospital. It's fine. He doesn't need to go to prison. I agree with that.
Yeah.
He needs help and like to be. I think they should have prosecuted him to safeguard themselves.
Okay.
The next day, one of George's unexploded bombs was discovered in one of the seats at the Lowe's Lexington Theater in Manhattan.
Oh no.
And it was almost like this was like, I feel like that was the universe being
I
like,
told you
"Ooh,
so."
you made a mistake.
Yeah.
So following the judge's order, George was in such poor health from his tuberculosis that he had to be carried from the car into the hospital. And he was given just a few weeks to live.
Wow. So he had like ongoing
Yeah.
tuberculosis. It's
Oh, yeah.
crazy that he lived as long as he did with it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
isn't
what's
that
crazy
shit
is despite
crazy?
these odds where they're saying you have nearly weeks to
Ew,
live,
ew.
he persisted and his health improved.
How are
What the
you?
fuck?
In 1958, he filed suit against Con Ed
You want a bitch while I stitch? Hope you're having a good day.
in New York,
But if not, safe place. I can't speak. Safe space to bitch.
arguing that their actions had led directly to his reign of bombings over the years, and they should bear some responsibility. The
I'm
judge, on
making-
the other hand, disagreed. and
Yeah.
I'm making me a poncho and listening to a morbid podcast to have a little bit of something in the background. Because I don't know, like, I don't know if it's the heat or what, if like something's in the pressure of the world right now. IDK, man. For some fucking reason, I've been having this nonstop headache. And it's so, I don't know. I bought a bitch and stitch today. Hi, sounds fun. Hey, that's awesome. What are you up to today? You still got been cleaning it up? You've been going hard? We've been going hard in the works. I am wanting to just, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, I said I'm working on poncho. I recently finished this and stuff. This is the poncho. It's like made out of the same yarn that does like the ombre. I wish you could see the darker stuff, but then the shading comes into play and then you can't see shit. But I swear there. Oh, maybe that's better. Ooh wee. Taking the day off to help your sis move things into storage. Oh, that's so cool. Hey. Is it just strictly storage, or like, you know how I've seen some people make like cute storage units. Is it like one of those like there's a purpose for it and she's setting it up as like a space or something, or is it just strictly storage? I'm curious, but either way, that's kind of fun. It's nice that you're helping out. It is a nice time. But yeah, you bitching like, I don't want to do this on my day off. Wait, do you know of the Sanrio characters in Retsuko? Because she does like the heavy metal, like she airs out her grievances with heavy metal. So that's just what I'm referencing. So please don't be like, oh my god, this bitch, she's so insensitive. Which, you know, I try not to be, but ah, yes. Hell yeah. So that was the vibe. So I just had to over explain it for a second. And now this bitch making me on my fucking day off. But yeah, I'm like kind of new to crocheting, but I'm trying my best to keep the skill going, to keep progressing, and I think it'd be really cool to help supplement my income, because I really want to keep working from home if I can. And streaming is only going so far, and I'm trying to get all the spoons to be able to do all the social medias along with it. But for now, my spoons are kept with the live streams. But you know what it is. But yeah, I'm trying to get the skills to make a little shop and maybe help out with the lives and you know, be a good member of society. No, right? You get it. Like, I know you get it. It's so much spoons. Like, I want to be social, but then I'm like, damn, I'm so fucking tired. I've been milking Goblin cleanup dress for all they're worth, frankly. No, for real. Like, it's actually been like so refreshing. At first I was like, oh my god, nobody wants to chat about these goblins. But then I'm like, it's actually so nice that everybody is just straight up lurking. Like, it is actually just so nice that we're all just chilling here and we're all just vibing. So yeah, that's like the vibe I like to bring. Lurker friendly, chatter friendly, whatever you feel like friendly. But yeah, I hope you're having a good time. You know, get them movements, get them muscles moving, do a little stretch, make sure you drink water, but make sure you're fed, but stretch so you don't pull anything. Cause I feel like I always forget to do that, cause it's like you don't think about it, but you're lifting things that you might not do on the daily, you know? You be moving some random spots. I like the lurking, but I ignore chat when I collab anyway to not be rude with the people I play with. Yeah, fair. I try to do. That's why I really like having a push to talk situation. Although with Goblin Cleanup, I've found that my voice is a lot lower. Like it's just not as audible when I do that. But whatever. What can you do about technology and sound engineering? It's a mess. It's a mess. Um, but yeah, I like doing the push to talk so that I'm not always in everybody's ear with like everything that I'm saying, because like it's no hate, but you know what I mean? Sometimes it could be overstimulating, and I have audio processing and I like just don't, it's like I hear things are happening, but like I don't hear anything about the specifics. Like so I'm just like, oh shit. You just drove? Oh, okay. Oh, and I'm sorry to hear that. But at least you're there helping for what you can do. That's awesome. I'm sure I can't offer any advice. Why would I don't want to offer advice, but I want to offer like good words. So I hope that if anything, it doesn't get worse, it doesn't get more painful, and that you stagnate. Because I don't know if it's something that can get better. I don't think it's something that can get better. Is what I'm word vomiting to try to say. But so I hope that if anything, bitch stays the exact fucking same. Flatline. That's all I can hope for. But yeah, I love a good road trip though. Did you guys jam out in the car? Do you have like a walkout song? You start the road trip with this energy. You're like, actually, I'm gonna put this song on, and here's the pump up jam, and we're gonna get going. It's incurable, so yeah, just hope it doesn't get worse. Yep, that's the hope then. I will send you the mojo. I'm not like super religious. I'm like a little bit more agnostic. I like to think that there's like something in the cosmos, but I don't fucking know because I am small human. I am human, not fucking God. But but yeah, I do some form of like kind of praying, but I feel weird when I say pray, people automatically assume that I'm like, do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior? But like low key, not like that. Like I just be like, I hope and wish and pray that nothing goes wrong. Fuck Murphy's Law. All right. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk, you guys.
Matesky's claim. Those two
Fuck,
things don't necessarily correlate.
you know, fuck not having universal health care. That's all I gotta say. We all deserve life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Fuck people who want to privatize all this shit and make us pay out the goddamn ass.
1956, nearly 10 years after he was committed to the state hospital, he successfully petitioned the New York appeals court to have his mental health reevaluated and pending a
I
positive
feel
report,
Luigi. I
gained
feel
freedom.
him. This guy, this guy's story, although again, it's not a good way to deal with your emotions is not by like planting bombs all over the place, but like we get the Luigi's and we get it a little bit, right? Hello, what is this? Is it a piece of muffin? Please don't judge me. I'm a ratchet fucking bitch. Wait, true, to be sick is something, but to be sick in American? Oof, no, for real. Oh, and I'm proud to be an American through tears, and there's explosions going on, but not the fun type of like movie explosions, the wartime PTSD explosions. That's the bad ones. I'm tired of this grandpa.
Not given an opportunity to present evidence in support of his petition or to cross-examine a medical witness. Unfortunately for George, after reviewing that case, he was deemed incompetent in order to remain there until he was deemed well enough to be released.
He was deemed incompetent.
Several years later, in 1973, he again petitioned the court for reevaluation, and this time he was successful. On December 13th, 1973, after 17 years of incarceration, he was released.
He was released.
During his hearing, he insisted he had forsworn violence, but the grudge he held against Con Ed remained.
Oh?
He said, I have no bitterness, but I wanted to show up what was done to me. Which to me says
that's dark.
you're still not really taking responsibility.
Interesting.
You're
You're
putting it
still
on Con
saying
Ed.
that, like, ooh,
I wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for Con Ed, which very well may be
I'm
true.
sorry to hear that, but yeah, go ahead and enjoy your lurk.
But
we're not moving.
it doesn't excuse it.
Yeah.
Ooh, what are you reading? I'm curious. What manga are you reading? I'm a couple chapters behind on the One Piece, but only a couple because I like to let them build up, and then I like to sit down for like an hour and read them all, and then do that every couple weeks. Rereading. I can't speak, but I can read. I just can't speak. Oh, that's fun. I've never read or watched that. I might look it up if my silly little squirrel brain remembers. It's getting an anime next year after 2 decades. It's so good. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, I binge watch so much anime, so ooh, I'm excited. Get excited. Yeah, I'm a big One Piece fan.
Following his release, he returned to his family home in Waterbury, where he spent most of his time caring for his aging sister, May. I know, it really does.
I'm glad that he takes care of his sisters.
At 70, he said, or later, he told a reporter in 1977, at 73, you don't
they
make the
took care
rounds
of
looking for
him.
work. Things are at a standstill for now. Years later, when he reflected on his life, I will say this, George seemed to regret most of his choices.
That's good.
He did remain angry about the way he was treated by Con Ed, which I can understand that.
Okay.
He said,
Sorry,
my life has
messing
been a
with shit.
series of shattered dreams. He said that in 1981. Despite the passage of time and his ongoing mental health treatment, George Metesky never really took full responsibility for the damage he'd done, though,
Which is not cool.
and the fear that he caused, choosing instead to blame his
Yeah,
problems
but-
on other people. He said,
But,
every
like-
promise made to me has been broken.
Even though I don't believe he's like fully insane, I do like believe he was like low-key incapable of doing a couple of those 2 and 2. You know what I mean? Like he understood chunks, but like not other chunks. So like there's definitely something there to be said. But that's insane to me. That's insane to me that he like didn't fully get or grasp some of those things that I don't know. Very interesting. Very interesting. Wait, the premise is this main girl, his brother dies, but leaves you this phone with a contact named Daisy, who he promises will look after her. So through mail, he lifts her spirits through hard times, and then it turns out that Daisy is a super famous hacker. Oh, interesting. That does seem interesting. Oh, for sure that seems like something on my alley. I mean, to be honest, there's only a couple things that stop me from watching an anime, because I'll watch almost any genre, but then like if it's like egregious fan service, if it's just like I can't get past it, then I can't get past it. You know what I mean? There's definitely a limit. Like I don't mind some, I can get past some, but then there's other times where I'm just like, yeah, this is too much. This is too much. And then like if there's too many like pedo jokes, like if there's too much of that shit in my face, I have to drop it, because that shit just makes me so angry. But yeah, other than that, I'll pretty much watch almost any genre of anime or manga or read them, blah blah. You know what I mean? Watch the anime, read the manga, blah blah blah. Get acquainted.
But still, when it came to his interest in bombs and bomb making, George said he had put that behind him. He said,
"You
"You can forget
behind
all about
me."
that. That's all over."
I don't know
And
if
it's like,
anybody will
babe,
ever forget that.
I don't know if we can do that. On May 23rd, 1994, George Metesky died of natural causes in his home in Waterbury, Connecticut, at 90 years old.
Wow, he lived a long
And
time.
he was very ill for most of his life.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which is almost even sadder that he had to
Yeah.
live so long so ill. But then you think of what he did, and
Well, it's just like,
Why do
what
these
a
bad
layered
people
case.
live
it's
so
a very
long?
layered case.
Why
because
do
it's
they
like,
always live so long?
There's no.
What is going on?
I don't know what the justice is here. I really don't.
yeah. Well, and I
Because there's a
don't.
lot of different pieces.
Well, and with the whole like mental illness piece,
Yeah.
it's hard because it's like, did he ever even understand that he should have taken responsibility?
I know that's
Yeah,
the
I
thing.
feel
It's
like
Like, was
he-
his
I don't
mind
know.
capable of
'Cause
that?
Schizophrenia with paranoid tendencies is like, that's pretty serious.
It is.
He
very
like took
serious.
And
he
I don't know.
took
I don't- 'cause, like,
responsibility in the sense that
what
like
Con Ed
he said
did
this
by not
was
taking responsibility
this
for
was
the
me. I did these things, but like what the fuck? Oh, smart detection held this shit out. I mean, well, I agree with what you were saying. I wonder if they just didn't like the word pedo or some shit. I'm gonna have to deny. If someone ruins it for the class, I swear to God, the banhammer's gonna come out so fucking fast. Y'all better watch it. I'm kidding. I know you guys aren't like that. I'm just teasing. But yeah, no ridiculousness in my animes. I don't need that shit. I didn't ask for it, I don't want it. That type shit. But oh my god, so like I love me shonen, I love me slice of life, I love me the isekai, like oh pretty much anything. I'll watch it. And then then there's no limits.
suffering that happened.
I'm definitely gonna look into that one.
It's fucked up
It's really just a cautionary tale of not taking responsibility for
on
anything
either
on
side.
any part,
Yeah.
right?
And it's like, and then the part in the middle with like the bombings is just insanity, because it's
Mhm.
like you can't cause innocent people harm because
No.
of something that was done to you by a corporation.
Yeah,
or
like
an
that's where I
isolated,
draw the
like,
line. Is
I
like
I can understand the grudge against the company.
I can
that
understand the
convicted that
vendetta,
people,
you know what I
but
mean?
going down that
Like
road
we're
is
not mad at Luigi,
Not the way to
but
and punishing the wrong
it's
people.
when it's the fact that you're
he
just
clearly
bombing
did not
random
comprehend
fucking
that.
people who have
Which is
nothing to do
interesting.
with it.
And again, I wonder what it was like to live in New York at this time.
I know. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, I
last
get you.
episode, nobody-
I also love getting on a hate train even. You know what I mean? I love me bitching. I love me some bitching about shit. Listen, we're multifaceted people, are we not? I love it. I love it. Oh my god, really? Oh, what was one? There was one that I was like hate watching. It's been a while, and I don't think I'll ever do it again. Or at least with if someone brings up that one, because it just got so the fan service was too much. I can't remember. I feel like Rosario was in some part of the name. But it was like this school for monsters, and this one human like gets put in the school some way somehow. Yes. Yeah, that one. I was a hate watching that one. I was so angry. God damn it. That one evoked so many emotions in me. I can't even speak on it. Oh yeah. Like the art style was pretty, but I was so pissed. I was so pressed. You pressed? You upset? You angry? Yeah, pretty much. But yeah. Yeah, if you were a manga reader, I'm sure it's different. I like to hope because someone who recommended me to look into that was a manga reader and also hadn't read the manga in a hot second, just like remembered reading it and was like, oh, this might be something you would like based off of their vague remembrance of it. So then I watched the anime and it's like it's not the same. It's not the same. I need to call a trusted adult. Yeah. Like, so from what I've heard, like that one is also one of those. Okay, they're completely different. They're like, oh my god, I'm laughing so hard. I told you I felt emotions. I'm like, my body when I feel a lot of emotions just starts, watering a little bit. We're gonna. Yeah, give High School DxD a go. Okay. I love me some anime recommendations, especially because Spencer and I just like. I'm sure we've all been here before, but like it's so hard to find shit to watch nowadays. I feel like it's so fucking hard. Like there's nothing good. Or like I've watched that or I didn't like that or blah 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 or people won't shut up about this so I just don't want to watch it because people won't stop shoving it down my throat. Like there's just so many things. It just feels like there's not that many things to watch, but now I got a couple things to either read or watch and I like it. And yeah, also there's also podcasts and learning a craft if anybody's interested. Not pushing that down anybody's throat, but if you need something different, I found out just because I feel like it's a fun fact, crocheting does help reduce cognitive decline as you age. I want to make sure I try to say this right. You know what I mean? And say it doesn't improve it. It doesn't fix anything. You can't go back in time, but it can help like reduce the speed of deterioration. Oh, so you're saying that one's like the opposite. The hate to watch category. I'll keep that in mind.
Grandparents or anything.
Yeah.
All right,
Around
all right.
during
Let's
time
get through
being
this last
interesting
like
to
2
hear.
minutes.
Yeah,
It's
go for it.
probably only
Yeah,
like
this
30
was a
seconds
really
left of
interesting
this.
case. It's hard to figure out how to feel about
Yeah,
that
It's
case.
hard to figure out how to feel.
Like truly hard to figure out how
because
to feel.
what he did was so incredibly wrong.
Oh yeah.
No matter what.
Horrific. I can't imagine living in New York.
But
this
then you
time.
weirdly also feel bad for him at the same time.
Well, you feel
right?
bad for what happened to him.
Exactly.
You don't like.
Well, and then
you
he's
don't
suffering
support the
mental
actions
illness.
later. You support his feelings of bitterness.
Yeah.
But again, there's got to be a different way, man.
And I
can't
do
copy
agree
There's
with
gotta
you.
be a different way, man.
Fear
There's
and
always a
injuries.
way.
Yeah, well, and I wanted to hear
There's
the rest of the
always
story
a
before I decided
choice.
if I agreed or
The
not. They should have been
power of
prosecuted.
friendship.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
They should have safeguarded themselves.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
mean,
I think
luckily he didn't get
yeah,
out
I mean,
and
thank
continue to
goodness.
offend. But
Yeah, thank God. But it's like that's
that's a gamble.
yeah.
That's a
what I felt
gamble.
like.
Yeah.
But
Wow. I'd never heard that before. Crazy.
Disrespect
Yeah.
yourself
Yeah.
well, that's the Mad Bomber of New York.
Well, write in with your stories and let us know if we can share them because that would be fun to update on.
Yeah, I would love to hear them.
And with that being said, we hope you keep listening.
And we hope you
Keep it weird.
But also whether you take one isolated event and take it out on an entire city that's densely
I
populated.
love
for
their
many,
intro
many
and
years
outro.
never say you're
Keep
sorry.
it
Yeah.
Don't do
weird.
that.
don't do that.
And be good to your employees.
Yeah.
Excuse
We
me,
love
where
you.
did my mouse
We
go?
love
Sorry, I'm
Mikey.
wearing these fucking
And
I'm wearing these horizontal lazy
Andy.
glasses clip-on things so that I could, not fuck up my neck. But then sometimes I like get lazy and I don't want to move them off just to see. So then I be blind Loki. Like I have the outer edges, but it's not the same. Should we just listen to the next one? It's not like a part 1, part 2 or anything. We can just keep jamming. The Outlaw Mummy. Okay, wait, so there's Frederick Borden and the disappearance of Nicholas Berkeley on June 19, 1994. Fuck it, we're doing the next one. Because I'm interested.
I'm Ricky. At Unfinished.
They have some of Date Farm personal. Like
Wah,
it is, I'm
wah.
Ash.
And I'm Elena.
And this is Morbid.
Ooh, doo, doo, doo. No way! Okay, it's lunchtime, so I'm gonna mute my
This is
mic
morbid.
and fucking
It's
smash some
morbid in the late
pizza.
morning.
And we'll just listen for a second. Actually, let me put my stitch marker in.
But you know when you sleep too
But we're
good?
gonna be engaged for
It's like
this
when your hair is too soft.
for this
Yeah,
union
no,
lunch
yeah,
break.
it
You
happens.
feel me?
Actually, guys, my hair was too soft this morning. I had to
Alright,
put
let
some
me do
dry
one.
shampoo
I'm
in.
Yours
doing
too
one
soft
stitch so
and
it
she
doesn't
slept
end
too
on the
good.
I
tail.
know, and my skin's too clean.
And her-
My skin is
yeah.
actually not very clean right now.
You're just you're struggling.
I know, I'm really
And
out
I have
here.
thoughts and prayers, everybody.
Thoughts
I
and
have- I have
prayers.
Prayers up for
Prayers
Ash
up.
Kell.
Prayers up for me. I have a couple spots on my face that I had to conceal, don't feel today. So, just
Like,
like
so
you.
again, I say
Okay,
prayers
well,
up.
Just like
like-
you, I'm
Yeah.
imperfect. I swear.
For
I
you,
don't-
man.
I-
You betcha.
Appreciate the
We're-
banter
we're in the last
sometimes, and I
season of
don't
Buffy the Vampire
sometimes.
Slayer over there. And then we're moving on to another
Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I've never
What?
seen it. Or I've seen a couple
What?
episodes.
even more wild.
Girl,
just because
don't piss me off.
Yeah.
Don't piss me off telling me you haven't seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Don't piss me off. It's such a good show. What do you mean? These girls are older than me too. Like, so what do you fucking mean you haven't seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer? What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Okay, here's progress report. Here's the progress report. Don't you guys love it? It's getting to the darker color again. Let me just swing it in your face. Don't you just love it? Look at it. It's so fucking gorgeous. All right, so we're gonna take my union lunch break, and so I'll just mute while we listen to this hardcore. So let's get settled in.
You guys were talking about it in code earlier.
Yeah, me and Mikey were texting hilarious moments.
It was making me teoed.
And we said, don't worry, we'll show you this conversation when they come up.
You did. That was nice. That was nice of you because I was like,
But there's something really fun with it too that we'll get to announce soon. A little added fun thing with that season of The Rewatcher.
is there?
Yes. We were just talking about it.
Oh, yeah. I was like, what? Anyway,
So yeah, go check it out if you haven't listened to The Rewatcher yet. It's a lot of fun over there.
it is fun.
And I think you guys will dig it.
Yeah, and we do Scream too. So listen to Scream
With Caleb.
with Caleb. We
Yeah.
listen to, or we listen to and watch horror movies.
We
And
do
then
both.
We cover them, and we all pick a different one every week, and it gets pretty fucking crazy.
It does. It gets funny over there.
Yeah, it gets silly.
So
It's
if you needed to round out your morbid listening experience, I would highly recommend that.
just a whole bunch of Elena and Ash
Yeah.
and friends.
And free.
And friends. All right, well, I have a weird fucking case for you today.
Yeah, you do.
I know this case, like I knew of it, but I didn't know all the details. This is the case of Frederick Borden and the disappearance of Nicholas Barclay.
Interessante.
It is an interesting case. It's pretty sad, but fascinating.
Ooh.
And you're just like, how the fuck did this happen? But
Yeah.
I'll tell you how.
I am wondering that.
So let's start at the beginning, which is June of 1994. Nicholas Barclay was 13 years old, and he got into an argument with his mom over something pretty trivial. Nobody really knows exactly what they were arguing about, but it was a pretty common occurrence between the two of them to be fighting. So Nicholas was definitely a troubled kid. He had a lot going on. We'll get into some of it later. But that specific day, his mother, Beverly Dollarhide, was really just in no mood to entertain this argument. So rather than continue it all, she gave Nicholas $5 and she was like, go play basketball with your friends. Like, get out of the house.
Yeah.
A few hours later, after his friends had gone, like all gone home, Nicholas called the house to ask his mother to pick him up. But his half-brother, Jason, picked up the phone and told him that their mom was sleeping and he didn't want to have to wake her up. So he was like, you gotta walk home. And hours passed and Nicholas never did return home.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's such a sad way to,
Just
your
to think
last
that they were
conversation.
arguing.
Yeah.
They were arguing and then also being like, nah, I'm not coming to get you.
Yeah.
Like, walk home.
Oh, that's sad.
So sad. So at first, the family thought that Nicholas probably ran away, and they assumed, he'd just be back soon. His sister, Carrie Gibson, said he'd run away before for a night or two. He was mad at mom and said, I'm leaving. I'll find a new mom and a new home. He was not this nice, sweet, innocent kid. He was a very street smart city boy. But Nicholas didn't return after 3 days, so Beverly filed a missing persons report at that point. But he's 13.
Yeah.
And he's been gone for 3 days.
Yeah, that's not
The
good.
likelihood of them finding him at this point is pretty low.
Yeah.
So when the news that Nicholas had gone missing was made public, shockingly, it didn't come as a surprise to anybody familiar with the family. According to neighbors, the police would visit the house a few times per month because the arguments between Beverly and the kids, or between Beverly and her boyfriend, got so heated.
Yeah.
It seemed to be a pretty known fact that Nicholas was a difficult child. He was constantly getting into loud arguments with his mom. He was fighting with his brother Jason, and he had been known to run away from home on occasion. Beverly said he thought he was an adult. We called him 13 going on 30. It was very difficult to discipline him. If he made his mind up, he was going to do something. There wasn't much I could do. So when he was reported missing, no one outside the family seemed particularly alarmed. His disappearance never made the news. It wasn't news to them. It was just news to us.
Oh.
Just sad.
Yeah.
So weeks and weeks passed, but there was no sign of Nicholas anywhere. No one heard from him at all. The belief that he had just like run away pretty soon gave way to the belief that actually there might have been some kind of foul play involved. Beverly said, I thought somebody offered him a ride and he got into the car. I think he would have got into a car with someone who kidnapped him.
That's so scary.
I know. Those weeks turned into months, the months turned into years, and it seemed like Nicholas was never coming back.
Ugh.
Then, out of nowhere, in the fall of 1997, 3 years after he had disappeared, the family got a call from the U.S. Embassy in Spain saying they had found Nicholas in a children's home and that he was desperate to return home.
Can you even begin
Mm-mm.
to imagine this? Like this, like that would be unthinkable. Like you're just getting a call from a foreign embassy and they're just like, hey,
Your kid's here.
yeah.
Just showed up.
And how long was this again?
3 years.
3 years later.
Think of how long 3 years is.
yeah.
Like
3 years is an eternity.
an eternity. So, and every single day waking up, just like filling in the blanks of what happened to your kid. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
you get a call like, oh, he's just here. And
In a
now he gets
foreign
to come
country.
home. Yeah.
Like you'd be, I feel like the mix of complex emotions that you would be feeling would be so overstimulating because you'd be like, it's like excitement,
Mhm.
grief for what they could have potentially been through.
Mhm.
How did they get there? Who was with them?
Yup.
What have they been dealing with?
How'd they get all the way to fucking Spain?
Are
when
they
they're
okay?
living in Texas?
Yeah. Like, holy shit.
Yeah. Well, according to the Spanish authorities, Nicholas had told them very little and was by all accounts very deeply traumatized by what had happened to him. From what they could piece together, this is like a little bit triggering. Nicholas had been kidnapped from Texas by human traffickers who sold him into essentially sexual slavery
Holy
until
shit.
he was able to escape after 3 years of enduring that abuse. He ended up being discovered by 2 French tourists who were in Spain at the time, and they found him by the side of the road near a diner and just called the police. After conducting a basic interview with him, the authorities were convinced that he was an American and they were eager to return him to his family. His family obviously was elated by the news that after 3 years with no answers, their son and their brother, their loved one, was coming home.
Yeah.
His sister Carrie coordinated everything with the embassy, and she made plans herself to immediately travel to Spain to be the one to bring her brother home. But because of the circumstances of his disappearance, the case ended up being transferred to the FBI, who would now be opening an investigation and vowed to capture the men who had kidnapped him in the first place. But this complicates things, obviously.
Oh, massively.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when Carrie arrived in Spain to meet her brother, she really didn't know what to expect. I would have no idea
Yeah.
what to expect. From what she'd been told, he had experienced horrific abuse at the hands of his kidnappers. And obviously she knew that going through an experience like that will leave some kind of long-term emotional effect on a person.
Absolutely.
Like psychological scars. And she also knew that 3 years had passed. And in that time, Nicholas would have changed physically, especially when you think about the jump from 13 to 16.
Oh, for sure.
That's a big jump.
Yeah.
So it seemed likely that maybe she wouldn't recognize him immediately. And despite having prepared herself for the worst, when they finally met in Spain, Carrie didn't have much trouble recognizing her brother. She said he had changed somewhat, but as far as she could tell, he was Nicholas. That said, there were things about him that did give her pause. She said he talked with a funny accent, but it was always a whisper, very quiet, like he was hiding.
Hmm.
She also noticed that his eyes, which were always a very vibrant blue, if you look up pictures of him, he has like striking eyes.
Yeah.
Now they were light brown. So that's weird.
Yeah, that doesn't happen.
Yeah. The handlers from the embassy explained that while he was being held captive, the abusers would beat him if he spoke English, so he learned to speak in a way that would please them. And they explained that according to Nicholas, the captors had also injected his eyes with some sort of solution to change their color.
Holy shit.
Yeah. And as for his quiet, skittish behavior, obviously Carrie...
What the fuck is up, Kyle?
rationalized it by reminding herself that he had been severely tormented and traumatized.
Yeah.
So that was going to change his behavior around others.
For sure.
You know? So that night, she spent hours going through an old photo album with her brother, just giving him updates on everybody, reminiscing, pointing out people, being like, you remember auntie, you remember uncle, this, like, mom, you must miss mom.
Yeah.
And he said very little, but he seemed interested, and she said she could tell that he loved seeing the pictures. But before they could leave Spain and return to Texas, the U.S. Embassy obviously needed to certify Nicholas's identity. As far as Carrie could tell, it was her brother, but they needed actual, like, information to confirm that this was really him before they would issue him a passport.
Yeah, of course.
So the following day, Nicholas met with a judge from the embassy who had devised a strategy to determine if this was, in fact, Nicholas Barclay. In their meeting, the judge showed Nicholas 5 photographs of his family, his quote-unquote family, and asked him to identify various people in those pictures. He correctly identified the first 4, but he was unable to identify the 5th person, like the person in the 5th image.
Huh.
Yeah. Now, even though he hadn't been able to identify all 5 correctly, the judge reasons that 4 out of 5 was sufficient, and the embassy issued him a new passport, and he was off to return home to Texas.
I mean,
trauma.
That's the thing. There's like that element of unthinkable trauma here.
Yeah.
That is playing a role in all of these decisions, I feel like. It
'Cause
would play a
remember,
role in most of my decisions.
3 years.
Of being human trafficked. I mean,
Yeah.
that's something most of us, luckily, fortunately, can never even begin to conceive.
Human
of the trauma that
trafficked,
would come to that.
Taught to speak a different language, injected
Forced
in the
to
eyes.
speak a different language.
Right. Like
So it's like-
injected in the eyes, like big
So I
things going
can
on.
see how they would be like, okay, yeah.
You got 4 out of 5.
Maybe his memory's not gonna be as clear.
Right.
You know?
You can see it. You can kind of see it.
Yeah, of course.
So with all the details and the paperwork squared away, Carrie and Nicholas went to the airport the next day, and they were, prepared to leave Spain. To Carrie, he seemed incredibly nervous about the flight or returning home, maybe a combination of both. She said, I didn't understand why he was so nervous. He was constantly watching people, watching me. He was always watching me. Which, obviously, she had some kind of strange feeling about it.
Yeah.
Once they got back home, though, Nicholas was welcomed with open arms by almost everybody in his family. At first, the attention and warmth did seem to be overwhelming for him. To the family, he seemed pretty shy, pretty withdrawn, obviously very guarded. But like Carrie, they reminded themselves that he had undergone a profoundly traumatic experience, so it made sense that he wasn't like super duper happy, like he was before.
Yeah, of course.
So within a couple months, Nicholas did seem to relax and he was settling in. He started hanging out with his old friends. They were super happy to have him back, obviously. And he even seemed to be kind of developing a crush on one of the girls in the neighborhood. The change was positive, and it seemed to indicate that he was returning to his old self. But there was still one big hurdle before he and the family would be able to put this whole thing behind them. Because of the alleged kidnapping and the human trafficking, the FBI was obviously eager to pursue the case, and they wanted to speak with him immediately. So after letting him get settled back in with his family, they scheduled a meeting with Special Agent Nancy Fisher, and Beverly and Nicholas sat down with her at the Texas Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Given what had happened, Nicholas was obviously eager to get through the interview as fast as he could and never talk about what had happened to him again. Can't blame him.
Yeah.
While that would be easy to understand, though, there was still something about Nicholas and his behavior that struck Nancy Fisher as unusual. Later, she said, not that people can't change in 3 years, but this person did not appear to be 16. He had a shadow of a beard, a dark beard that I doubt Nicholas would have had at the age of 16, since he had blonde hair.
Yeah.
And if you do look at pictures of, like, when he was found 3 years later, he looks like he's in his 20s.
Oh, 100%.
Like, he looks like a man.
Yeah, it's shocking.
It is. Not to say that, like,
everyone ages
16-year-olds
differently.
Yeah,
Like,
right. Like, some 16-year-olds, you're like, holy shit, you look so much older. But
yeah.
This was a little different. But he also obviously appeared to be nervous and uncomfortable, but almost unusually nervous and uncomfortable. But like the others, Nancy was like, he's been traumatized, he's been brutalized, it's going to change a person, especially in this setting where they're disclosing the most horrific details about their abuse to a stranger.
Yeah.
So she gave him a little bit of a
Leeway
pass,
here,
a little
yeah.
leeway, yeah. Designed to help men. It's a guilt-free alternative and the best use
use code morbid to claim. Need to let this out to about what other people might think. And in 2026, that's stigma and just stigma alone. But therapy with BetterHelp, the world's largest leading match rate, means /morbid. That's BetterHelp, HELP.
You need, whether it's for your home, car, quote, like a good neighbor, State Farm.
Him, threw him in a van, drove to. According to Nicholas, he said he had been abducted by the quote military overseas on the night that he went missing. He said his captor approached him on the basketball court, chloroformed him, threw him in a van, drove to the airport, and they left the country. He claimed that from then on, they would move him around often. He was always kept in rooms with other children that were also being trafficked, and they were regularly assaulted and sexually abused by high-ranking members of the military, he said. In the report prepared after the interview, Nancy Fisher described various aspects of his abuse. This is pretty graphic. But she said every night, all the kids were raped and molested by men. These men were American, Mexican, European. They kept burning him and giving him insects to eat.
Emotional damage!
His left foot was broken by a crowbar. The boy's identity was changed by changing the hair color, eye color, or other ways. His eye color was changed from blue to brown by use of a solution.
Ugh,
so this is
awful.
like horrific.
Yeah,
There's unimaginable things.
I can't even like go there.
I can't either. Nicholas claimed that he only managed to escape that night because his captors forgot to close the door securely, and that's how he got out.
Damn.
Yeah. He said he got out of the building and just ran for hours until he couldn't run anymore, and that's when he was discovered by those two French tourists who obviously called the police.
Which you wonder at that point, you're like, so did anyone else try to escape?
That was my immediate thought.
Yeah,
I was literally just going to say that.
Wouldn't we be hearing that like other kids showed up?
Yeah, they left the door open and one kid's running. I'm assuming
most of the
not
kids are
everyone
running.
is going to
No,
run.
of course
Obviously,
not.
there's fear, but
but there's going to be at least another one.
more than one.
Yeah.
So Fisher said later, this was a horrendous interview and I was shaken by it when I left because I felt all the horrific emotional side effects that go with listening to such a story. So she thanked Nicholas for being super candid with her, and she assured him they were going to find the people who had done this to him and bring them to justice. Before leaving, she reminded the family that because this was an open and ongoing case, they really should avoid speaking with the press because it could compromise the investigation.
Yeah.
Despite the warning, the news about Nicholas's ordeal and his return home had already gotten out, and the family was constantly getting calls from reporters.
I mean,
about 2 months after.
Sometimes it is hard to keep those things from spreading around.
Nicholas had got home, private investigator Charlie Parker got a call from a producer at Hard Copy, the national news magazine program, and they wanted to do a story on Nicholas, but they were having trouble getting in touch with the family. So it was their intention to hire Parker, who worked out of San Antonio, track the family down, and get their consent to cover this story. Parker actually had no difficulty getting hold of Beverly and Nicholas, and to his surprise, they seemed pretty eager to share their story, which was not great because the FBI literally said, don't do that.
Just said, don't do that.
And like anything the FBI tells me to do, I'm prob's gonna listen.
Yeah, if they say don't do that because it's going to compromise a giant child trafficking ring that they're trying to, eradicate.
Take down. Yeah.
Listen to that.
I'm gonna listen.
Yeah.
No. Just a few days after reaching out to the family, though, Parker found himself invited into the family home. He was watching as the local news taped an interview with Nicholas just sitting in the living room. In that specific interview, Nicholas is wearing a large jacket pulled up around his neck, a wide brim hat, and dark sunglasses. Okay. Interesting. His responses to the interviewer's questions are very short, very quiet, and delivered with a distinct, heavy French accent, which is fucking weird.
Yeah, like that would make you people questioning this. I get it.
Yeah,
like
it's fucking
strange.
weird.
It's strange.
Hey yo, what the fuck?
Like my child goes missing.
Somebody ban this bitch. Hey, yo, what the fuck? Hey, yo, what the fuck? Sorry, but I'm all I can think about right now is that fucking stupid YouTube video. Show me your genitals. Your genitals. Show me your genitals. Your genitalia. Sorry. Fucking gay. Like, hey, yo, what the fuck? All right, back to the regularly scheduled program. My lunch break is over, so I'm gonna leave the mic on and you'll hear me chirping. But hey, yo, what the fuck? See, I just love existing. We live in a society. All right, back to it. We're learning so much.
Comes back with different eyes, a dark beard, and a fucking French accent.
It's the eyes that I'm having trouble.
Yeah,
that I would have. But again, like I understand desperation.
Yeah, bitch, the crazy spawned it. Yeah, it's because I got the morbid podcast going on. People just think they can be weird. They can be morbid. No.
Maybe, you know what? I'm still hating on them, but maybe they just wanted to give me something to bitch about. And we're bitching about this bitch. Fuck that guy.
You are just desperate to have your child back, and you will just kind of ignore the red flags because you're like, I just want this to be him.
It's like the case that you covered.
He's
the
over there
Bobby
jorking it.
Dunbar, Bobby Dunbar case.
Yeah, it's like you just desperately want your child back, so you'll just kind of put yourself in a headspace of like, this has to be him.
Yes.
Because otherwise something terrible
so
happened.
scared.
Otherwise he's gone. Yeah.
I can't take that.
Right. And I'm sure, like, in some ways, it would feel like, don't rip this child away from me. Like, if, you know, like,
Yeah.
they're thinking, like, this is my child, or even, like,
They've
this
convinced
is,
themselves.
you know, like, they've convinced
Yeah.
themselves, and it's like, don't take him away again.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
exactly.
So Charlie Parker was watching the interview in a separate room where he could see Nicholas clearly. And as it happened, he also found himself standing next to a photograph, an old photograph of Nicholas on the wall. As he watched Nicholas being interviewed, his eyes just kept darting back and forth between the photograph and the young man in the other room. And the more he examined the photo in front of him, the more he started, you know, kind of noting the differences between the two. He said, there was a moment where the hair stood up on the back of your neck and there was just something wrong about it.
The fact that he just like knew.
He just like innately, exactly.
Yeah.
Not wanting to tip anybody off to his suspicion, though, the next day, Parker asked Beverly if she had a picture of Nicholas that he could borrow to kind of study some more.
Yeah.
And he remembered that, and this is interesting, he remembered that when Martin Luther King Jr. Assassin James Earl Ray was arrested in London, the authorities used a comparison of his ear in those photographs, or in a photograph of Ray, in order to confirm his identity. So Parker enlarged the photo of Nicholas and compared it to the photo of 16-year-old Nicholas in his passport. And to his surprise, the boy's ears were not even remotely similar in the two photos.
Ooh.
And our ears don't change.
No.
It's entirely possible for somebody to dye their hair, change the way they speak, maybe even change the color of their eyes to seem like they're somebody else. But again, our ears are like our fingerprints.
Yeah.
They're formed when we're very young, and, you know, barring some kind of mutilation, they just don't change as we grow older.
Yeah.
So that being the case, Charlie Parker now had compelling evidence that the boy living in Beverly's house was not Nicholas Barclay.
Which also is fucking horrifying.
Terrifying.
Horrifying.
Like, I have goosebumps now.
Yeah.
Like, I've read through this multiple times. I have goosebumps.
Yeah, I can't.
So fearing that the young man could be a spy or have some kind of nefarious intent, Parker called Nancy Fisher, Special Agent Nancy Fisher, to report his discovery. And he was stunned to find that Fisher didn't seem too interested in what he had to say.
Oh.
Huh.
In fact, the most she was willing to tell him was just be careful that he didn't intrude on a federal investigation unless...
That's suspicious. Where's that Cardi B soundbite? That's weird. That's suspicious.
...wanted to get charged for the crime.
Oh.
Yeah. Later, she said, I thought I didn't have a right to question their statement that this was their family member, because how could they be wrong? I mean, no one would be wrong about something like that. Why would you ever take in a stranger? Not just a stranger from this country, but a stranger from another country who speaks with a French accent. This has to be Nicholas Barclay.
Which I understand that.
Totally.
That thought process. Like, I totally get where they're coming from.
And
like,
I get that, but also you're an FBI agent.
Well, for sure. That's the thing. Like,
But also you're an FBI agent.
This is so fucked up.
Well,
Like, this whole thing, because it's like, it's different because she's an FBI agent. That's where like that's
Yo,
your job.
It's different because you're an FBI agent, but then like I was just saying.
Hi, darling. I hope you're having a good day. But if you're not, feel free to bitch, because you can bitch while I stitch. I'm also kind of bitching about random shit in those podcasts where it's a morbid podcast, and so true crime shit. Yeah, it's a fun time. It's a fun time. So bitch and stitch enabled. I'm working on my poncho that matches the hood. And yeah, okay. Oh wait, I have a question, girl. Do you like this color? Hold up. It's like I'm tethered, okay? I'm tethered. Don't judge it. I'm tethered. Do you like this color scheme? If I made a hood out of this color, would you enjoy it, or would you rather a different color? Be honest, because I'm totally fine getting a different one. But I have this here, and I look at this, and I think it's cute. I just don't know what the fuck to do with it. And I'm like, ooh, maybe that hood would be cute with this one, but I don't know. But if you like it, I would love to make you a hood. I don't know. I like this yarn. I just don't know what to do with it. You know what I mean? I feel like it needs to be a particular project, and I don't know what to do with it. So you let me know. But hello, girl. Hey, how you doing? How was your... I'm guessing you work today, Miss Wolf. But okay, yeah, fair enough. I totally get you. We gotta find different colors. You like the purple. We're gonna get you the purple again. I think I'm gonna go for like I think this one I did probably a center pole, but I'll do the other one because I feel like it starts darker, or it goes to the darker color faster. I'm not sure. There's not enough of the dark purple is all I'm saying. All right, we continue. We march on.
But then at the same time, why the
Yes,
fuck do you
we'll
run into that during
match.
your
Well,
career?
that's and it's like at this point, it's so hairy because you are questioning a
It's
grieving
so
a family who's
hairy.
been grieving for 3 years.
Yes.
The loss of their child. And it's like, and now they have this hope and they are telling you this is their family member.
They're like steadfast about it.
It must be a very strange position to be in to know that it is not.
Yeah.
And to be like, how are you not seeing it?
Right.
You know, like we think of the Bobby Dunbar
Thank
case and we're saying,
you.
like, how can you not know that's not your son?
I think
But it's like,
probably
I think
somewhere
desperation plays a part of just controlling the part
Yeah.
of your brain that logically tells you that
Reasons.
is not your child. It just shuts it off, I
That's the
assume.
thing.
And I think unless you've been in that position, it's probably hard to
Understand.
understand. But looking from
Yeah, I'm so excited for this to be done. And I can't wait to like figure out what other colors I want to make this poncho into. I want to get like a cotton or like a polyester blend too that's like a little bit lighter so I cannot like overheat in it. But that's the whole reason for all of the holes is so I can decide how warm I want the underlayer to be. But yeah, I love my progress. I'm so excited.
this point of view, you say,
Help me
"Dear
buy
FBI
yarn."
agent,"
You
you
cannot.
gotta question it. If you ruffle some feathers, you ruffle some feathers. You gotta let it slick off your back and be like, "Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
just doing my
warm
job."
and
Right.
cold.
Well,
You know?
we're here talking about it.
But really, all I have right now is this acrylic, so it's hot as fuck. It gets very warm. It does.
So you know something happened.
Exactly.
So Nancy Fisher might not have wanted to believe that they were dealing with a straight up imposter, but there were others who were far less willing to entertain this whole charade. As part of the FBI's investigation into the case, Nicholas was sent to see forensic psychologist Bruce
Winter's
Perry
coming.
in order to collect more information about his claims about
Summer
Bruce's
just
harassment.
started.
He later said, Bruce said, I introduced myself,
But
and when
you're
he
not
spoke
wrong,
back,
but
immediately I
fuck.
thought something's wrong here. As a contractor with the FBI, Perry had interviewed countless survivors of traumatic situations, actually, unfortunately, similar to those that Nicholas said he had gone through, and nothing about the boy's behavior seemed to support his story. Most significantly, Nicholas spoke pretty casually about the details of this abuse that he supposedly went through, without showing any of the physical and largely unconscious signs of somebody who's been abused. There was also the fact that he seemed entirely incapable of speaking fluent English or speaking without an accent. Like
Which
it seemed like he
is-
could not do.
Yeah.
Perry said, that told me about the development of his brain and the development of language. You just cannot be raised for the first 6 or 7 years of your life in an English speaking home and not be able to speak English without an accent. I
Yeah.
can guarantee you that this kid was not raised in an English speaking family.
Yeah.
Which it really is
this
fascinating
shit's
how people can
sus.
like pick those little parts of your pathology
Yeah.
and point to like, nope,
And
this
just
proves it. You know what I mean?
And it's so fascinating just how the brain works and how
Yeah.
even though you might so badly want to change that, but you just can't. Like your brain is
Exactly.
just wired that way.
You just
Yeah.
can't.
So Bruce Perry reported his suspicion to Nancy Fisher, and along with what she'd heard from Charlie
So
Parker, at that
suck.
point she could not ignore the obvious fact that whoever it was who had returned home from Spain with Carrie Gibson was not Nicholas Barclay.
Yeah.
So fearing now that the family might be in danger, she immediately called Carrie Gibson, his sister, or quote unquote, and told her what they learned. And to Nancy's great surprise, Carrie seemed uninterested in hearing that the young man living in their house was not her brother.
Oh my
and may in fact be a
God.
dangerous person.
Oh.
Later, Carrie said she didn't remember Nancy Fisher putting it in like those exact words that this person might be dangerous.
Yeah.
But the fact remained that no matter how she phrased it, the family was determined to hold on to the belief that their lost
Yeah.
loved one would come back to them.
Yeah.
And it seemed like nothing was going to change their mind.
That's
which
rough,
you-
buddy.
like we're saying
Yeah.
over and over again, you can
It's
understand
just
a
a
little bit.
sad situation.
It
It really is.
Very quickly, the Dollarhead family had gone from willing participants in an FBI investigation to now a serious obstacle in finding the truth. A few days after Nancy Fisher informed the family about the potential danger, she actually went to Beverly's home to obtain permission to get a DNA sample from Nicholas, but the agents were met at the door with a very uncooperative Beverly. Not only did she refuse to allow them near Nicholas, quote unquote, but when they
What?
pushed the issue, she threw herself onto the floor and started screaming, "No, and you can't pick me up, and you can't make me."
What?
Sad.
It's the whole thing.
It's heartbreaking.
The whole thing is heartbreaking. I mean, this is awful.
Yeah. From Nancy Fisher's perspective, though, the change was remarkable. She said she wasn't just apathetic, she was hostile. I no longer saw them as a grieving, victimized family. I saw them as a questionable family. There'd be no reason for them to accept a stranger into their lives unless there was something to hide. So
Oh.
she's looking at it like,
Yeah.
this is a bit nefarious now.
Yeah. Because I understand that you need to question that. You need to say,
Yo, now everybody acting sus. So we distrusted everybody out here.
because you have to look at it from a totally, unbiased point of view, not living in the emotion of it all. You need to be
Right.
like, why are you trying to keep this? If I'm telling you this could be a dangerous stranger, this is likely not your son.
Right.
Like, why can't we investigate this?
Mm-hmm.
But then
Yeah,
you
I
look at the
start getting
family
worried.
and you say, well, I don't want you to put my loved one, who I think this is my loved one, through more trauma.
Right.
and I just want to go on with my life.
Right.
But you can see how it would look nefarious from the other side.
Yeah.
You
And
know?
the thing, like, it wouldn't be super traumatic to get a DNA test to confirm your identity, I
No,
don't think.
exactly.
It's not super
but
traumatic. No.
again,
But I've never gone through this experience, so who knows?
It would be traumatic
But
for
while
the
Nancy Fisher
family
and the other FBI,
to have their reality shattered again.
agents from the FBI continued trying to work with the family. Private investigator Charlie Parker was kind of, in the background there. He was tailing, quote unquote, Nicholas everywhere he went at this point. At times, he would reach out in the hope of forming a connection that would allow him to get more information. And after about a week or two, his efforts seemed to pay off. One afternoon, Charlie Parker invited, quote unquote, Nicholas out for breakfast at a local restaurant, and they sat down together. They apparently ordered some hotcakes. And the conversation eventually turned to the night that Nicholas disappeared several years earlier. Parker said, "You really made your mother mad," referring to the fight that he had gotten in with his mother before he left to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And at hearing that, the man sitting across from Charlie Parker put his fork down, looked up at Parker, and said, "She's not my mother, and you know it."
Oh,
I would
Holy shit.
my pants.
Charlie Parker was probably like, wow, I thought that was going to be a lot more difficult.
Yeah,
yeah,
and
that was gonna be more
also,
difficult,
obviously, Charlie
honestly.
Parker knew. He fully knew. Like, he
Also,
had gone,
there's
studied
an
the
ad
years
gonna
and
start in
everything.
like a minute.
Innately, he knew.
You don't go that hard unless you're pretty sure that you're right.
Right, but then to have somebody confirm it must be just a whole different thing.
You must be orbiting.
Yeah.
At that point. Like, I would be shocked.
Dude, the balls to be like admitting that. Oh my god.
Into the
That's
Kuiper Belt
scary.
at
And then
that
you're
point.
also like, okay, cool. Who the fuck are you sitting across
One,
from me?
who the fuck are you? And two, what the fuck do we do next?
Yeah, like what do I do with this information?
Because now I know.
Right.
It's like, is the family going to take this?
Yeah,
And how are they going to take it?
exactly. So once the confession was out of his mouth, it didn't take long for the imposter Nicholas's story to fall apart. A short time after
Yeah.
that breakfast meeting with Charlie Parker, he was fingerprinted by the FBI, who ran the prints through the international database and almost immediately got a hit. Which, like, fantastic. Why the fuck didn't you just do that as a precaution
Okay.
originally?
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, 'cause
literally.
my first question was going to be, wait a second. They didn't fingerprint him? Why didn't I think of that
We could have
before?
started, like, that judge's idea was super cute and, like, super fun. Like,
That should have been
pointing out
along
family
with
pictures.
fingerprints,
Right.
dental records,
The whole nine.
And
What were
what's
they
wild is I
thinking?
didn't question earlier
I
why
think-
they didn't do fingerprints or I think
You
I
probably
assu-
just assumed they
I
did.
think I assumed they did, and now I'm like, wait a second.
Yeah. No, why wouldn't you do that to begin
That's
with?
clear as day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Certainly is. The fact that they didn't fingerprint him to begin with is mind-boggling. I'm baffled.
truly
Yeah,
baffling.
that's
My
insane.
baffles
Do
are
they just not
baffled,
want to pay
truly.
for it
So
or
the young
something?
man who had been passing himself off as Nicholas Barclay for several months now, living in this family's home, was in fact 25-year-old French man named Frederic Bourdin.
Yeah. So see, there was a reason he was
Yeah,
that
duh.
old.
Not only was he 25, he was a fugitive wanted by the Interpol on several counts of impersonating other people all around Europe.
Exactly.
Oh no.
They had been living with a motherfucking fugitive.
Oh no.
Can you
Yeah,
like
someone
can
who's
you
like good at
imagine?
impersonating
You think your 13-year-old
too.
son disappeared? Like you're not
Or at
only
least
think he
thinks
did.
he's
He
good
did
at
disappear. 3
impersonating.
years later, he comes back. The FBI is like, "Yay, woo, he's back. We showed him some photos. He knows you guys. It's great." And then you find out you've been living with a 25-year-old French fugitive. I'd be like, "What the? Who did I piss off in a past life?"
Seriously, I'd be
Literally.
like, when does it end?
All right,
Truly,
all
when
right,
does
bring
it
the
end?
cameras out.
Holy shit.
A 25-year-old French fugitive.
And you've
What the
just been laying
fuck?
your head down at night with that man in your
Yeah,
house,
yeah.
pretending to be your child. And also, this
Ew.
guy, what the fuck?
It's weird.
This family lost their 13-year-old child, and you prey upon that? You gotta be the lowest form of scum.
He is a mentally ill human being. He, I will say, has a very tragic backstory. It by no means excuses what he did, but there's some psychological.
jeez, I wanna
thing
hear
that
it.
he's
I wanna
playing
hear
out
it.
Here.
Oh. All right, evasive measures. Where's my mouse? I can't fucking see with this stupid thing. Wait. Was this one?
So in retrospect, it obviously seems
ahead,
unbelievable that
one.
anybody would have looked at a 25-year-old man, specifically this 25-year-old man, and believed him to be 16-year-old Nicholas. Like, I was telling you I was doing this case, and you looked at the pictures, and you were like, "How the fuck did
I was
anybody
like,
think that?" Yeah, but he had gone out of his way to make himself appear younger, and when it came to manipulating people, he was a master manipulator. Still, the difference
Aw.
between the two people is immediately apparent. Bourdin himself said in a 2011 interview, I mean, who wouldn't see it?
yeah, that's,
He himself was like, "Yeah, that's fucking crazy."
yeah,
that you
like
didn't see that."
when I saw the pictures, I was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
So the revelation that Nicholas was actually Frederic Bourdin was a shock to many of the people who had, closely followed this story or who were involved in this story. But it also raised several new questions. Chief among them, who the fuck was this guy and why did he want to impersonate an American teenager?
Yeah.
Given that his history is almost entirely self-reported and the fact that he is a consummate liar and con artist, it's pretty difficult to know how much of his personal history is true. But throughout the last decade or so, it does seem like he has this kind of remarkable willingness to be honest about his life and his crimes. So it's possible
Interesting.
that he told the truth with regard to his history and his motives for this whole thing.
Yeah.
So Frederick Pierre Bourdin was born June 13th, 1974, to a single mother, Ghislaine Bourdin, in Nanterre, France. France. Why can't I say France? France. Why did I say it like a France?
In France.
Anyway, at the time of his birth, his mother was very young, and his father was an older man from Algeria, and he was already married at the time, so Ghislaine never told him about her pregnancy. Not very prepared or very interested in being a mother, Frederick ended up being raised by his grandfather, who he claimed was an abusive racist who treated him very badly because he was mixed
what
race.
the fuck?
Frederick said, "Before I was born, I already had the wrong identity. I was already prepared not to know who I really was," which is really sad.
That is sad.
In a 2008 interview, Ghislaine recalled that her son was like any other child, totally normal in his early years, but she said she didn't have much experience with him when he was young.
Okay.
Yeah, just before he turned 3, he was removed from the home and placed with her parents because of her lifestyle. At the time, she was a heavy drinker. She usually didn't have a job. She was in no way fit to be a mother.
Yeah.
And besides all that, according to one relative, she really didn't want anything to do with that child.
That's sad.
It is really sad.
That's really sad. It
So-
doesn't give you a right to traumatize people later in life, but
No.
it's very sad.
You feel sad for the child.
Yeah.
When he did see her, Frederick remembered his mother being very dramatic, constantly needing attention. So relatable. While most people would have been happy to see their children and, make their children the center of attention, Ghislaine seemed kind of frustrated when the focus wasn't on her and when like Frederick was getting attention. So she would feign illness when he was around, especially when they were alone together, and make him run and get help. He said to me, to see me frightened gave her pleasure.
That's fucked up.
So she's like fucked.
Yeah, that's really fucked up.
If this is true, because again,
Yeah,
this
I
is
was
his
going to say,
account.
because remember, he's a con man.
Right. Caught between his grandfather's abusive, abuse and his mother's disinterest and, whatever was going on
Emotional
there. Frederick started creating
manipulation?
fantasies in his head about who his real father might be. And when he entered school, he started telling stories about his father. He told his classmates that his dad was a British secret agent, among other lies. But no matter how outrageous the stories about his home life were, his peers more often than not seemed to believe him. A former teacher of his said he had this way of making you connect with him. And they described Frederick as a, quote, precocious and captivating child who had an extraordinary imagination and visual sense, drawing wild, beautiful comic strips.
Interesting.
So there was a lot going on in his mind,
Yeah.
for sure. At the same time that his creative side was emerging at school, like cool, teachers started noticing other, more troubling aspects of his personality. Not cool. He was rebellious, he acted out a lot, and he showed what teachers described as signs of mental distress. So something was going on. At one point, he told his grandparents that he had, this is awful, had been molested by a neighbor.
Oh, God.
But it doesn't seem like they did anything to report that or have
Oh,
that
geez.
investigated. So after that, he became even more rebellious and even more defiant. When he was 12, his grandparents weren't able to control him anymore, and he was usually in trouble for acting out at school or stealing from neighbors. So his behavior got him sent to a facility for troubled children. And that's a fact.
Yeah.
During his time in the
And
children's
that's a
home, he
fact.
seemed to get even more creative with the stories that he was telling. He got more dramatic, more detailed. In 1990, when he turned 16, he was required to move to a different children's home for older kids. But after just a few days there, he ran away and hitchhiked to Paris, where he invented his first fake identity. He said he was a lost British teenager named Jimmy Sale. Later, he said, "I dreamed they would send me to England, where I always imagined life was more beautiful." But the problem was, he spoke almost no English, so the authorities in Paris didn't believe his story, and eventually he confessed, gave them his real name, and they promptly returned him back to the home.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
So lots of failures here.
Yeah. So his
Rip.
performance of Jimmy Sale, Lost British Teen, might not have been very convincing to win him a free trip to England, but it did seem to work for like a little bit. Like he was almost convincing them. In fact, if he had spoken English and been able to give some other details and, explain away flaws in his story, he might have been able to pull it off. He wasn't super far from pulling it off. So it was then that he established a strategy of impersonation that he would now employ countless times over the next 2 decades. By 1992, he had impersonated more than a dozen fictional children and just bounced around from one children's home to the other, just lying about his identity. But now that he was 18, things were different. They didn't send 18-year-olds to children's homes. They sent them to prison or just kicked them out to live on the streets. And at the same time, he hadn't received any education or life lessons, anything that you need to live successfully as an adult.
Yeah.
So he decided he just wouldn't live as an adult.
Oh.
Instead, he continued impersonating children.
Isn't that nice? I just decided not to. He just decided not to.
All over France, fleeing when he was found out, only to restart his ruse somewhere else with a new fake identity. By that time, he had accumulated a pretty significant record with the Interpol for lying to authorities, falsifying his identity, falsifying documents. It was true that he had broken the law by creating so many fictional identities, but it also seemed to be one of the few things that he was actually really good at.
You should have just
Like,
gone to the
he got
theater.
caught, obviously, because you can
Yeah.
only put up things like that for so long, but he was the
He
way
got
he would,
away with it for a while.
he got
Could've
away with it
been
for
a
a while,
great
and the way
actor.
he would manipulate people, like they did believe him.
Yeah.
He had this ability to make people believe him,
Yeah.
which is really fucking scary.
Which also
This
makes you
much left in
question
the
a lot of
row.
his background.
Yeah,
That
it
you can't
does.
that you can't verify at least.
That you can't.
Yeah.
Well, he kind of said, having spent so many years in institutional care, he had a keen understanding of how to elicit sympathy from
For sure.
adults and how to exploit their guilt.
Absolutely.
He knew which buttons to push in order to get what he wanted, while also making them overlook obvious inconsistencies in his
Yeah.
story. In the time that had passed since his teen years, his fantasies and his stories had gone from, creative play to now criminality.
Yeah.
But the motive always seemed to be the same. Despite having become a straight up con artist and an impersonator, his identities weren't about money or anything like that, or like stealing from people. He just said, for as long as I can remember, I wanted to be somebody else, someone who was acceptable. Which is
Aw.
really fucking sad.
I know, that's the
That
thing.
is
If it's
sad.
like that's really the case, then that's devastating.
He never got charged with like any theft or anything like that. Like he was always just charged for being a con artist and like falsifying documents to be a child.
Well, and it's like you wanted to like he's wanting all these things that he didn't get, and these people treated him so badly, but then he's going and like destroying people's
Yeah.
lives.
It's fucked up.
And it's like that's not gonna help.
It's not going to help. I think he didn't learn like
Compassion and
compassion, empathy, like
Yeah.
relating to things to one
Humanity.
another, humanity. And it's like, I think if he had seen a psychologist while he lived in those children's home, he might have turned out to be a very different person.
Yeah. Potentially.
But like you were just saying, because he had the childhood he did, being passed around people who just truly couldn't give a shit, he never felt wanted or loved anywhere. But when he
Aw.
created stories about being a lost child or sometimes a mute, traumatized teenager, he found the kind of sympathy and care that he always wanted. Even being placed in a children's home, he said he felt more comfortable than he ever had been with his mother or his grandparents.
Wow. That's really sad.
He said, nobody ever gave a damn about me. So to be put in a place where somebody really cared about me, I was reborn.
Wow.
Which is sad.
That's horrifying.
Yeah. But unfortunately, no matter how good he was, like we know, the characters and identities he made for himself over the years only lasted so long before he was found out and had to move on.
Mm-hmm.
In October of 1997, his latest scheme had earned him a stay at a child welfare home in Spain, where a judge gave him 24 hours to prove that he was a teenager or face criminal penalties. He was going to go to
Yeah.
prison. So panicked that now he had overplayed his hand and could wind up in jail, he told the manager of the home that he was an American teenager who'd been kidnapped and brought to Spain, and all he wanted was to go back home.
Oh,
He played the trauma card and convinced the manager to let him be the one to contact his family in private. And he even got them to agree to letting him do it in the manager's office, like alone. Which is wild.
How do certain people just have this ability?
Because here's the thing, like, it is insane, but I know people who I think could pull this off.
100%. That's the thing. There are certain people who just have this ability.
Yeah. Con artists are scary,
Like,
fucking
yeah.
people. Because you hear, like,
They
there have
can
been
do a
people in my
lot.
life,
It's
and I'm like,
weird.
how the fuck did you get away with doing that? And like,
Yeah.
how do you not care about hurting somebody like
And
that?
how
Or-
do people just let you do it?
And how do people let you do it? But
Yeah.
they do. It's crazy. So this happened the night before he was to be fingerprinted by the Spanish authorities. Fingerprinted. The night before. He spent the entire night placing calls to various police stations and cities across the US. Every time he would claim that he was a Spanish police officer who had found a missing American boy, but he said the boy refused to speak to them. So he was reaching out on the boy's behalf to find out whether or not this boy matched any of their missing children.
Wow.
Which, like, imagine getting that call. You'd
Yeah.
be sus about that call.
Absolutely.
So he did. He struck out repeatedly that night, but then he got a hit at the Texas Center for Missing and Exploited Children. After providing
That's terrible.
what was basically a description of himself, the operator told him the description sounded a lot like that of Nicholas Barclay, a teenager from San Antonio, Texas, who had gone missing 3 years earlier in '93. So Bourdin asked the operator to fax a photo of Nicholas, and they did. And when the image of the missing boy
God.
came through, Frederick was like, "This is a long shot. Like, I don't really even look like this kid,
Yeah.
but I'm going to try because it's my only hope."
Wow.
He said he thought to himself in that moment, he's been missing 3 or 4 years. I can guarantee one thing, there would be a change. If there's a change, there will be doubt. If there's doubt, then I have a chance.
That is chilling.
It is.
That is so chilling.
Because he
High
did not
risk,
give a
high
shit about what
reward
that could do
type
to his family.
shit.
He didn't
you
even
know?
think
He
about
went
it.
for that chance.
Yeah,
He just
didn't
said,
give a
I
shit.
can't go to prison, so this is what I
I
have
can't
to
go
do.
to prison, so I'm just gonna ruin this family's life.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it was then that 25-year-old con artist, Frederick Bourdin, transformed himself into 16-year-old missing teenager,
Wow.
Nicholas Barclay. While the authorities started contacting the embassy and the family, Frederick worked fast to make his appearance match that of Nicholas to the best of his ability. He dyed his hair blonde. He even had one of the other residents tattoo him with the initials that Nicholas had tattooed on his hand and his ankle. Yet even those alterations,
Wow.
like with those
Got legit
alterations,
tattoos.
he got he dyed his hair, he got tattoos for this. But even with those alterations, he was sure that he would be found out immediately and sent to prison. He just was like, it's worth a try.
Wow.
Later, he said, "You can't prepare to play a role or be a person you don't know." But when the first interview happened and the embassy official seemed satisfied with the story, it did seem possible. Still highly unlikely, but possible that he could pull it off.
You guys think I should
Then in
try
the
it
days that
on, see
followed, he
how it
thought
looks?
surely he'd be
I
discovered
don't
as a
know.
fraud
I
at
feel
any
like I should
minute.
make it
But
longer.
every passing step, everyone
But
seemed
I
to
kind of
believe his
don't want it
story
to
with no
be like butt
hesitation.
length.
The reality is that obviously, like, a lot of people don't want to question a story like this.
No, of course not.
Especially one that he had told where, you know, he'd been traumatized and
Yeah.
everything. So it worked.
So all the cards fell into place.
Yeah. And it was pretty much
My
what he
sleeve
assumed.
keeps getting
People were
caught on the
easy to
fucking.
manipulate when you knew what buttons to
I
push.
can't lift
And
my
he did know
arm
what
up.
buttons to push, the trauma buttons.
Yeah.
But his biggest challenge, he figured, came when Casey Gibson, Nicholas's real sister, arrived in Spain to pick him up. Frederick was convinced that after days of pretending, he was going to be found out when Casey got there. But he said Casey didn't appear the slightest bit suspicious, so it seemed like he might actually get to leave Spain.
I'm gonna
In
try
fact,
it
when
on.
it came to establishing his identity for the passport, something he definitely thought was going to trip him up,
Yeah.
it was Casey who prepared him for the test unknowingly.
Oh man.
The night before Frederick was to meet with the judge at the embassy, again, remember, they spent hours going
Yeah.
through family photos and telling
Oh,
stories.
you're right.
So when the judge asked him to identify those people in the family photos, he had been given all the information he needed not even 24 hours earlier.
Wow.
Yeah. Just
So
by
it all
happenstance.
just kind of fell into place for him. He didn't even
Mhm.
have to do the work.
Yep.
Wow.
For years at this point, he had passed himself off as dozens of fake teenagers with varying degrees of success. But this was the first time he had taken the identity of an actual person, and he was still convinced, though, that sooner or later someone was going to realize he wasn't Nicholas. It's obviously one thing to create a fake persona and like come up with your own backstory, but it's quite another to adopt the identity of a person who had 13 years of experiences with a family.
Yeah.
And like an American
Bold.
family, you know,
Bold.
it's pretty different.
Yeah.
So when they arrived in San Antonio, he said the Dollarhide family welcomed him with open arms. Like Carrie, it seemed they didn't notice the glaring differences between Frederick and missing Nicholas.
Because they didn't want to.
No, of course they didn't. Each new person he met seemed to adopt the position that since he had gone through this traumatic ordeal, he would almost certainly have changed in some way. And he said if anybody was suspicious, they didn't let on.
Wow.
Aside from one person who did not seem even remotely interested in entertaining the ruse. When they knew Nicholas was going to be coming home, the family organized a party, and all the relatives and neighborhood friends came over to the house to welcome him when he got there. The only person who wasn't there was Nicholas's half-brother, Jason, the one he
shit.
had called, remember?
Yeah.
And Jason said, like, no, I'm not waking up Mom, you gotta
Ugh.
walk home.
That's tough.
Since Nicholas's disappearance, Jason blamed himself for everything. And he was a heavy drug user for years. Unfortunately,
sad.
it made him slip a lot further into his addiction. A couple weeks after the party, though, Jason did finally come by the house to visit with the family. And when he walked in, he gave quote-unquote Nicholas a hug. But Frederick said he remained very standoffish for the entire visit, and he seemed to be viewing his quote-unquote brother with a very wary look. In fact, despite spending hours with the family that day, they only spoke one time. As Jason was preparing to leave the house, he looked at Frederick suspiciously, said good luck, and left.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Holy shit.
Chills you to your fucking core.
Frederick
knew.
was probably like, oh,
Yup.
oh,
Yup. The
that man
fact that
knows.
this is not like it is a movie now, but the fact that this whole story is not just a movie originally is fucking
Like that
crazy.
this is real?
That it's real
Yeah.
is insane.
Wow.
Good luck.
Holy shit.
So he'd been doing this for a lot of years, obviously. So he knew when his lies were starting. Like he
Yeah.
could tell when people were realizing coming onto him when things were going to fall apart.
Yeah.
His resemblance was slight at best. And again, he spoke with a very strong French accent. So the lie should have been obvious from the start.
Pretty much.
And he said that being the case, within a few months of being in San Antonio, he started questioning if the lie was so obvious, why would the family be so willing to accept him as their missing child?
Yeah.
So now he's starting to kind of be suspicious of this family.
Oh, Lord.
When Nicholas disappeared in 1994, the authorities assumed, like we said in the beginning, that maybe he had just run away from home.
Yeah.
And Nicholas actually had been picked up by the police shortly before he disappeared for stealing a pair of tennis shoes. And it was possible that the theft and like some other things that were going on at the time was going to result in him being placed in a juvenile facility.
Oh, wow.
Like he was supposed to go to juvie that summer.
Holy shit.
Add that to the fact that unfortunately Beverly Dollarhide also struggled with addiction, and his brother Jason, like we know, was an addict at the time and also was frequently abusive to Nicholas.
Oh.
Like they did not get along well with each other.
I feel really bad for Nicholas.
I do too. He had a very sad life. But all that gathered together, it made sense to the San Antonio police that he would have run away at the time.
Yeah.
But years later, as more and more people started digging around in the family's history, some people started to wonder if the family knew more than they were saying.
Oh, wow.
And that's maybe why they were so willing to
To
accept
just go
this.
along with the ruse.
Yes,
Mm.
exactly. It was clear, obviously, that Jason immediately saw through Frederick, but he seemed perfectly willing to let everybody else go on pretending, which Frederick said struck him as very strange.
Well, that was when you said he said good luck and left. I'm like, all right, if you can tell that this is not your brother,
You're not worried for your family?
why are you just letting this go?
Right. And
And
that's
not being
exactly
like,
how
guys.
that's exactly how Frederick felt.
Yeah, which it's wild to be on Frederick's level right now.
I know, I hate it.
Thought process wise, but
it just makes sense.
yeah, it's a question
It
that you
is.
have to ask.
Right.
Yo,
You
yeah,
can't
I'm
just pretend.
curious. Do you guys think the family's sus? Do you think they were doing something to him? Like what? What do you think happened? I'm hoping that he fucked off and he's living happily ever after. And if something bad went down,
That's not weird.
No, it is fucking weird.
I know. I think it's
Later, Frederick
suspicious.
said it was clear that Jason knew what had happened to Nicholas, which is chilling.
Ooh.
And that's, according to Frederick, I'm not saying
Yeah, of
that he
course.
did.
Yeah.
At the same time, PI Charlie Parker, though, also began to suspect that the family might have been involved in Nicholas's
Charlie
disappearance.
Parker.
Charlie Parker.
Oh shit.
In his research, he learned that a few months after Nicholas's disappearance, and this is fact, it's not like alleged or anything, Jason called the police to report that he had seen his brother trying to break into the house one night. But when he called out, Nicholas ran away again and was never seen ever again.
Huh.
Parker knew that while, sure, this could have been true, it also very well could have been Jason attempting to make the authorities think that Nicholas was still alive, which was a kind of strange thing to do, unless maybe he knew what had happened to Nicholas.
Eek.
Or maybe knew who was involved or
It was
wasn't
trying
involved.
to
keep it going.
Yeah.
Getting back to Frederick, though, once the positive ID had been made, he was arrested for lying to the FBI. It's kind of a big
As
deal.
he should be.
Yeah, they will definitely always arrest you for that.
Yeah.
And he was also arrested for entering the U.S. on a false passport, among various other things. Upon being arrested, though, he told the local FBI and the local police and the FBI that he was confident that Nicholas's family had killed him and had welcomed him into the family as a way of further covering up their crime.
Oh, that's awful.
Which is so fucked. The accusation, along with other facts of the arrest, were enough to make the family give up their insistence that this was Nicholas, and this whole thing finally came to an end. Years later, Beverly herself admitted that after a few weeks of having Frederick in their home, she did start to doubt whether or not he was Nicholas, but she kept that suspicion to herself. She said one of the things that tipped her off was, quote, Nicholas was a warm child, always hugging her and kissing her, but she said this person in her house was cold and extremely guarded. She had noticed it the first time that they hugged at the airport, and he never really seemed to get comfortable around her, and vice versa. But she said at the same time, she just wanted to believe so badly that it was her son that she went along with it.
Well, and also it's like if he's just been in part of a human trafficking ring,
He might not wanna be
want to
hugging.
touch you.
Yeah.
Like he might not want to be touched at all.
Right.
So it's like that would not shock me.
No.
Like I would expect that, to be honest.
Same.
I'd be like, you probably don't want anyone touching you,
Right.
regardless of who they are or what their intention is.
Right.
So that wouldn't like shock me.
Wouldn't shock me either.
And that wouldn't be like a weird thing to point out that like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like I feel like that would just be like par for the course with that kind of thing.
You would think so. I think we also right now have a lot more information about like what
Yeah.
happens to people and like what that all entails. Who
Yeah.
knows what she knew about that in that immediate moment, you know? But still, it's weird. I agree with you. So while Frederick sat in a cell, Nancy Fisher started now looking into the claim that the family was responsible for Nicholas's disappearance. Unfortunately, and not surprisingly, the family was not cooperative with the investigation. I'd be pretty pissed if this happened to me. But Beverly refused to help. She said if Jason did something to Nicholas, I didn't know about it, and I can't imagine Jason ever doing that. It's just not in his makeup. Which, like, he was abusive to Nicholas, so he's,
Well, like I'm not like I don't know what happened here.
Nobody
so I'm
knows.
not gonna say anything happened. To me that's just a strange way of wording that.
Yeah.
If I have children, I'm not saying like if one of them killed the other one, then I don't know about it.
Yeah.
Like that's
Yeah,
not going to be in
that's-
my vocabulary. Like that's
No.
not going to be even in the orbit of possibilities. It's going to be, of course that didn't happen. There's no fucking way that would happen.
Exactly.
And again, I'm not saying that means that something happened. I'm
It's just a
saying
weird way to word
strange
it.
way to word that.
Completely agree.
Like I wouldn't have worded it like that.
I will say, hot dog in a trench coat, take it for what it is.
Oh.
She took 2 polygraph exams and passed them.
Okay.
But then they had her do a third, and she failed every single question on the third one. So that
Which
just
shows
goes
you
to
that
show you
polygraphs are just shit.
they're shit. How do you pass 2 with flying colors, and then the third one you
fail
fail
one with flying colors.
every question?
Yeah.
And also, like, if you already passed 2, why are they making you take a third?
Because they know it's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm like, this is a waste of time.
Yeah.
But Nancy Fisher said of the third exam, she practically blew the instruments off the table.
Damn.
I was like, yikes. Jason himself was even more uncooperative. When Nancy Fisher sat down to interview him a few weeks later, she said he was hostile. He refused to help in any way. Shortly after that interview, he checked himself in a rehab for drugs, but he left halfway through before finishing the program, and he died from an overdose a short time later, which is very sad.
Womp
Yeah.
womp.
The investigation into the family pretty much stalled because the investigators couldn't find anything concrete linking the family to his disappearance, but, there were suspicions still. Nancy Fisher said, I do feel like the family knows the whereabouts of Nicholas Barclay. I think Beverly and Jason knew at one time what happened to Nicholas Barclay. Well, that's just the FBI speaking.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I know what happened.
That's just the FBI saying it.
Other investigators shared the belief. They cited the history of violence in the home, the evidence of the abuse documented before Nicholas went missing. But unfortunately, to this day, he remains a missing person.
That's really sad.
Which is really sad. After a few weeks of arguing back and forth with the prosecutor, Frederick Borden accepted a plea bargain, and in September of 1998, he pleaded guilty to perjury and obtaining and possessing false documents. When asked why he had perpetrated this crime against a grieving family, he told the judge he was merely seeking love, which outraged the family.
Yeah.
And would outrage me.
Yeah.
That's great. Go find love somewhere
Yeah,
else.
go figure it out,
Not with
man.
my grieving family.
Yeah,
Like,
that's fucked up.
Go fuck yourself. The judge actually sentenced him in this case to 6 years in jail, which is more than 3 times the recommended sentence for that charge.
Which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is. When you think about all that goes into the scheme that
That's
he
the
played
thing.
out,
Like, it's pretty diabolical what he did. It's
yeah.
like,
But
holy
remember,
shit.
he took a plea, so there were
Yeah.
some charges that were dropped.
Yeah, of course.
So the judge did everything he could. After Frederick completed his sentence, he was obviously deported back to France, where he got right back to his old ways, impersonating fake teenagers.
See,
Which
so it did nothing.
No, literally did nothing. He was continuing to impersonate people, and he actually spent time in prison, like multiple times. Eventually, he got out and met and married a woman named Isabel, who he met when she reached out after seeing him on TV discussing his history and what she described as his quest for love.
Ladies, we have to do better.
It's
okay. We have to do better. Yep. We really, really have to do better.
She's not wrong. The way that was said so quickly got me. Ladies, we have to do better.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
They are still married to this day, and they did have 5 children together.
Oh my God.
According to Frederick's mother, when the family got the invite to the wedding, they didn't go because she said no one believed him.
I wonder why.
Like, that's bad. If you're sending out a wedding invite and everybody's
Nobody
like, oh,
believes that
that's
you're
fake.
even getting married.
Like, you've been lying for a
You're a
long
pathological
time.
liar.
Sad. It's
Yeah.
sad. As for his new role of husband and father, those who know him best do not believe that Frederick has changed at all. According to his mother, he is a quote liar and will never change. His uncle, Jean-Luc Drouart, he agreed, saying, you can't just reinvent yourself as a father. You're not a dad for 6 days or 6 months. It's not a character. It's a reality.
Yeah.
And that's that.
And that's it.
That's the
That's how they're gonna end that.
Holy shit.
What a wild thing that played out here.
The real like loser in all of this, like the person who lost is Nicholas.
Yeah.
He's lost.
Still.
He's almost lost in the story.
He is.
You know what I mean? Like it's like
he absolutely
no
is.
matter what, the story became something so different. And it's
Mhm.
like when you really boil it down, you're like, what happened to that 13-year-old boy that day?
It
Like,
doesn't-
what
there wasn't
happened?
really. It didn't seem like there was like a lot of investigation that happened.
That's the thing. I'm like, why are we not figuring out what happened to him?
And I think there wasn't a lot of investigation because they were like, oh, he ran away. He had ran away before, so.
And it's like, yeah,
obviously he
okay,
did
that
it
doesn't
again.
mean that they. And it's like, yeah, he ran away and he obviously came back.
Yeah.
You're telling me that kid just ran away and never came back? Never popped up anywhere?
Yeah.
Ever?
Yeah.
Like Nicholas
it
Barclay just does not
sucks.
exist anymore?
I don't know what happened to him, obviously. I don't think he ran away.
I don't know.
I think somebody did something bad to him,
Yeah.
whether it was somebody who did it like while he was walking home.
I want to know why they
Yeah, could
didn't
easily
ask.
be a stranger.
You know,
They didn't ask more questions about why he was running away. Like, what was causing him to run away? Because, you know what I mean? Like, once, maybe it's just a kid thing, whatever. If he's doing it multiple times and it's like a pattern, then I feel like there's definitely something going on.
the FBI could be right to suspect the family. Who knows? Like, I
But
don't
again,
know.
that's the FBI suspecting
Yeah.
that something was closer to home here.
That's on the FBI. That's
That's
not
on the
me.
FBI. I'm not.
I'm definitely not the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
You know, I too am not the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Would you tell me if you were?
I would. The day I become the Federal Bureau of Investigations,
As a
I
whole.
will absolutely update you. I'll
Yeah,
shoot
let
you
us
a
know.
text really
Cool.
quick.
Thank you so much.
Right when it happens.
That's super
I'll
great.
throw it
of
on
you.
my Instagram.
Perfect. I won't see it.
Yeah, you won't see it.
Yeah.
But everybody listening will. Yeah, this is a strange story.
Yeah.
An upsetting story. And no one wins
No.
in this
Well, and
story, which is like very sad.
something I forget what you said earlier, but like you were saying he just gets lost in the story.
He
The
does.
other thing is he maybe wouldn't have gotten so lost in the story if Frederick hadn't done what he did.
He absolutely wouldn't have
Cold
gotten
cases
lost.
get investigated all the time.
Yeah.
3 years into that, they might have found something if they continued
Frederick's-
looking. But they thought he had they thought he had come home, and then when they realized it wasn't him, they had a whole other situation to deal with.
But they were having to deal with, okay, is this him or not?
Right.
And it's like, and that's precious time they could have spent looking into this case.
And he's just gone. Nicholas is just gone now.
And then by that point, the family's angry and upset.
And then some of them have, I think
some of them are pushing back on like investigations, and it's like, you've really lost the sauce here. And
Yeah.
it's like, again, there's a 13-year-old boy who went missing that just is
gone
in this whole thing, and it's just the Frederick show.
Hopefully someday they can, like reopen up an investigation and
I
figure
hope
out what
so.
happened. Like
I
we
wanna
always
know
say,
what happened to him.
cold
I
cases
wanna
never
know.
cold, and
No,
like
they're not.
a 13-year-old should never go missing and not be found.
That's the thing.
That's
Like,
fucked up.
Come on.
It's like it's
Somebody
just really
knows
sad.
something.
It's just sad that I think in his 13 years of life he didn't get to be happy
Yeah,
often.
it sounds like he didn't get a lot of left to be a kid.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Sad case.
It is a sad case.
And Frederick's childhood is fucking sad too.
Maybe.
Well, he was in those homes, so that's
That's
sad.
true.
Like that's facts.
Yeah.
So that's sad that he had
That
to
is
be
sad.
put into homes.
For sure.
It's just a sad case all around.
Yeah,
but
it's a bummer.
don't impersonate people, okay?
Don't do that.
Unless it's for like impersonating like Kermit the Frog's voice.
Yeah.
Do voice impersonations, those are fun.
Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah, not like other
Not missing children. Don't do that.
I don't know.
Yeah, don't like con artist type impersonation, but like
yeah, that should really go without saying.
All right,
entertainment type
And we hope you keep
impersonation.
it weird.
That's crazy.
Don't take our advice and
All right, what's the next one? It's called The Outlaw Mummy.
dog days of
Do we want in early December 1976? Phil Crew was shooting an episode of a popular television show at the Pike, a boardwalk amusement park in Long Beach, California, in order to prepare. All right, we'll do it. Why not?
I mean, we just made it through. Drinks are packed delicious pineapple. I haven't tried the cherry lime Ricky.
support them on important cases. Have help finding what
Don't wait. They're all
Where's
yours.
the start?
and
There it is.
M to
We
the
need to
O
keep that.
to the RBID. Morbid.
We need to clip that shit right out. Hold that up.
M to the O to the R. I was like,
You are.
the misspelling of it all. And you put them on your head and you never off.
Supposed to fuck off.
We
The
finally
beginning
got
of other things. Law Mummy.
Okay.
Who got good news? Maybe we're just feeling a little silly, goofy.
Good news,
you
good
know?
news, good news. That's all they want to hear.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mac.
And we're going to talk about Elmer McCurdy, the outlaw mummy.
Okay.
Who doesn't want to talk about an outlaw mummy?
Yeah, sign me the fuck
You know,
up.
let's go, girls. This is a crazy one. It's a wild one. He was like a really bad criminal. And I
Oh.
mean bad in the way that like he wasn't good at being a criminal.
Oh, okay.
He
Not
wanted
like-
to be, but he was not.
That's kind of fun.
So that gets silly.
He was bad at being a
He
criminal.
was very bad at being bad. So on the morning of December, here's the thing: we're going to start in the end of the story and go back.
Oh,
because the
that's
end
fun.
is really the like, wait, what?
Excuse
Yeah.
me. I love starting at the end sometimes.
Don't we all?
We haven't
you
done
know?
that in a while.
We haven't. So on the morning of December 8th, 1976, the
It's my
crew.
half birthday.
There you go. Even the year.
Yes.
You know, the crew of the $6 Million Man, which was a popular science fiction series starring Lee Majors, began setting up for a day's shoot at the Pike, which was, and Blanche just chimed in. She was like, "Love that place."
She said, "Great flick."
It was a family amusement area along the boardwalk in Long Beach, California. The segment was going to be called the Carnival of Spies. And it was supposed to take place inside one of the park's funhouse fright attractions, which
That's
was called
fun.
Laugh in the Dark.
Well, in the dark.
Which also reminds me of the Are You Afraid of the Dark episode, which also, that episode fucked me up.
With the scary clown with the cigar.
Yes.
Yep. Fuck that.
Oh, so scary. So the ride was basically like one of those little like tunnel of love kind of rides at amusement parks, but where like two people would ride through. It was dark in there.
Share a
Little
smoochy
small
kiss.
car. But this had an emphasis on the scares instead of the romance. Or maybe both if you're that type of person. I love being scared.
Yeah.
So that's pretty romantic to me.
There you go.
You know?
I love that.
Yeah. So all morning, prop master Chris Haynes had been loading props for the scenes through the back entrance of the ride. And at one point, he came across a mannequin, and it was hanging from a fake gallows, you know, just one of the scenes. He'd already heard about the mannequin from several other members of the crew because they had spotted it earlier in the week and commented that it was like kind of bizarre. It had a weird glow in the dark paint job, and they were like, it was really light, like weird. It just felt strange when you like moved it out of
Okay.
the way. Some guessed that it was made of balsa wood. Others were thinking it was just paper mache. But Chris was like, I don't know about that. Like, I don't think it's either one of those things. And he's like, this looks like really real, which like,
Ugh.
and he's like, I don't know if this is just like a really well
Uh-oh.
done mannequin or what.
Imagine having that feeling.
Yeah,
That's
so he was
terrifying.
He was curious, so he approached the mannequin and he grabbed one of the arms and he pulled it off accidentally. Which, like, if it's a mannequin, that can happen.
Then okay.
So at first he's like, okay, I gotta try to put this arm back on. So he just like went to put it back on, but then he was like, wait a second, and he looked inside. And typical prop limbs will have like clean cuts, like a solid cross section. This though was like dark and textured. He said it was, quote, almost shredded like beef jerky.
No.
And in the center, there was something that looked like bone.
No, I have a
Yeah.
beef jerky stick today. I
Yeah.
hate that you just said that
Yep.
to me. Fuck that.
So Chris Hayes brought the arm over to one of the other crew members and asked what he thought it looked like. He was like, I'm not going to tell you what I think it looks like, but
He said,
and
I
the
hope you
other
don't have
man was
jerky
like,
for lunch.
yeah, he was like, that looks like a human arm. And he's like, definitely one that has seen better days, but it looks like a human arm. So the two guys approached what they had thought was a mannequin before, and they leaned in for a closer look. And this mannequin was unclothed, but it had been hung like really high up the wall, so it was really hard to see any details from down below, especially in the dark.
Yeah.
But when they got a closer look, they saw that it had male genitalia.
Oh,
because it's naked.
Nike.
And
Just
it
dick
was
flying.
Dick flying, and it was far more detailed than any replica they had ever seen.
Oh, honey.
Yeah. In fact, author Mark Svenbolds, which we're gonna we'll put him in the show notes. He said this was not anatomically correct. This was anatomical. This was anatomy. The body itself, a completely desiccated, mummified human body.
Shit. That's a different day at work.
Very different. So
Hey, yo,
realizing
what
that they
the
were now
fuck?
dealing with an actual dead human body, Chris Haynes quietly went to get the off-duty cop who was hired by Universal Studios for the shoot, assuming that this cop would know what to do in this situation. It's at this point that the story gets like kind of crazy, because as far as Haynes remembers, he informed the officer, who then reported it to the Long Beach police. But rather than take the situation seriously at all, Chris Haynes remembers that the officers used the situation as an opportunity for a prank.
What?
They reported the situation to the paramedics as, quote,
I'm not ready.
a case of severe dehydration. Which is like really fucked up.
What the fuck?
Which, like, can you imagine?
That's so
No.
fucked up. Like dark humor is one thing, but that's so fucked up. You know, because now we're well past it. We can laugh at that horrendous joke, but like that is, if I was anyone there that day or that week even, that shit is not fucking funny. Oh my god.
Job is to do something
the
about this.
fuck?
Like,
And you're
that's
like,
literally your job.
Let's have a law.
And you're like, this is hilarious that this actual human being has been hung inside of a haunt attraction
damn.
for who knows how long.
He's mummified.
Let's make this an opportunity to have ourselves a little belly laugh.
People are insane.
People have always been lawless. Just always.
That is lawless.
Like, that's literally lawless.
Damn. I mean, he is dehydrated.
But so here's the thing. So there's a lot of there's little urban legendy feels about this part of it, because none of the officers who worked the case remember that prank occurring.
Well, yeah, of course they don't.
But again,
They're
I
not
don't
gonna
know
be
if
like,
they
"Yeah,
would
we
be
did
like,
that."
yeah, that was pretty funny. But whether they did it or not, there was a 12-hour gap in time between when he reported the body and the body being
gotta
removed
be
to the
kidding
coroner's
me.
office.
Damn.
That's a long time.
Yeah.
So given that the body was obviously not that of a, recently dead person, no one was really in a hurry to disrupt the filming process for the shoot that day. And they didn't want to disrupt the daily operations at the Pike or other boardwalk businesses. In fact, when the news did finally break in the papers the next day, even the investigators working the case were pretty happy to just minimize the whole thing.
Hell?
One investigator told reporters, the owners of the funhouse thought it was just a dummy. I can't myself, too much like Vincent Price. Now, after being removed from the funhouse, this body was delivered to the office of the medical examiner, Dr. Thomas Noguchi. As LA chief medical examiner at the time, he had been in that position since the early 1960s, and Dr. Noguchi had conducted autopsies on some of the most iconic celebrities, really, in American history. This includes Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, I was going to say that name does sound
it does,
familiar.
yeah. Janis Joplin.
Oh, wow.
Sharon Tate.
Oh.
Yeah. It earned him a really yucky nickname, I would say, the coroner to the stars.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Dang.
Like, can we just have a little decorum?
Actually, I know about that. I don't like it. I
know about it, and I don't want to know about it.
I wouldn't want to be called that.
No.
And also, I don't know. It's just, I don't like it. I don't like it. He's just the chief medical examiner. Can we just call him
Yeah.
that? Like, we don't need to.
Yeah, he just
we don't
happens
need
to
do that
live
to, like,
in
deaf industry
LA, where
employees,
like a
be
lot
the
of
coroner to
Hollywood
the
shit goes
stars.
on.
Like,
That's
nah,
wild.
just let him be the coroner.
That's
man.
wild.
Yeah, it's not good. Obviously, this body was likely not a celebrity, but I will say Dr. Noguchi took the same amount of care with him as he would with any of his high-profile patients.
Cases.
You know, according to the information they'd received from investigating officers, the body on the autopsy table had been found by the funhouse operators many years earlier in a defunct wax museum.
Oh.
This wax museum had wrapped it in brown gauze and advertised it as, quote, the 5,000-year-old man.
That's something.
Yeah. So the medical examiner quickly was like, yeah, he's not 5,000 years old, everybody, don't worry. And they said the corpse shows signs of post-mortem medical examination and has been embalmed. So Dr. Choi, another doctor on the case, wrote in his autopsy report, the body is completely mummified. The nose and facial features appear to be Caucasian. When he was alive, they thought he would be roughly 5 feet 8 inches tall, maybe 150 pounds. And Dr. Choi knew that determining the cause of death would help him kind of narrow down the potential timeline of when this man died. So during the initial examination, the doctors discovered a small hole in the man's chest. They thought this was either a chest tube or a bullet wound, which I think are pretty valid guesses. But when they x-rayed the body, the resulting image was completely white. So this would indicate that the body had been packed with radio-opaque material, making it impossible to tell anything from x-rays. When they opened the chest cavity, Dr. Choi discovered the source of the material. After the man was dead, whoever embalmed him had packed the body with arsenic to prevent further decay. This was a common practice in Civil War era America.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it had definitely like fallen out of being a
Popularity.
common practice by the early 20th century. But that was another thing that helped them date this, because this put this man's death somewhere between the last half of the 19th century and the first few decades of the 20th.
Damn.
I mean, so we're starting to narrow it.
Oh, hell no. Precautionary measures. Is this a fake one, though? Sometimes they're fake.
This show is
Nope, that
sponsored
was
by
not fake.
BetterHelp. Men today are opening up about largestonlinetherapy.com, saying all of life's bridge options are selected. Arc in 6 months or $180. Please save for my panic button that I have in my bedroom. If you don't, someone breaks in. That is too late. Simply Safe's new active guard out on spotlights and then.
It was the arsenic that had prevented the x-ray machine from showing anything. But now that they were able to open him up, organs exposed, Dr. Choi saw that there was evidence of hemorrhaging in one lung and a perforation in the other. This was indicating probably that he was shot in the chest.
Oh, wow.
Also, since there didn't appear to be an exit wound anywhere, they were thinking, we're going to find this bullet in the body.
Yeah.
So they traced the path of the perforation from the entrance wound in the chest through the lungs, then through the liver, and Dr. Choi found it lodged in the man's hip bone.
Oof.
Yeah, like ricocheted.
Yeah.
The bullet fragment lodged in this hip bone was it was like an antique slug, basically. And apparently it was known as a gas check. It was this kind of like a slug was mostly phased out in the early 20th century. But gas check ammunition was a non-jacketed bullet that loaded from a high-pressure rifle or Magnum revolver cartridge.
Okay.
According to the LAPD ballistics expert, Lee Crewman, the bullet was fired from a 32-30
I hope you're having a
caliber
great
rifle,
day.
which he said was probably manufactured starting in 1905.
Okay.
That meant that however this
Well, welcome on in. I do a variety of stuff. Today I'm bitching and stitching, crocheting, and listening to the Morbid Podcast. If you have something to bitch about, then I'm here to stitch while you bitch. Otherwise, we're just kind of chilling and listening and waiting for something amazing. I guess not. Actually, I think we're pretty engrossed in this guy, but I do hope you're having a good day. And if not, this is an okay space to start bitching.
And had died. It happened sometime between 1905 and probably the start of the World War II, which was 1939, because that's when that kind of bullet was phased out.
Okay.
This is so interesting to me.
It is.
How they're dating this.
Yeah.
Because it's they're looking at like the packing material. Okay, this started in this time and it phased out here. So now we've narrowed it a little.
This is real investigative work.
Yeah. Now we find the bullet that was created in this time. It phased out here. We've narrowed it a little more.
Yeah.
It's like, this is so cool.
It
to
is
me.
fascinating.
So they've, again, significantly narrowed down the window of time when the death occurred. Dr. Choi was inching closer to finding the precise time now.
Yeah, I
And it
want
was
to know
the
who
next
this
step
is.
in the autopsy that proved most surprising and probably the more illuminating of anything. When Dr. Choi removed the jaw, mandible, and teeth for analysis by a dental expert, he discovered deep in the back of the mouth a corroded copper penny dated 1924.
Oh,
what?
And several ticket stubs.
What?
One with an address for the Pike Amusement Park where the body was discovered, and another for Louis Sonny's Museum of Crime, 524 Main Street, Los Angeles.
Okay.
Throughout the 1920s and 30s, it was not uncommon for sideshows and boardwalk businesses, other amusement park kind of things, to display the mummified bodies of supposed Wild West outlaws and other criminals.
What?
Yeah. They would just be like, come look at the mummy of this crazy outlaw from the Wild West.
That's cool and strange and so interesting.
We've always been an interesting species, I can say
Yeah.
that. Based on the
Big
tickets
facts.
found in this mummy's mouth, it appeared like that prior to his life in the Laugh in the Dark ride, he was probably part of one of these outlaw mummy shows.
Yeah.
So the next day, a statement from the Emmys office appeared in the newspapers around the country, giving the cause of death, obviously shot in the chest, and requesting the public's help tracking down Louis Sonny or one of the relatives who might know the origin of the body.
Mhm.
The story moved super fast, and within a day, the Emmys office received a call from Dave Friedman, the president of Entertainment Ventures, which was the parent company of Louis Sonny's Museum of Crime.
Oh, okay.
So he exclaimed immediately when he talked to the Emmys office, "It's old Elmer." And so according to Friedman, the body
just
was
know.
Elmer McCurdy, a small-time bandit who was gunned down by a sheriff's posse after robbing a train in Oklahoma in October 1911.
The way he just knew. He said, "Oh, it's Elma.
Oh, that's old Elmer.
Oh, that's old El."
Like, what the fuck? So Friedman claimed that since no one had claimed McCurdy's body after his death, the enterprising sheriff at the time sold the embalmed body of the outlaw to the operator of a traveling carnival for display in their sideshow.
Wow.
In 1921, Louis
That's
Sonny, the
insane.
founder of Entertainment Ventures, quote, obtained McCurdy's body in 1921 as security on a $500 loan that was never repaid.
Instead of $500, you get this guy.
For collateral, you just get this dude.
Okay.
Like, what the fuck?
Alrighty. Bounties were different.
Yeah, a little bit. Since then, Elmer McCurdy's body was displayed in various sideshow and boardwalk attractions until the practice of displaying mummified corpses fell a little bit out of favor with the public around the late 1940s, I'd say.
All right.
Took us a little bit.
All right.
Took us a little bit.
So
I
you know
did-
what? This isn't great.
I did see a crazy kind of mummified body of a clown in California at the CIA.
Welcome to the CIA.
I don't think the CIA is a thing anymore.
Yeah, I remember
think
you
it's
telling me
gone.
about that when I was probably like 9.
Yeah,
And
that
I was like,
place was crazy.
what?
And it had like
What?
it had all this like cool shit. I'm sure people in California probably know what this place
it play,
was
like,
or is.
Wizard of Oz and Pink Floyd.
Somebody
Yeah,
tell
it
me.
played, like,
Any Californians? I know that there's some, but I don't know how active they are right now. You know what the fuck they're talking about? I'm going back. Like a minute and 15 seconds.
bombed body of the outlaw to the operator of a traveling carnival for display in their sideshow.
Wow.
In 1921, Louis Sonny, the founder of Entertainment Ventures, quote, obtained McCurdy's body in 1921 as security on a $500 loan that was never repaid.
Instead of $500, you get this guy.
For collateral, you just get this dude.
Okay.
Like, what the fuck?
Alrighty. Bounties were different.
Yeah, a little bit. Since then, Elmer McCurdy's body was displayed in various sideshow and boardwalk attractions until the practice of displaying mummified corpses fell a little bit out of favor with the public around the late 1940s, I'd say.
All right.
Took us a little bit.
All right.
Took us a little bit.
We said,
I
you know
did-
what? This isn't great.
I did see
Maybe we
a
shouldn't
crazy
just
kind
display
of
corpses
mummified
like
body of a clown in California at the CIA.
Welcome to the CIA.
I don't think the CIA is a thing anymore.
Yeah, I remember
think
you
it's
telling me
gone.
about that when I was probably like 9.
Yeah,
And
that
I was like,
place was crazy.
what?
And what? It had like it had all this like cool shit. I'm sure people in California probably know what this place
it play,
was
like,
or is.
Wizard of Oz and Pink Floyd, that
Yeah,
whole deal.
it played like it was just like chaos in there. Like it was just a bunch of cool and random shit, like a lot of oddities and shit.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
Yeah.
And it was playing The
Interesting.
Wizard of Oz on all the TVs and playing Dark Side of the Moon, but like
Backwards.
to go with it. And the vibe was just right in there. But in a glass case was the supposed mummified body of a clown, and he wanted to be like buried in his clown makeup and shit. It was the most unsettling thing I've ever seen.
I
Ugh.
bet.
But it's like when it fell out of favor in the 1940s. I'm like, I saw one in like 2005.
Like,
so
Actually,
I'm like, I don't know.
asterisk.
I saw one in the mid early aughts.
I mean, I
so-
suppose if that's what you want,
yeah, if that's what you want, then
that's
go
like,
for it, man.
Yeah, yeah.
It's up to you.
Some
It's your
people
thing.
just
It's your
want that.
shit, you know.
Go crazy.
So, according to Friedman, after being taken out of the show, McCurdy's body was moved to a storage facility in Los Angeles.
That's sad.
It remained in storage until Dan Sonny, Lewis's son, inherited the company in 1968 and sold his Elmer McCurdy's body to the Hollywood Wax Museum.
Whoa.
who in turn sold it to the New Pike Amusement Company, where it was on display until it was discovered by the film crew while shooting an episode of The $6 Million Man.
The way this mummy is just traveling.
He's been everywhere.
Yeah, and like people are
In the
knowingly
days after
selling
that,
it,
Dr.
but like
Noguchi
not
and his
knowingly.
assistant at the medical examiner's office conducted further analysis of the body to confirm or rule out whether this was in fact Elmer McCurdy. Since there was no DNA testing available at that time, the doctor took measurements of the bones and had a sketch artist recreate a rendering of what this man would have looked like while alive. Based on a few existing photographs of Elmer McCurdy that were provided by the Oklahoma Historical Society, actually, the doctor and his team were able to confidently confirm that the amusement park mummy was indeed the corpse of Elmer McCurdy.
Okay.
Now, at a press conference held to announce this in April 1977, Dr. Noguchi stated that once the appropriate paperwork had been filed, the body would be released to the Oklahoma Historical Society and shipped to Guthrie, Oklahoma for burial.
Okay.
The Historical Society spokesperson Fred Olds told reporters, Elmer will finally be buried at an old territorial cemetery with robbers and outlaws. He was sidetracked for a long time, but we feel like he's part of our history.
Oh.
So he's just buried among his brethren. You
Like,
know?
what
good.
outlaws? Took me a minute to get here.
I also think it's kind of badass that there's just like an outlaw cemetery in
Yeah.
Oklahoma. I'm like, where's that? I'd like to see it.
That'd be fun.
The identification of the New Pike mummy, that's what it was being called, seemingly brought this mystery to a close. But it did nothing to answer a lot of the new questions in the minds of people who have read this story. Who the fuck was Elmer McCurdy?
Yeah,
Like,
tell me everything.
How did he meet this kind of end?
Fate.
Like, how did he end up here? So, Elmer McCurdy was born January 1st, 1880, in Washington, Maine.
Cappy.
He's a Cappy, and he was born to an unwed mother, Sadie McCurdy, which, of course, in 1880, an unwed mother.
How
was,
dare
oh, my
she?
goodness.
How dare.
According to author Mark Svenvold, the identity of McCurdy's father, he never got to know that.
That's sad.
But it was possibly Sadie's cousin,
Oh.
Charles
Oh.
Davis.
Yucca.
So, to protect Elmer from the embarrassment of having been born out of wedlock and potentially to his mom's cousin, Sadie's brother George and his wife Helen adopted the boy at an early age
Well,
and
that was
raised
nice.
him. In 1890, when Elmer was 10 years old, George unfortunately died of tuberculosis.
Not so nice.
So Helen and Sadie moved to Bangor, Maine to live with their older brother, Charles. It was at this time that Sadie started taking a more active role in caring for Elmer, and not long after, the two women revealed to him that Sadie was actually his mother.
Ooh. It's kind of like Ted Bundy.
Ted Bundy. It's very Ted Bundy.
Yeah.
Understandably, this is very traumatic. I can't imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
He had recently lost the man who he thought was his father his whole life, and now he's finding this out. Like, that's a lot for a kid.
Not only is he finding out that this woman is not his mother, but his aunt, and that his aunt is his mother.
Yeah.
And that now he actually is realizing he's never even known his father
Yeah.
and won't.
And that it was his beloved uncle who died. Like,
Yeah.
that's just a lot.
Fuck.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
according to
that's
Svenvold,
rough.
those who knew McCurdy said this was the point that things turned for him.
Understandable.
Caused him to become unruly and rebellious.
I too might become
Me
unruly
too.
and rebellious.
So within a few years, while very much still a child, Elmer started developing a drinking problem.
Oh God.
That would follow him the rest of his life, unfortunately. The first signs of like big trouble came when he was arrested at age 15 for starting a bar fight in nearby Belfast, Maine.
How was he in a bar?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why was he in a bar?
Why was he in a bar?
So after this incident, Sadie and Helen decided Elmer needed a stronger masculine influence in his life, and he was sent to live with his grandfather, Hardin McCurdy. Hardin McCurdy actually really did help him. He helped him find an apprenticeship with a local plumber.
It's time.
This was a lot of structure, a new routine, and it actually seemed to suit Elmer. Like, he
Nice.
liked this kind of structure. And by the time he was 18 years old, he had become an expert.
Wow.
So this was great. It seemed to be working well. The grandfather was good to him, got him on the straight and narrow, but it was short-lived because in 18...
Y'all, it's time to be degenerate. I am gonna do a 420 celebration if you guys want to join with me, and I'll let this play, and I will mute the microphone so that loud noises aren't happening, but woo!
98, just as McCurdy was settling, trying to get out on his own, the American economy took a downturn.
It's always going to do that. One thing about the economy, she always is going to crash
She's
out.
always going to crash out,
Yeah.
you know?
Recession indicators
It's
everywhere.
always going to happen. So, and it really hit rural areas like Bangor and like
Banger.
Maine. It hit it particularly hard out in the rural areas.
Yeah.
So because of this recession, a lot of businesses are closing. Millions of people are losing their jobs. Thousands left their small towns and villages to find any kind of employment. So not great to be setting out on your own in this situation.
No.
So in Bangor, Maine, Sadie and Helen both lost their jobs and and this hit Sadie really hard. She always was prone to anxiety.
Mm.
So losing her job in this kind of recession was just not great.
Right.
She developed an ulcer that she really struggled to keep under control.
Yikes.
And in 1900, she ended up dying when it unexpectedly ruptured.
Oh.
Yeah. And a few months later, Hardin McCurdy died of Bright's disease, which was, it's like an outdated, basically generic term for inflamed kidneys.
Oh,
essentially.
Wow.
For draft fees, and you can do initiative tool morbid of
It's got this slash.
Elmer McCurdy learned not a lot left for him in Maine. Elmer, his birth mother.
Plan required $15 per month equivalent to taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
In the span of 10 years, Elmer McCurdy lost who he thought was his father, his birth mother, and his grandfather.
That's a lot of
all
loss.
of whom had played a very important part in his life up
Yeah.
until this point. Like, they were all like positive things in his life.
Yeah.
And to make matters worse, after working hard to learn a trade and become an expert plumber, the recession had completely fucked that up. Like, he couldn't get any job. These definitely left him like bitter, frustrated, and he turned to drinking even more.
Mm-hmm.
So he decided there was not a lot left for him in Maine. So he decided to go find something somewhere else. And after leaving Maine, he kind of drifted around the East Coast states for a few years, hopping train cars from town to town, trying to find work. Occasionally, he could find like temp work as a plumber or a handyman, but inevitably his drinking would get the better of him, and he would end up just getting himself fired.
Yeah.
In 1903, he found himself in Iola, a small town in southeast Kansas. And about a decade earlier, a large deposit of natural gas had been found under the ground there.
Oh, shit.
Which is pretty interesting. And it resulted in like a boom of new industry and a big increase in the town's once very tiny population. So in response to this whole thing, they're becoming a successful town now. The town leaders went out of their way to erase any traces of this former like Wild West identity. They wanted now to present Iola as like this up and coming, hub of industry, the future of Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
So within a few years of discovering the resources under the land in Iola, they had transformed this place. I mean, they paved the roads, invested in a telephone system, built accommodations and attractions, an opera house, a local branch of the YMCA. It was the fucking happening town.
It's a fun place to
Iola. They had a lot to offer someone like Elmer McCurdy, who's looking to start over. And someone who is a skilled tradesman. It's not like he's walking in there not knowing how to do anything. So he was psyched about this. And honestly, the town was excited to have him, which is interesting. They basically said it. He arrived in town that year, and in an announcement of several newly arrived citizens.
That's so fun.
The local paper described Elmer as, quote, an industrious young man who had gained access to the better society circles of Iola, who classed among his friends many of the well-known people of the town.
That's fun. Wait. As a society, why do we not announce newcomers in a paper?
That's what I'm saying.
Do you remember being in school and they were like, oh, we have a new kid, and you were like, I'm gonna find them and befriend them immediately.
100%.
I would do that with the newcomers in town.
Yeah.
I'd be like, I will sit with them at lunch.
Like, let's be friends, newcomers. Why
Come
not?
on,
And
let's
it gets
start
people
that.
excited to be like, oh, look at me, I'm industrious. Welcome to your town.
I'm new in town.
I'm new in town. You
Loves
get to
it.
John Mulaney it.
That would be so fun.
Yeah, I love it.
I think we
it's-
should write to our town.
I think it's adorable. Unfortunately, this didn't last very long because
womp womp.
Because Elmer struggles to
'Cause
keep
he'd be
things good
drinking.
for himself. He's a self-sabotager.
It happens to the best of us.
Didn't take long for him to squander the opportunities presented to him by the people of Iola. Not long after he came into town, he did find work as a plumber, but within a couple months, his alcoholism reared its ugly head and started causing trouble.
Oh.
According to McCurdy's former employer, William Root, after a long night of drinking at a local saloon, Elmer claimed that he had killed a man during a bar fight in another state.
Huh.
And rumors started swirling. He did confront him about this and was like, dude,
you kill someone?
Did you like kill someone? Because like you can't work for me. And he was like, no, I didn't. I was just like boasting. I was
just
making
shooting the
something
shit.
up. But he had to let him go.
I was
'cause the
just
rumors were
boasting
too
about
much.
murder.
Yeah,
That's
you
all.
know. But like that's bad too.
Elmer, babe.
So McCurdy left Kansas in 1905 and hopped a freight car, eventually winding up in Webb City, Missouri. Missouri. Webb City was also experiencing a boom in industry and population thanks to the discovery of the world's largest zinc deposit located underneath the town. Elmer got a job with the Davie Mine Company.
Ooh.
At a time when safety standards were lax, if not completely absent, like just totally gone, there were a few dangerous jobs around, but none quite as dangerous as being a fucking miner.
Could get the black lung pop.
Yeah, you're gonna. One could make a decent enough living as a miner because, like,
because you
should
might
be
die
paid for that.
tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a trade-off. The trade-offs,
They're
not
like, yeah,
great.
we'll pay you if you show up back from the mine.
If you live through it.
Right.
Cave-ins were very common,
Oh,
too.
God.
McCurdy was on a team of muckers, the men who would collect the loose and chipped pieces of zinc into a cart and haul them back up to the surface. The salary was about $2 a day. The work would have been very grueling, very backbreaking, and it would require him to shovel about 60 to 100 tons of ore into the cart by hand.
Wow.
To make matters worse, the conditions were not ideal.
Why do I feel like I heard?
According to Svenvold, men
I
were
heard the
crushed
thing,
by
but I didn't
rock
see the
fall
thing.
or blown to bits by overzealous applications of dynamite a lot.
Whoa.
Also, because hard hats had not been invented yet, head injuries were pretty common.
Stop it.
In order to try to stop these, the miners were pretty industrious themselves. They would wad up newspapers under their hats to like cushion the blow of falling.
Smart.
Essentially inventing hard hats, everybody.
Yeah.
So good on them. But there were also other unexpected effects. There was like endless amounts of zinc dust that was hanging in the air all the time from the drilling and blasting. When breathed in for extended periods of time, zinc caused silicosis, or miner's consumption. It's a scarring of the lung tissue that would eventually lead to death.
Ooh, that's horrible.
Yeah, and after less than 2 years in the mines, Elmer McCurdy had developed a terrible cough. He was short of breath a lot. He constantly struggled with lung irritations. They were pretty debilitating, and it would stop him from doing his job eventually, so that really wasn't his fault.
Yeah, no, not at all.
So he couldn't earn a living in the mines anymore. And he was having trouble. He went right back to like alcohol, but his savings were dwindling. So he joined the U.S. Army in November 1907. And he was assigned to Company E, 3rd Infantry, stationed at Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. So on his enlistment papers, his previous occupation was listed as miner, not plumber. And he had way more experience as a plumber, and he was much more skilled as a plumber. Maybe because of that, he was assigned to a program that trained soldiers in demolition, specifically with various forms of explosives.
Fun.
In addition to his training with explosives, he served as a machine gun detachment person and generally flew under the radar. I don't know what they're called.
Artilleryman?
Yeah, sure. And flew under the radar pretty much for 3 years. And in the spring of 1910, he was given an honorable discharge after his initial term, and he chose not to renew his contract. And he was like, you know what? I have some other ways that I can make a living. Like, that was nice. Fun little thing I did for 3 years. So he left the military, and he was going to look for a new job, but there was still that whole recession thing. So competition was pretty stiff still. After about 2 weeks of unemployment, he sent a telegram to his army buddy, Walter, I think it's Chopellery.
Fun.
Chopellery.
Chopellery.
And he asked him to get a few days of leave to help him with a job.
Okay.
So Walter managed to get a week-long pass from the base and joined McCurdy in St. Joseph, Kansas. On the night of November 19th, 1910, Elmer McCurdy and Walter were walking down the main street in St. Joseph, Kansas, when they were stopped by 3 special officers for Burlington train line. At the time, it was pretty common practice in many towns for officers to stop unfamiliar men who they suspected of being like drifters or some nefarious kind of, suspects of something. So they stopped them and they questioned them, and then the officers noticed the large, heavy bag that Elmer was carrying. The officers insisted he open it, and they looked in and found that the bag contained a force screw, a door jimmy, assorted drills and hacksaws, chisels, a nitroglycerine funnel, gunpowder, and a gunpowder funnel.
Just your typical, what's in my bag?
Yeah, what's in my bag? Get ready with me.
Excuse me?
These were all tools that were commonly used by burglars and bank robbers at the time.
Yeah.
So Elmer and Walter couldn't super explain why they were carrying such hefty quantities of burglar tools.
I just love screwdrivers.
But they were like, nefarious, we are not. But they were like, okay, cool, what are you? And they were like, not sure.
Not nefarious.
Can't explain it, but we aren't nefarious.
We're unnefarious.
But the officers could see right through that shit. And in the affidavit filed for their arrest, the officers asserted that the men were in possession of, quote, mechanical devices adapted, designed, and commonly used for breaking into vaults and safes.
I guess that's going
Just
on.
2 weeks out of the army, and Elmer has already been arrested.
Damn, only 2 weeks.
Worse than that, he was facing felony charges that carried a sentence of between 2 and 10 years in prison.
Yikes.
Broke and unable to find either a lawyer or a decent explanation for why he was carrying burglar equipment, he concocted a new plan. On November 23rd, the day of his court date, Elmer wore his U.S. Army uniform and headed into court.
No.
So Elmer explained that, no, he was not carrying the tools of a common burglar.
What was he carrying?
What, like, come on. He said they were parts to an invention that he and Walter were trying to patent. A machine gun tripod that allowed the user to fire the gun with his foot.
Innovative.
Oh.
Elmer went as far as to ask for a continuance so he could subpoena his commanding officer, Captain Charles Murphy, who he claimed would testify to the veracity of these claims.
Oh my God.
You're not in the army anymore.
Yeah.
The
So everyone in court was
audacity.
like, that's bullshit. Like, I am sure of
Collectively.
that. And unfortunately, I think he I know he overplayed his hand here because he actually subpoenaed Captain Charles Murphy.
Oh.
And I don't think he thought this would go further than that. I thought he would just be like, kind of like
He won't
bluff,
show.
and they would be fine. But to Elmer McCurdy's surprise, when the arraignment resumed a few days later, Captain Murphy appeared in court and he explained those bits of metal would have absolutely no use in any machine gun of mine.
Yikes.
In response, Elmer McCurdy jumped up from his seat and lunged at Captain Murphy and had to be restrained by the officers in the court. This
Dang, bro.
outburst, with the fact that Elmer was clearly lying about the tripod machine gun that you could use with your foot, was sufficient enough evidence for the judge to return an indictment, and a trial was scheduled for January 1911.
Understandable.
Like his ejection from Iola Society a few years earlier, the arrest and indictment in St. Joseph was definitely another turning point for Elmer McCurdy. It was yet another experience that made him just think, you know what, I don't belong in polite society, I belong amongst the criminals.
The criminals.
As Elmer sat in jail awaiting his trial, he started making friends with the other inmates, because he's Elmer, you know?
Yeah, you
He's
gotta
gonna
shoot the
he's gonna
shit.
talk to you.
You gotta
He
do
just is.
something. Talk to her.
Including a man named Walter Jarrett. At the time of Elmer's arrest, Jarrett was serving a short prison sentence for a petty burglary conviction, but he also had some experience robbing banks and had served longer sentences in the past. So he was like, not to brag.
Kind of a career
you
criminal.
know, like many men his age, Jarrett had
Kind
grown
of a
up
recurring
idolizing the
character
outlaws of the
around
Old
here.
West, you know, Jesse James, the Dalton brothers, men who had like bucked modern society standards and made a living, you know, just robbing,
shooting,
and being violent.
And riding horses.
Exactly. And once he was grown, Walter Jarrett was determined to be just like his childhood heroes, which landed him in jail a lot. So it was Jarrett who convinced Elmer McCurdy that if he was able to get out of his current predicament, you know, the two men, Jarrett and he, they could experience, you know, they could maybe like do something together. Like he's like, I can rob banks. Like I've done that.
He said,
and he's
let's
like, and
collab.
you,
I
Elmer
can do that.
McCurdy, we could do a really good collab here because I think
If he could do that, I could do
explode
that.
things.
Yeah, he said post for post.
Like you went in the army and you learned how to blow stuff up. That's pretty good for a bank robbery.
Yeah.
So they were like, let's do this. First, Elmer he was like, you know, at first deal with the charges against you and then we'll talk.
We'll go from there.
Yeah. Take care of those pesky charges first, and then we'll get to talking.
Hi, Ryan Reynolds here for
Me.
Or bankroll. Yeah.
What a compliment.
In the end, it all came down to a
Oh,
matter of
that
reasonable
one was
doubt.
short.
He said would testify against his went before a jury.
Required $15 per month equivalent to taxes and fees
Ugh.
extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. See terms.
There we go. We're back.
So on January 30th, 1911, Elmer McCurdy's case went before a jury in what everyone assumed was going to be a pretty fucking short trial. But within the first day, it seemed like things might actually be working in Elmer's favor. The prosecutor was only able to find one person who would testify against his machine gun defense. But when that witness was shown the tools McCurdy was arrested with, he couldn't identify them as being the tools of a burglar or a bank robber either.
All right.
Like basically like, I can't say they are and I can't say they aren't.
He said they're just tools.
Also, Elmer was
Okay,
able
it's
to
just
find
stick
U.S. Army
stuff.
officials who were willing to testify that McCurdy, quote, was the best damn soldier in the whole damned army.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a compliment.
In the end, it all came down to a matter of reasonable doubt. And it's, I mean, nobody knows if the jury actually believes
Sorry, the best damn soldier in the whole damn army. The best damn.
the tripod machine gun claim. But the prosecution was unable to prove that the tools were like a bank heist toolkit.
Yeah.
And he was acquitted of the charges.
Okay, Elmer.
Yeah. Following the
Okay.
acquittal, Elmer was free to go and immediately sought out Walter Jarrett to begin their life of crime. Let's go.
Yeah.
And by then, Jarrett had already talked up Elmer to his brothers, particularly his experience in exploding things, you know. In the spring, the gang broke into a general store in Oklahoma and stole the ammunition and tools they needed for their first big job, which was robbing the St. Louis Iron Mountain train.
Yeah, let's go.
On a routine mail run in April, the gang caused a disturbance on the tracks, which forced the train to come to a stop. Once the train was stopped, the gang opened fire, showering the express car in a hail of bullets. As the passengers of the train panicked, the Jarrett brothers entered the engine car and held the engineer at gunpoint. In the meantime, Elmer entered the express car to blow the safe up. That's where there would have been this large sum of money. Unfortunately, Elmer turned out to be, you know, less of an expert than they were expecting, because remember, he went into the army with lots of experience in plumbing. You know, like he could plumb.
Yeah.
He
He
wasn't
could
that great
plumb.
with explosives. They just were like, sure, let's have you blow shit up.
Okay.
So he was not great. And the men returned to the train car to find that the explosives had been unsuccessful in opening the safe. But determined, because Elmer, we will find out, is nothing if not determined.
Okay.
He tried again, but he was still unable to
Perseverance.
blow it up. Likely because he had no idea what he was doing.
Yes.
For more than 2 hours, the train sat motionless on the track as the inept robbers repeatedly tried and failed to blow the safe open.
2 hours?
Meanwhile, the passengers are sitting there. Just watching these bumbling idiots try to open this safe.
2 hours is a long
Yeah,
time.
finally, after an unreasonable long period of time, Elmer was able to get the door to the safe open.
I think I could have done it faster.
Exactly, but by that time, he'd blown an enormous hole.
Oh, but to be honest, when it's like, would they say 1911-esque? I don't even know. Maybe a little bit later. So like, everybody's on horseback and nobody's got like nobody can communicate that efficiently. So like, it does make sense that no one would know that the train has been sitting there for 2 hours.
In the side of one of the train cars.
What?
And destroyed the interior of another. And then when they entered the car to grab the $4,000 in silver coins that was awaiting them inside the safe.
Was that blown up too?
They discovered that the explosives had been so hot that it fused all the coins into a single shiny mass of silver. And that single shiny blob of silver was stuck to the inside of the walls and floor of the safe.
It's a real bang up job.
The men tried desperately to pry this loose. And then they saw the lights of an approaching car, so they just had to run.
Oh, okay, there's cars.
And they just stole some of the passengers' watches on the way out.
Like, well, we gotta do something.
Give me a watch.
I need something.
I would honestly be like, you need it more than I do.
Yeah, you need it more than I do.
Yeah. Earrings too. I'd be like, you tried
Take
your
pity
best.
on these motherfuckers.
Wow.
Wow.
So-
So at first you do not succeed. Try for 2
again.
hours.
So following that robbery, if you could call it that, Elmer McCurdy and Walter Jarrett were immediately identified as the suspects,
Oh,
and a
good one.
$1,000 reward was offered for the capture of either of
Oh
them.
shit.
All the mistakes were laid at their feet. And like they were like there, and honestly, it was laid mostly at their supposed explosives expert. And the gang made no secret that they were pissed. Not long after the failed heist, a knife fight broke out between McCurdy and Jarrett. Elmer got a deep cut on his arm, and Walter's face was slashed. The resentment ended up ruining the relationship between the gang and McCurdy, and they went their separate ways. After just a few months, though,
And
Jarrett's
they're not
gang
the
was
ones
all
that
rounded up
killed
and
him?
prosecuted for their crimes, and Elmer was remaining at large because they cut him loose.
On the run.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
As a criminal now on the run, Elmer passed himself off as several different aliases like Charles Davis, Frank Curtis, and that's the one he used in September 1911. No longer in the company of hardened bandits, he was definitely still determined to make his name as an outlaw. He wasn't
Yeah.
ready to quit,
Yeah.
you know? And by late September, he'd hooked up with a new criminal outfit and formulated a new plan to get rich.
Let's go.
On the night of
New
October
plan.
6, 1911, McCurdy and his new gang stopped Katy train number 29 near Okeska, a small town in northeast Oklahoma. The gang had heard a rumor that the train was carrying $400,000, and it was supposed to be delivered to Osage Reservation in exchange for oil, and they set their sights on that money.
It's a lot of money.
Now, determined to make up for the last failure, Elmer volunteered to take point. He was like, I want to make up for this.
Yeah.
And after stopping the train on the tracks, Elmer set about decoupling the engine and the express cars from the other cars so that he could ride the train further down the tracks and make off with the money.
Okay.
At first, things were going great. The train stopped. They were able to get the cars unhooked, moving again, no problem. But when the gang went to the express car to collect their loot, they discovered that Elmer had uncoupled the wrong car. And they'd left the car with the safe miles behind them.
Oh,
Good one.
So instead of getting $400,000, the car they'd stolen only had about $45 inside. They were pretty pissed.
Yeah.
Deeply
He
disappointed.
is a bad criminal.
The gang split up and went their separate ways,
Bad
but not before
criminal.
Elmer stole the conductor's watch and a bottle of whiskey. I love that they all, in that moment, they were pissed. They were disappointed, and then they all just went, fuck y'all. And they all just
Yeah.
went different ways. And Elmer stole whiskey and a watch and was like, peace.
Yeah.
So now separated from the gang, and he's walking on his own now. Just left that whole
Well, you know
shenanigans.
what I mean? Like, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, shame on me type of shit. Oh, yo, I'm glad you made it home. Oh, dang, I'm sorry your phone shut down, but I hope you cool off and you can decompress. We're listening to this silly, goofy episode of the Morbid Podcast, and I'm working hard on my poncho.
On a sad boy walk.
Oh, yeah, true sad boy walk. Elmer fled into the Osage Hills, but the law wasn't far
Found him.
behind.
The long arm of the law.
The longest arm of the law. The area where McCurdy had fled proved far more difficult to traverse than he'd expected. Not only was he completely unfamiliar with this region, but it was dense with thickets and ravines, and he was also drinking whiskey the whole time, so he was sloppy
He was
drunk.
feeling it.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Just wasted.
he's not only moving slowly, but he's doing absolutely nothing to cover up his tracks as he goes. 'Cause he's just
doing
lit.
absolutely
He's probably not
nothing.
being quiet.
Yeah. In fact, at one point, he dropped completely dropped the whole empty whiskey bottle on the ground, which gave the
Yes.
bloodhounds that were following him an opportunity to renew their scent.
Oh no.
In a short time, the sheriff's
Solid.
posse caught up with Elmer at a farm along the Big Caney River, where he was hiding out in a barn. It was nighttime by them, and when they approached the barn, they found him sleeping in a large pile of hay.
I was gonna say he's totally passed out, shit faced, 100%.
He just passed right out.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
you would after a bottle of whiskey.
So they were worried about losing him in the darkness.
To
if they had, like,
refresh
just
his
jumped on him,
scent,
so they
I'm
just
dead.
waited there until daylight to make the arrest.
Oh.
And at about 7 a.m. the next morning,
They're like, yeah, he's not going
yeah,
anywhere.
no. 3 deputies approached the barn door, making noise, so they woke him up from his sleep. And when Elmer looked through the hole, he saw them, and he didn't hesitate. He just opened fire on them.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Bob Fenton later said, he took a shot at me first, then he took a shot at Stringer. After that, he took 3 shots at Wallace before we opened fire.
Oh my god.
Elmer McCurdy had proven a poor explosives expert, and as it turns out, he wasn't that great with a rifle either. All 5 shots McCurdy took at the men standing less than 10 feet away from him missed.
Yeah.
Elmer.
The deputies retreated somewhat, and for about an hour, the group
Elmer, please. They were okay, but can you blame the man? He just woke up. He's hungover as shit. He had a horrible night. He fucked up again. Like, but for real, you couldn't make one shot, bro. Elmer, come on.
gunfire until finally one of the shots found its target, hitting Elmer in the chest.
There it
And it
is.
sent the bullet obviously ricocheting into his hip, where it would later be discovered decades later
Yeah.
by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner.
Yes.
So the posse collected Elmer's body and brought it back to Pawhuska with them,
That is a fun town
right?
name. I like
where
it.
they handed it over to the owner of Johnson's, the local funeral parlor. Knowing that no one was going to come claim the body, the undertaker saw an opportunity to make some money. So he treated the body with an arsenic compound, creating the situation that would allow the body to be mummified over time.
Yeah.
And after that, Elmer was stored in the back room of Johnson's, where the proprietor charged a nickel for people to come look at him, as he was billed as the bandit who wouldn't give up.
What? You know, that's so nice. They were like,
Yeah,
he
I mean,
tried
he did
again.
have
You know what he did?
perseverance.
He tried.
He
was a
did
little
have
bandit
some
who couldn't.
tenacity.
We really
know?
couldn't, but
You pay a nickel, you can see the bandit that wouldn't give up.
dang.
Dude,
To the
honestly, he saw his
Undertaker's
opportunity and
surprise,
went
5
for
years
it.
later, a man
Can't be
came
mad.
into the funeral parlor saying he was McCurdy's long-lost brother.
What?
And he tearfully begged the Undertaker to give Elmer's body back to him so he could give him a proper burial.
That's fake as fuck.
Not wanting to run afoul of the law,
That's
the
fake
Undertaker
as
was like,
fuck.
absolutely, you can have the body.
Take your brother.
It was only later that he learned that this long-lost brother was, in fact, the owner of the traveling carnival who tricked him into handing over his sideshow star.
Trickery.
And so it was that Elmer McCurdy entered the carnival and sideshow circuit, getting passed from one traveling show to another until he finally ended up hanging in the Laugh in the Dark ride at the Pike in Long Beach.
Really pop.
Crazy.
That was a tale.
For the most of his life, he had tried and failed to make a name for himself, first as an upstanding member of society, then as a hardened bandit and train robber. But it was in his death that he finally achieved the notoriety that he felt he deserved.
Yeah.
Once all the paperwork had been signed and filed after he was discovered, Elmer McCurdy's body was released to the Oklahoma Historical Society and the Indian Territory Posse of Westerners. That's the name of it.
Yes.
And in April 1977, Elmer McCurdy was finally laid to rest at Boot Hill Cemetery in Guthrie, Oklahoma, 66 years after a bullet fired from the Osage County Sheriff's deputy ended his life.
Wow.
And that is the tale of Elmer
66
McCurdy,
years.
the outlaw
That's
mummy
crazy.
Sister. What a journey we just took together.
I think that story
journey.
slaps.
That is a
I think
slap of
it
a
is
story.
a wild tale. I think it's Elmer is
Do
a
you mind grabbing me
character.
water?
Yeah, I
For
would say
sure.
so.
I feel bad for his beginnings because I think it
Yeah.
really colored the rest of his life, and it looked like he got, you're like he got into the cups,
Yep.
and it took him away from being an upstanding member of society,
Yeah.
and he just couldn't catch a break,
God, don't be
and
drunk.
he just wasn't good, and he wasn't even good at being
Crazy
bad.
work.
That's the
No.
thing.
He
I don't think he
was-
was meant to be a
He
bad
was
guy.
destined to be good.
Yeah, he was destined to just be Elmer,
Yeah,
know.
just be a cool
Just
boy.
Elmer.
But it's sad what happened to him
I
out there.
know, it is sad.
And it's really wild that was able to happen for so long.
Sorry, it's so
Sure
funny.
is.
He's just
But what a
destined to
world.
be
Yeah, that's
Elmer.
the tale.
Well,
Crazy tale.
with that being said, we hope you keep listening.
And you should, because that's a crazy tale. There's more where that came from. And we hope you
Keep
it
weird. But not so weird as Elma.
Elma.
As Elma.
Come on.
Don't keep it so weird as
Come on,
Elma.
Elma.
That's crazy. That guy's a freaking crazy guy.
Crazy guy. He's a little silly goofy.
These long dog days of summer. I mean, we just made it.
Which
through a
one
heat
are we
wave.
on now?
Mama was
The
parched through this heat
murder,
wave.
the
I
murder
was thinking
of
Dunkin'
David
every
Harris,
single day,
Part
and I woke up
1.
to afternoon resort
Sorry
Saturday
if that's
down the
loud.
there
I should
waiting
just
for
do
you.
this.
That's where Southern New Hampshire University comes in. With
Thanks.
flexible online degree programs, there's no commuting, no rigid schedule, and no more excuses.
It's
Plus,
so
they have
filled.
some of the lowest online tuition rates in the U.S. Visit snhu.edu/morbid to learn more before your degree becomes just
Alright,
another
sorry, I
semester.
had to do that before
Tuition
continuing
pricing
this.
are mysterious. You can choose to bundle. Ability vary by state. Because you've been slouching over your computer for years. And
me.
shoulders back, baby.
Shoulders killing it.
Oh.
It's all good for the human body. I know.
Be straight. Not
No.
a tech brain. Like those things where people are like, hey, technology, that's gone too far.
I think a lot of us did.
Very hyperfixated. I learned so much about submersibles documentary implied so far. Making
It's so scary.
and in the like ignored. Experts, he would fire people
Well,
and that's it.
I'm taking an astrology class right now, as you know. I
Oh
only
my
had
God.
the first one, so we learned planets move. Like information science, because he just then she asked me a lot of in-depth questions.
Tell me about this
No,
guy.
That's my goal, is to get
yeah.
to Eliza Kelly's like
When does the episode
level
content
era.
start?
I mean, sure,
level.
get to her era as well.
Holy
but-
shit.
that will take me years, but I can only hope to be as good as her.
Oh, you will. There's something to it, man.
Ancient,
It's the mode of today.
and it's just fascinating.
Well, and go watch that documentary Implosion because
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it'll fascinate you.
And then we'll cover it like once we
Yeah.
get all the research together. I do
Interesting.
feel like will be fascinating.
Oh, for sure.
Because obviously
Yeah, this one's on HBO. I think this is gonna be.
We're
on
like
Netflix.
10 minutes into the episode and
shit,
they're
I
still
think
talking
there
about
is one
random
on
shit.
Netflix
because
right
it's like
now.
2 years.
No, you should. I'm sorry
always
for doubting you.
second-guessing my
Holy
shit.
shit, that was 2
It
years
was
ago.
2 years because I remember.
A real thing, actually. We have a case today, and I was thinking about it this morning because I like got this together. This is a very well-known.
Because what were you? When was this?
2002. I was a
Maybe.
child, so. But let's get into it. Joyriding in your Mercedes. Afternoon of July 24th, 2002. Clara Harris just casually
Oh, wait,
said
let me
something
go on
about
that,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, damn.
Yeah, no, not when I was 6.
Just
I mean,
watching
Is
the
this
movie
it?
or
Is this
something.
it?
again, I used to fall asleep to like Forensic Files
Hey,
as a child,
maybe.
so. But let's get into it.
Oh,
So on
11
July
minutes and
24th,
42
2002,
seconds
Clara
into it.
Harris
We
just
finally.
casually asked her stepdaughter Lindsay if she wanted to go for a drive, get out, enjoy the beautiful summer weather. Lindsay was 16 at the time, so one, she was like, hell yeah, let's go joyriding in your Mercedes Benz. She loved her stepmom. They got along great.
Oh, that's nice.
And this didn't seem unusual at all. Clara loved showing off her Mercedes. She loved driving it. It just was like their thing to do.
Yeah.
For her, the car was a symbol of the success that she and her husband David had achieved in their 10 years of marriage, including a thriving dental practice in the suburbs of Houston, Texas.
Look at that.
They're very well-to-do people.
Mm-hmm.
Because Lindsay lived with her mom during the school year and she spent summers with Claire and her father, she welcomed the opportunity to hang out with her stepmom and happily accepted the offer. They had actually gotten really close in the last couple of months, having bonded over the recent revelation that David Harris, Clara's husband and Lindsay's father, was having an affair with his secretary, Gail Bridges.
Oh.
Yes.
What a thing to bond over.
Uh-huh. I think they both felt hurt in different ways.
Of course they
You
did.
know.
Yeah. It's just like, wow, what a trauma bond.
Yeah,
that
I think
is.
a lot of times, we don't realize that, like, affairs affect kids as much as they do.
Oh yeah.
And, like, when
I
kids
can't
find out about them, they also feel duped.
Well, they feel betrayed. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a level of betrayal that's similar to what the spouse feels.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But just a few weeks earlier, Clara had confronted David, her husband, about the affair, and he agreed to end it. But the damage had been done, and he was going to have to work very hard to earn back not only his wife's trust, but his daughter's as well.
Ew, I also hate the like grossness of like you're having an affair with your secretary.
It's very cliche.
Yeah.
It's very cliche.
Get it together.
Get
Both
it
of you.
together.
Yeah.
Gail,
Come on, man. You got to do better.
Well, Clara was very upset that afternoon, and Lindsay knew that much. As far as Lindsay could tell, it had something to do with her dad and his mistress, Gail Bridges. Lindsay also knew that in the weeks leading up to her father's affair being exposed, that Clara had hired a private investigator to follow David and Gail.
Oh man.
And it was that private investigator who had just called the house before Clara asked Lindsay to go for a drive. So she was like, obviously these two things are connected.
Yeah.
At first, it seemed like Clara was just driving aimlessly, but soon it became clear to Lindsay that this was not a casual afternoon drive. It was very much an excuse to hunt around town looking for David and Gail.
Oh no, don't do that.
Don't
do that with his kid.
Don't do that with his
yeah,
kid.
don't do that. Don't do that with any kid.
Don't do that with kids. That's a solo
Don't
activity.
involve.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a solo activity. And even then, like, don't hurt your own feelings.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
this didn't
oh.
come as much as of
Even if
surprise
they
to
are in
Lindsay.
high
She knew
school,
that her
don't do
father
it.
actually had plans with Gail that evening, and the plans were supposed to be to formally end their relationship. So it made sense to Lindsay that they would be out with each other. But what didn't make sense was Clara's emotional state as they drove. Like Lindsay, Clara also knew that David was planning to meet Gail that evening to end things, so it really shouldn't have come as much of a surprise when the PI called and said that they were meeting.
Yeah.
And Lindsay remembered years later, she was just on a mission to find out where he was, and she was crying, which is really sad.
That's really sad.
That afternoon, Clara drove to all of the places she knew that David and Gail liked to go to together, including to Gail's home, but there was no sign of David's car anywhere. So eventually, Clara pulled over and asked Lindsay to take over driving so that she could place a call to Blue Moon, which was the private investigation firm that she had hired. At Clara's instruction, Lindsay just drove from one location to another, but no matter where they went, it didn't seem that Gail and David were there. Lindsay said later she was so confused. We were just going to forget about it and go shopping, which came as a relief, but then Clara's phone rang. Which is so sad knowing that detail that like this almost went away.
Yeah, like we were just going to go shopping.
And
you
just
just
forget
wish,
about
like,
it.
just go shop. Retail therapy, girl. Spend his money.
Spend his money.
Spend his fucking money.
Yes.
Make him pay that way. Make him literally pay with that.
Yes, exactly.
You know, like nobody deserves to pay with their life.
Yeah.
So it's like, make them pay with actual money.
It's like that, hey ladies,
Yes,
when your man's
it's
trying to
like-
get fucked wild.
literally like that. And it's like, damn, you just wish like that had gone that way
I know.
for many of the people involved. You
Well,
know
and
what I
then
mean?
when you find out like this next bit that I'm going to say, it's like, this wasn't even supposed to happen. Because despite a company rule about not returning clients' requests for updates until the following day, a policy put in place to prevent messy or even potentially dangerous situations, private investigator Lucas Baca told Clara he had picked up David's trail and that he and Gail had checked into a local hotel and were either on the 4th or 6th floor, but said that he couldn't provide any more details until the following day.
Oh man.
But it's like, first of all, you already provided enough details for this to get messy and dangerous.
yes, absolutely you did.
And then, not one to be denied, something that she thought she was entitled to, Clara eventually just pried the remaining details out of him, and it was worse than she ever could have
Well,
imagined.
and imagine I can't fathom one, finding out that your husband is having an affair with his secretary.
Oh my God,
one,
no.
I can't fathom that.
No,
and
that's why our husbands don't
two-
have secretaries.
Yeah, no, you can't have secretaries.
just kidding.
But also, it's just like I can't imagine the feeling of that. I really can't. Like,
No.
that's awful. I've been cheated on by like ex-boyfriends. I
Yeah.
know that sucks. I just can't imagine going through with like marriage and having it happen.
Marriage,
That must
kids.
be a whole different kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And then also to then know that like their meeting to end it would be also fucked up of a feeling because you know they're meeting
And when they're breaking up.
and you're not there. Like he's breaking up with the woman that he's having an affair with. Like it's just like what?
It's a wild concept.
And then to then be hearing they just checked into a hotel and you're sitting here with his daughter.
Yeah. Because
Like-
why are you breaking it off at a hotel?
And and that's the thing.
There's
It's
so
like
mu-
we're
what are
getting
the
so messy,
implications?
and it's like you just know. Like, and again, this is what I mean. Like nobody should pay with their life for these kind of indiscretions.
No way.
But like Bart, hands down. Like that's it. But it's like you just wonder. Like you're just like, oh my god, that was like shot after shot for her.
Yeah.
Like, and you just
Well,
like
she
think
wasn't
about it.
supposed to have that
That's the
information
thing.
that
Like
day.
she just shouldn't have had that information.
and
you know what
there's
I mean?
literally there was a company policy put
I'm
into
scared.
place.
What the fuck
Because
happened? They're freaking
This
out.
kind of information can set
It's like, look,
somebody
you
into
get
a
me
tailspin.
salty.
And the fact that like the company policy already wasn't.
They keep reiterating the same fucking fact. Like, what happened? So I can like understand why the fuck y'all are freaking out.
place tells you there had been situations in the past where
They
they
had at
had to
least-
then put that policy in
Exactly.
place.
Or they've at least seen enough evidence to
That's
know
the
like
thing.
this could go
Awry.
gnarly
Yes.
if we really, you know.
What
'cause
happened?
You don't need to give all that information.
Yeah, people in heightened emotional states do
Because
crazy,
the
terrible
human
things.
species is very flawed that way.
They
and
sure
we
are.
need to be aware of it. But it's
Mhm.
just like there's those two sides of that coin where it's like he did not deserve to pay with his life.
No.
She show up and just murder him?
And
Like,
then
I want to
kinda get the point
know.
where you're busy. You're just take an even RV with there. Likely that there would be Lincoln.
I feel like they overtalked
on
it.
its attitude and
Oh,
demeanor.
whoops.
Like Gail all ends. It's like you walked out, which to add in Sarah and Lindsay knew. Like I said, David's plan was to meet Gail, but at a local restaurant, a public place.
Yeah.
Where it was much less likely that there would be a scene. But according to the PI, the couple had checked into the Nassau Bay Hilton in Houston, which to add insult to injury was the same hotel where David and Clara had their wedding reception a decade earlier.
Oh.
Let that sink in for a second.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
And then when you know how this all
no.
ends, it's like you walked out that door as newlyweds, and then like he ends his he doesn't end his own life, but his life ends there.
Like what a
That is
horrible
tragic.
Yeah, what a
on
tragic
on
turn
another
of
level.
And also like does Gail know that Gail must know that he has an entire family.
Yeah.
Honestly, Gail, go fuck yourself.
She might have been told
Yeah, I
some
feel like they
interesting
kind of gave
details
it
that
away.
we'll
I'm
get
not a
to,
fan
but
of this
still, please.
episode.
So when she heard the news, Clara's attitude and demeanor apparently changed immediately. Where she had previously been very determined, irritated, confused even. Now she was silent, humorless, just affectless, like
Oh,
in
no,
another
that's not
world
good.
entirely.
That must have been so scary
For Lindsay.
for Lindsay.
Absolutely.
Like,
She's 16 years
yeah.
old.
And to see someone just live like to go numb like that, like affectless, is like whoa. Like we've crossed over into
Dangerous territory.
really dangerous territory.
And she's 16. She knows
Yeah,
that. You
of
know?
course.
So Clara dialed the phone again, this time calling the house to speak with the nanny who was taking care of the couple's 2 other children.
Oh man.
Yeah. When Maria Gonzalez answered the phone, Clara told her in a flat, even tone to, quote, pack her husband's best clothes in the couple's oldest suitcase and place it outside the door in the garage.
And the rest of his clothes, she told Gonzalez, could just be thrown in the trash.
Damn.
Which I think was really nice of her to let him keep his oldest clothes.
And honestly, I wish
Or
it
his
had
his
just
best
gone
clothes.
there.
Yeah, that's it.
Just kick that motherfucker out.
Yeah.
Yeah, like have your, and then go spend the money.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the recipe.
No
babe.
one gets hurt physically.
No. When she hung up the phone, though, Clara, in the same flat tone as she had used with the nanny, instructed her stepdaughter to go to the Nassau Bay Hilton.
Oh no.
It was about 8:30 p.m. when Lindsay pulled the Mercedes into the Hilton lot and parked in one of the guest spaces, and then followed Clara into the lobby.
Oh no, she should not be part of this. I didn't
No.
even realize that she was like
I didn't
such a big part of.
I always knew that she was there,
Ugh.
like that's such a big part of the story, but I didn't realize how there she
that
was.
she was like brought into the lobby
was
and shit
brought
like that.
in.
She should not be witnessing this kind of shit.
No, this poor girl, lots and lots of trauma.
Yeah.
So at the front desk, Clara asked for her husband's room number, but she was told that nobody was registered under that name. So she asked for the room number of Gail Bridges, but received the same response. She's getting nowhere, so she lied to the clerk. And she was like, listen, my son is sick. I need to get in touch with my husband immediately. Like, I know he's here.
Mm-hmm.
But the clerk only repeated that there wasn't anybody registered under those names, so he just couldn't help her. Later, after detectives went through the hotel security footage and records, they learned that the clerk had been telling the truth. David Harris had paid cash in advance for the room, so the clerk hadn't bothered with the usual check-in procedures, like getting his guests, like the guest names or their license numbers.
Yeah.
So feeling frustrated and defeated, Clara did a slow walk around the lobby one final time, Lindsay just reluctantly in tow.
Oh God.
And as they were heading back to the car, Clara spotted what she thought was Gail Bridges' car in one of the spaces in the employee parking lot. When she got closer, she saw some of the identifying details and confirmed that it was indeed Gail's car. And she turned back in the direction of the hotel lobby, but not before ripping off the rear windshield wiper and dragging her keys along the side of the vehicle.
Damn.
Yeah.
Because why not?
Oof. So the explosive attack on Gail's car seemed to have exhausted Clara briefly. I've never keyed a car personally, but I feel like
No, I feel like that would exhaust you. Though.
and ripping the windshield wipers off, that I can't even get my windshield wipers off when I'm supposed to.
And here's the thing: it's like this is
wrong.
I know you're angry. You have every right to be angry. She has every right to feel whatever feeling she is feeling right now.
Yeah.
You gotta hold to some of that stuff. You know what I mean? You gotta do it in a better way. It's like you can't be destroying property.
No.
You can't be killing people.
When you're
like,
a mom, like you're a mom in this
and that's the
scenario to
thing.
Lindsay, like a stepmom.
Yeah,
you're,
you gotta
you're a parental figure to
and
her.
you have 2 other kids.
Exactly.
Like you gotta
You gotta
immediately
think of that.
them and say, this is gonna get me in trouble.
Yup.
And this is bad to show them as a way
Well,
to
that's
get your
the thing
anger
is
out.
she
You know what I mean?
wasn't
It's like,
thinking, right? Because
obviously
if
I've
she
never been in
could
this
think
situation,
rationally, she
so it's
probably
like,
would
but
have thought of that.
It's just like,
But-
oh no. And you can just see it like escalating really
Because I
quickly.
can't imagine being like, I don't think I've ever been cheated on.
I'm just kind of surprised, like, the face of the other kid wasn't
But
like
being cheated on in like a
a wake-up
relationship where
call.
there's no kids is one whole world and level of
Yeah.
hurt. Being cheated on by your husband when you have multiple kids together is like a whole other level of
Yeah,
betrayal.
that's got to be because now you're thinking of them.
Yeah,
and
like
the
you
betrayal
cheated.
that's
You didn't
happening to them.
You didn't just cheat on your wife. You cheated on your family.
Exactly, and
you
that's
know?
the hard part. And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
So she's just not thinking clearly. But so now she's consumed with rage and she's determined to get David out into the opening of the hotel lobby. So she had Lindsay call her father's cell phone and he answered right away. And Lindsay, as instructed, told him, "You need to come home. Bradley is sick." That was one of their sons.
yeah.
So he was like, "Okay, I'll be right there," and hung up. Clara and Lindsay watched the bank of elevators from outside the glass front doors of the hotel, just waiting for David and Gail to emerge. After a few minutes passed and they still hadn't appeared, Clara herself called David's phone and repeated the earlier message that their son was sick. And again, David said he was on his way immediately. By that point, Clara had gone back into the lobby and was waiting right by the elevators to confront him when he came out.
Which honestly, you wish that had happened.
Well, that does
Like
happen.
confront, but I mean, like, and that's it.
And
like just
period.
confrontation in a
Girls,
public place.
I'm getting pissed off. They
'Cause
keep
that's bad
fucking
enough.
Like that's bad enough.
Yup.
But it's like
the
you're not- nobody's
interjections are
getting hurt,
pissing me
nobody's
off
alive.
because I
yeah,
feel
you're
like
in a
they're
public
giving
place,
shit
like,
away.
Obviously, you don't want that to happen at all. But it's like if it's gonna happen, that you wish that was the end of that, and then it's just
Yes.
like and then divorce.
Yes.
The end.
my
Like get out of
God.
there.
Yeah. Well, so anticipating the confrontation, Lindsay convinced her stepmother to go back outside and wait. She's like, "We shouldn't wait right here." And this 16-year-old trying to defuse the situation, you feel so hard for her.
Oh, I feel Lindsay. I want to like gather up and hug.
And just go take her shopping.
Like I know she's a grown adult now because this was 2002.
Yeah,
I
but
still
that
want to
trauma
give you a
probably
hug.
still lives
I
in her.
still want to give you a hug because this was a lot, an
Yeah.
unimaginable thing to go through.
When she's being the adult here, she's saying to
Yeah.
Clara, like, "We don't want to cause a scene.
She's trying to
Let's go
de-escalate."
outside."
Yeah.
She's trying to de-escalate. So she does try to, but unfortunately that didn't do a lot of good. Lindsay said she was calm until she saw Dad and Gail come out. Then, because Lindsay was able to get her inside or outside, but then she said she ran inside. She was ready to go inside and fight. As soon as she saw David and Gail come out of those elevators, Clara rushed into the lobby and just started hitting Gail.
Oh, see.
Tearing her shirt open, just starting a brawl with this woman. And as far as Clara was concerned, this was the woman who had stolen her husband and destroyed her family.
And it's like, yeah, you know, she's the other woman. That's not good. That's not a good person
But at
to
the
be.
same time, you don't know what he's told her.
Well, also, and
like, let's
it
put your
doesn't
anger
even
at him.
matter if she's like full on doesn't give a shit that she has a whole. It doesn't even matter.
Yep.
It's like you can't physically attack someone, and you can't. And what is it getting you?
Right.
That's the thing.
A charge.
Many times I have wanted to physically hurt someone.
Same.
For sure.
Same.
Like
that's just we're animals.
We are animals. It's a thing. It's a primal instinct. Anger can in fight or flight. Fight is part of it.
Yeah.
And it's like it's going to happen. But you have to fight against that instinct. Because again, especially as a parent, as a human, but especially as a parent, when you have even more under your responsibility, not just yourself.
And more to lose.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, especially as a parent, you have to sit there and go, is this worth it? This momentary second of getting all my rage out on this woman and feeling like, hell yeah, I just punched her in the face.
Probably not.
Is that going to be, how long is that going to last? It's going to last a split second of like, that felt good. And then boom, reality's going to hit you like a fucking a 747 jet. It's like, that is not going to be good.
Because then you're going to catch a charge. You're going to have
Your kids are going to have to see how you reacted to a situation.
Right.
They might take cues from how you reacted to a situation and think that's how they should act.
Or could be embarrassed by the situation, depending on how old they are. Like, there's a lot of layers.
It's bad. And you are now walking around.
So many
you know, like, it's like,
layers.
so even this is like, oh, girl.
It's bad.
And it shows you that she was just
out of her mind. Out of her mind.
Because this is such an overreaction, you know?
It is. It is. So she yelled in Gail's face, "You bitch, he's my husband," and just knocked her to the floor. She was just repeatedly striking Gail in the face and in the head. And she looked up at all the guests who were just, you know, crowding around watching in a mix of horror and curiosity because we're all terrible people.
We are.
And told them, this is David Harris and he's fucking this woman right here.
Damn.
Huh?
Like,
what was that?
You look so wild. You look so wild. But it's like you get the emotion behind it. though.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the thing. I cannot stress enough that like the emotions that would come with this would be horrific. And and I can't imagine. You would want to embarrass this man.
Yeah,
and this
but you're
woman
also
in front of
embarrassing
everyone.
yourself.
That's the thing. You're really not just embarrassing them.
Yeah.
And again, there's a child here.
Yeah.
There's a child not only involved, there's children
child.
involved, but there's a child literally
Here,
physically
present.
present. And it's like, this is just, that's going to affect her forever, witnessing just that.
Yeah.
You know, if that was where it ended, that was going to fuck her up.
And again, she's a child. She's taking cues from you, and she's very upset with
Y'all
her
need
father.
to shut up
So now
about that
she's
if it ended
implicated
here.
in things and done things that
Yeah.
she
Get
probably
so
regrets.
pissed off.
Yeah, and it's pitting this Lindsay, her emotions against her father,
Right.
which obviously he made a massive mistake.
grave
And
error.
it's like, it's not like there was this like whole, she hated him because he was physically abusive kind of thing to her or anything like that. Like, I mean, like Lindsay,
To
and all that.
Lindsay.
Like, this is all purely emotion based and betrayal based, which is a very real thing.
Absolutely.
But to involve her in that kind of like emotional fight there, like you're having with him, is like directly inviting her into the trauma with you.
Yeah.
When she should be able to deal with it in a way that because she's going to feel betrayed by him.
And she needs
but in
to
a different
deal.
way.
That's the thing. In a different way, she needs to deal with her piece of it, and not co-opt yours.
Because your marriage does not equate to their relationship.
Right.
Of course, again, like we said, she's going to feel a betrayal, but she's going to feel a betrayal as a daughter and not as a spouse.
Right.
And those are two different things that need to be worked out in two very different ways.
In two very different therapy
And this is
rooms.
very much involving her in
I
the
did do the
like
corner right,
romantic
didn't I?
relationship
Just
of it
got
all, which is
spaced out and did a bunch
messier,
of shit, huh?
Way messier.
in a totally different way, kind of situation. It just is very upsetting.
Well, so it didn't take long before several hotel employees rushed over to the scene and started trying to separate Gail.
No,
and
I'm good. I'm
Clara.
good.
By then, Clara's anger had turned
Wait,
into
I forgot
uncontrollable
I
rage. As one
still
employee was pulling her away from Gail, she clung to the woman's
still wash
blouse and nearly
sheets
ripped it
and
off.
go with-
And then when she lost
Oh,
her grip on the
no.
shirt, she grabbed Gail's leg and bit down hard on
Oh
her leg.
my
She's like
lord.
animal level. At
I
this
was just
point.
going to say, this is animalistic.
So when it was clear that hotel employees
Ouch.
were having no luck separating the two women, David finally stepped in and put his hand on Clara's forehead and pushed her away to the floor, giving the desk clerk enough time to get Gail outside to her car, and David walking a few feet behind after Gail.
Oh.
This is just so bad in every
Yeah.
way. No one is making a correct decision here in
No.
how to act.
No.
Like,
No.
none of this was okay.
No.
Because he's not helping de-escalate this situation in any way, shape, or
No.
form.
Yeah,
and it's
for
like,
real.
this is
He
just
let
not
the
good.
employees.
So with Gail removed from the situation,
He let the employees go in the line of fire before he even stepped in, and he was the one causing this.
seemed to calm for a moment as the clerk then walked Clara and Lindsay out to the car in the parking lot. But then sitting behind the wheel of the Mercedes, Clara started crying as one of the guests, Evangelist Smiros, helped her into the driver's seat, just the fight having gone completely out of her. Now she's sobbing. And this sweet man is helping her in her car, which I'm also like, don't let her drive right now.
I know.
Like,
He's
nobody
like,
knew. He doesn't know her.
nobody could have predicted this.
No. So he closed the door and started to walk away. And then he heard the tires of Clara's car screech as she threw it into gear. He said she was screaming again, crying, hysterical, out of control. And then he watched as Clara threw the car into drive and tore through the parking lot in the direction of the hotel's front entrance.
And Lindsay's in the car.
Lindsay's in the car.
See, already,
which is devastating.
not only are you like, you're out of control,
You're
you're
reckless.
endangering, no matter what is going to happen here, you're endangering this child.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
It is fucked up.
Like, get your emotions
That's
in check. You are an adult.
Yeah,
It's
you
like,
absolutely are.
This is a very emotional scene. I get it. This is fucked up in every way.
But
It
you
can be
gotta
fucked up.
check yourself.
Get yourself together.
Check
Like,
yourself.
become an adult.
And also, it's one thing to like try, like you were just saying, like when there's kids in the equation, like you have to think of them first.
Yeah.
You have to do that when they're not there. She's sitting there right next to you
That's the
as a
thing.
reminder that like you need to check yourself. She's
Every
right
decision
there.
I make in my life, I think of my children
Mhm.
and what that decision is going to do to affect them.
Of course you do.
Every single decision, whether they are in the room with me, not in the room with me, whether I'm somewhere else. If they're in the fucking car with me,
It's a lot easier.
that's a lot easier to make that decision because they're right
At the
there. And it's like,
forefront.
you got to become an adult in this situation. And she just didn't.
No. So Smiros tried to catch up to the car, yelling for her to stop, that she's going to hurt someone, but she already picked
and
up
that
speed.
poor man.
I know, he's just trying to stop
Yeah.
it. All he could do at this point is watch as she drove away. At the front entrance of the Hilton, the desk clerk, Garrett Clark, was standing on the curb watching David Harris walk back into the hotel after saying bye to Gail.
After saying bye to Gail.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
He could hear Evangelist Smiros yelling just moments before he saw Clara's Mercedes swerve around Gail's car. He said, "I saw her driving very fast around the corner and accelerating towards me. She clipped the rear bumper of Gail's car as she swerved around, just as Clark turned to see her intended target, David Harris. He said, I saw bulging eyes, a terrified look in his eyes. I then saw the Mercedes hit David Harris and then come to a complete stop."
This must have been absolutely horrifying to watch.
Yeah.
And all I'm thinking about in this moment is obviously
Lindsay.
David Harris did not deserve this at all,
No.
and probably did not. Who can predict that this is going to happen?
No.
You know what I mean? Like, obviously
People
he
cheat on
didn't
people
know.
all the time, and
Yeah,
you don't
not
always hear of
great,
this outcome.
But you know, like, it's nobody's like hurting somebody physically or
Right.
like killing anybody
Right.
here, and it's like
Until now.
and it's like this has
And-
been escalated to a point where it's no longer.
Lindsay is in the car
Well,
that
that's-
just struck
I'm thinking
her
of
father.
David Harris here.
I think it's time to do the shell stitch because even if I want to do a couple extra, I'm scared. I don't want to play yarn chicken. All these doubles are gonna add up. So let's let's see what happens. But I think she does 5. I might have to watch the video real quick. But don't worry, I won't make you guys listen to it. Just wanted to say something.
Who, like, made a mistake and is not, you know, the good guy in this situation up until this point, but he did not deserve this. And then Lindsay in this fucking out of control car with somebody who is so animalistic that they can't even see
Stop for a
straight.
second.
Like, this poor child is probably like,
Well, now
what is
she's
going to happen? Is she going to like send us into the side of this building? Like, are we going to die here?
Yeah, and the car has just hit her father.
Yeah.
And she watches as her father's body was thrown 25 feet into the air and then landed on the other side of the parking lot median, where obviously it came to a hard thud.
Nobody should have to witness this.
It only gets worse, Elena. This episode is brought to you by SoFi, the all-in-one finance app where build checkings and plus get up to getting scared is powerful athletic brains. Choose your ride smooth even when the road isn't. Learn more at Genesis. Drive in a loop around the parking lot and over the median, where she then drove over her husband's body not one more. Garrett Clark and other guests in the parking lot watched in absolute horror as Clara proceeded to drive in a loop around the parking lot and over the median, where she then drove over her husband's body not one more time, but 2 more times.
That's like so beyond.
When you have time to
That's
stop.
beyond a snapped moment.
Yes. And you have time to stop and
know?
realize that what you're doing is wrong.
Like after the first, I mean, the first hit alone,
Watching your
is
husband's body
beyond.
go 25 feet in the air should absolutely, like, it should never get to that
that
point.
should take you out
but
of here.
that should take you out of it. Hearing the thud of your husband's body after it's been thrown across a parking lot median come down onto the ground should snap you out of
And
it.
hearing whatever poor Lindsay
She's
is
probably
probably doing in
screaming.
that car should be snapping you out of this situation.
And this is haunting. Later, Clark, who was the hotel employee who was just standing by watching all of this, he said, I heard her cackling and laughing as she drove the last 2 feet before she hit him.
I can't stop thinking of Lindsay in that car. I
Inside the
can't stop
car,
thinking of her seeing this woman laughing and cackling.
inside the car, all they could hear was Lindsay screaming, and at one point even trying to get out of the car while it's still moving but slowed down. And she was trying to get out just before her stepmother drove over her father.
Because you feel that.
Yeah.
Like she's feeling every second of this. She knows she's driving over her father right now.
Yeah.
Like,
Yup.
this is
Yup.
just
It's on
so
another level.
beyond
It's on another level.
human emotion. This is like so beyond.
So after hitting David for the final time, Clara finally put the car in park. And according to witnesses, once the car had stopped, Lindsay jumped out of the passenger seat, ran around the driver's side, and punched Clara in the face, which
Here's the
warranted.
thing. I know I just said like you got to think before you go violent with
You
somebody.
run my
I
dad
get
over
it.
with a
Yeah,
car, I'm
this
punching you in
one-
the face.
I'm having human emotions right now.
You,
So like, just let
you
me-
put, no,
Yeah.
we're all having human
Yeah.
emotions, and if you disagree with this, you're stupid.
Yeah, it's
You-
like whatever.
I'm in a car that my stepmom is driving, and she runs over. Like I have a
Yeah, I'm
stepmom and a
sorry.
dad. If my stepmom put me in a car at 16 years old and drove over my dad multiple times, I would get out and punch her in the
Yeah,
face.
I can't.
That's my fucking dad.
I cannot for 1 second blame Lindsay in
No.
any way, shape, or form
No.
for punching her. And honestly, she's probably trying to get her out of her fucking stupor.
Yeah, like,
she's in.
snap out of
Snap
it.
the fuck out of it. Look what you just did.
Exactly.
Like,
Like now it's all done.
God damn.
So then Clara got out of the car, seemingly in a daze, uncertain what to do next. And at this point, she just stood over David's body and started sobbing uncontrollably. Then dropped to the ground and cradled him in her arms and started begging him to breathe. Witnesses heard her saying over and over again, "I'm so sorry, David. I'm so sorry. I love you."
Wow, she was just gone.
Gone.
She was just in fucking orbit.
Because that's
during
the
that.
thing, like there's a lot of argument over what her state of mind was when this all happened. For me, like I think what she did is wrong and I think she deserved to spend time in prison for it.
Absolutely.
100,000 gajillion percent. But I don't think she was all there when this happened.
Something
And then I
snapped.
think when she realized what she did, she had a moment of fuck.
Yeah.
Because she starts sobbing and begging him to
Yeah.
breathe and telling him how sorry she is and how much she loves him. And I don't think that was for show. I think that was I just fucking killed my husband.
Which also, that's a dangerous person.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's a really dangerous person.
Because
that
that's
can
an
snap
impulsive,
like that.
reckless motherfucker.
Well, and that they just blink out
Yeah,
like that.
you can't
and
just
then come
blink
back
out.
and go, oh shit, sorry.
That's the thing, because I'm
Like,
not saying,
whoa. No, I
just to
know
be
what you're
clear,
saying.
I'm not saying she was insane at the time.
No, you're saying she blinked out. Like
Exactly.
that's the only phrase I can think of
Yeah.
to describe how I'm seeing it.
Yes.
Is like she literally just was.
Like, I don't think she was criminally insane at all during this. I think she deserved to go to prison.
No, I think
for
she was
this.
fully blinded by the most intense rage that I don't think any of us can conceive of.
No, hopefully not.
So I think she literally was gone.
And
I
then
think
came to.
blinded by rage. I think is apparently a real thing. I think she was
it
just
could
not
be.
there.
Thankfully, I've never experienced it.
But
But moments
that's so
later,
dangerous.
so dangerous. Moments later, Houston police arrived at the scene and placed her under arrest for the murder of her husband, which everyone had just watched.
Holy shit.
So the news of Clara Harris murdering her husband actually fucking shocked everyone who knew them.
I would assume.
Clara and David were, as far as anybody could tell, the perfect couple. In fact, people said they had the type of relationship that they wished they had with their husbands.
But that's for show.
Yeah, it tells you
It
that
tells- yeah.
nothing on the outside is real, and you don't know anyone's life unless you're
Yup,
in that house with
it's
them.
true.
You don't know anything. All
Yup.
these influencers that we all love online,
you don't
all
know
these
any of
fucking
it.
housewives that we watch, we don't know shit.
Yeah,
We
it's
don't
true.
know
But
shit.
everyone has an opinion. Everybody thinks they know exactly what's going on.
We don't know.
This is the kind of
shit.
shit that tells you you have no fucking clue.
No, that's why I don't
None.
aspire for anybody's relationship. I focus on my relationship
Exactly.
and making it the greatest it can
You
be.
don't look at this is the perfect couple. No, it's the perfect couple.
No,
And
no,
it's like
not
no,
real.
I'm concentrating on my own relationship.
That's all I can
Yeah.
control. So Clara, going back a little ways, Clara had been born in Colombia and raised by a mother who was widowed very young. So she'd seen firsthand what it was like to struggle and to get by. And she vowed that she was going to work hard. She was determined to make a life for herself and support herself.
Yeah.
She was actually very successful. After finishing high school in the early 80s, she started studying to become a dentist in Colombia. And then she was accepted into the dental program at the University of Texas, Houston, where she finished her studies and started a dental residency at the school. By all accounts, she was beautiful, she was talented, she was smart, she had a very bright future ahead of her. In fact, just a few months after completing her dental residency at UT Houston, she was crowned Miss Columbia Houston in a local beauty contest.
Oh, wow.
So she, like, as far as everybody was concerned from the outside, she had it together.
Got it all.
In every way you
Yeah.
possibly could. Had it all. David met Clara in 1991 when they were both working at Castle Dental Center in Houston.
It's fine now.
And his father, Gerald, told a reporter, I remember David calling soon after he had met Clara and telling me he was completely smitten,
Oh,
which is so sad. when
that
you
is
think
really
about it.
sad.
Like Clara, he was a skilled dentist with a bright future. He was actually very gifted when it came to his personal studies and his chosen profession. But he also had a way with patients that just put them at ease when they sat down. He had a great personality, it seems.
And honestly, that with dentists, you need that.
You do.
You need to be able to put people at ease.
According to author, my guy, Skip Hollandsworth, he
My
writes on like
guy.
all the big Texas
Yep.
cases, which I just love. According to Skip Hollandsworth, David, quote, had a charming, folksy nature and used words like golly long after they had fallen out of fashion.
Okay, I love that.
I do too.
Golly.
I actually love
I
that.
love golly.
Jeepers.
David had been married once before to Lindsay's mother, but the marriage didn't last long. They separated after just a few years because Lindsay's mother felt like he was too driven, too career focused, just didn't have enough time to spend with the family.
Hmm.
As divorces go, it was pretty amicable. He got partial custody of Lindsay. He saw her on occasional weekends and holidays. And as we know, she spent summers at his house.
Yeah.
So that's
like
a
a
great
nice
custody deal.
arrangement.
Yeah. It was true that he was a man driven to succeed in his field, but by the time he met Clara, he was already what most people would consider to be successful. So that drive, diminished a little bit because he's
Yeah.
already.
So she probably got a little bit of a different version.
She did. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. I think that's a great way to say it. And for that matter, Clara was also career focused. So I think maybe they had that in common.
Yeah.
So she and David had a lot in common. They hit it off immediately. And within a year, they were engaged to be married. They got married at the Windmere Yacht Club in Houston on February 14th, 1992. And as we know, had a large, beautiful reception at the adjacent Nassau Bay Hilton, which is just fucking chilling to me.
That is.
It is
that's really
chilling to
fucked up.
me that their wedding reception is where she 10 years later would kill him.
And
Their
that's the
wedding
thing.
guests parked in that parking lot.
But it really all comes down to you gotta be a human, adult human about it, and you can't go off the handle like this.
No.
Like there's ways to handle this.
Yeah.
And those ways are you choose to work through it or you divorce.
Or you divorce.
Those
Like
are
you
your
said, take them to the
choices.
cleaners.
Yeah, take
Hit
them
'em
to
up
the cleaners.
style.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
why not?
Yeah.
But this just is so upsetting.
It is. So, yeah, before long, David's reputation as a skilled orthodontist had gotten around Houston, and he and Clara ended up opening their own practice. It was called Space Center Orthodontics.
Ooh.
In the years that followed, they would open several other offices. Basically, they had like a small chain of privately owned orthodontic offices in the Houston area. And they
Damn.
were serving as many as 120 clients per day.
Wow.
So they were like in business.
They're probably making bank.
Yeah, they definitely were making bank. I think they were among Houston's richest.
Yeah.
Maybe not richest, but they were rich. In 1993, Clara told a reporter, I found the best. I found the one God had reserved for me.
Oh man.
Yeah. And the feeling was mutual at the time. Like Clara, David had photographs of him and Clara, photos of their family hanging all over the various offices, which tells you everything you need to know.
Exactly.
And if the photographs weren't enough of a reminder of their love, they spoke on the phone 2 or 3 times all throughout the day, all before going home to each other in the evening.
Which
they
seems
were
like
in,
it's like great.
yeah, they were in constant
Yeah.
contact. After they were married, Clara welcomed Lindsay into her life with open arms, and Lindsay was actually smitten with her father's
Which-
new wife.
That's even sadder because it's
I
like
know.
you love to hear that. You're like, yes, like
Well, that's also like not common,
no, which is like really sad.
you know? Yeah.
But like, yeah,
She got that and fucked it up,
yeah,
like beyond
in a
repair.
massive way.
Mm-hmm. But before we got there, Clara also really wanted children of her own. And in 1993, that dream became reality when she gave birth to twin boys. So they had like a big happy
Yeah,
family.
everything's great.
Yeah, they have the sprawling suburban mansion, the Mercedes, the kids. But it was equally important to her that she showed the world that she was just as committed to her family as she was to her career. She wanted both. Skip Hollandsworth wrote, no matter how many patients Clara had to see, she always got home in time to cook dinner for her family in their palatial white brick home in the cheery suburb of Friendswood.
Wow.
Like when
That
I tell
doesn't even seem
you,
real.
when I tell you quintessential, like
And like
picture perfect.
it seems so perfect with her being like,
Wholesome.
I have to get home to have dinner with my family. Like that's so, and that's telling me like she had that like parental like way of thinking where it's
Yeah,
like, no,
instinct.
my family comes first.
Yeah.
And it's like, where did it go on this day?
She blinked out.
It
like you
just
said.
blinked out.
But she would always tell her patients before this all happened, she had the perfect life. And those who knew her even just a little bit would have been inclined to agree.
Absolutely.
A former coworker said, I used to tell people I wished I could be able to love my husband in the way that Clara loved David. Which I was like, damn, I think you should do some internal work.
That's an unsettling statement.
Yeah, but she really loved her
Coworker.
husband, I guess.
Like, holy shit.
She's like, damn, I wish I liked my husband.
You're like, oh shit. Okay.
That's sad.
Damn, yeah.
That's so
Wonder what that's
emotional.
like.
Yeah. Well, the birth of the twins obviously was a major milestone in Clara and David's lives, both of them, and one they absolutely relished. But it also seemed that they may have underestimated the way that priorities change once kids enter the picture.
Uh-oh.
At first, David's attentiveness to Clara and his two sons was unwavering. Former employee Susan Hansen said Clara was idolized by her husband. When she called, he would always run to the phone. But after a few years, things started to change, especially after one Gail Bridges joined the practice as a new secretary in 2001. With Clara at home or at work in another practice, David started paying attention to Gail in ways that he had not ever paid attention to other women in the office.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, and as far as anybody could tell, the feeling was mutual.
That's
they all
fucked up, too.
agreed, quote unquote, Gail went out of her way to gain David's attention as he flitted from exam room to exam room. So this is like Lifetime movie bullshit.
And it's literally like she has twins and suddenly eyes are wandering. That's fucked up.
That's super fucked up.
That's
Oh, it
not
only
cool
gets
at
more
all.
fucked up.
Oh no.
6 months later, in February 2022, David invited Gail to lunch at Perry's, one of his favorite local restaurants, and their affair pretty much started then. Once Gail was hired, the change in David's behavior wasn't far behind. Susan Hansen said, I began to notice a difference in David around February. He was not making decisions as well as he had been in the past, and he was much less attentive to his patients.
Wow.
Which, remember, this is the guy who was like super attentive.
Yeah,
put
too
people at
attentive
ease.
in his first marriage.
Yup.
So much career focus that didn't work out.
Yup. And now he's like not really as
Yeah.
attentive at all. Hansen there also started to notice that David was different with Gail than he was with other employees. He definitely seemed more intimate and attentive. And now, she said, when Clara would call, he was much less eager to rush to pick up the phone and sometimes would just put her on hold until he figured out and finished what he was doing.
That's yucky.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't long before David's relationship with Gail was obvious, not just to everybody working in the office, but to even people who stopped by for a visit.
And that's humiliating.
Like his sister, like his daughter, Lindsay.
Yeah, that's humiliating and gross.
Yeah, it's humiliating
Yeah.
to Clara. And to Lindsay. On one occasion, Lindsay came by the office to visit her dad, and she was very troubled by something she saw. According to Lindsay, she was sitting in the waiting area by the front desk, and she saw that her dad had dropped a patient file on the floor. And before he could reach down to pick it up, she said Gail had bent over to pick it up. Not bent at the knees like you would normally expect, but bent over at the waist, making a point of bending right in front of him.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't like Gail.
No, that's
like let's get that out of the way.
Yeah, that's gross.
A
And
little
also,
bit.
like his daughter's
Not a
there, so
fan of
yeah,
that.
like, get your
it
fucking
together.
shit together.
Yeah, like maybe like get yourself out of heat for a minute.
Exactly.
Like, take
Maybe-
a cold shower, Gail.
Maybe somebody spritz her down with some
Get
water.
yourself out of heat,
Susan
girl.
Hansen said, I told Lindsay she should talk to him or to somebody about what she'd seen.
Oh,
Which is so
poor
sad
Lindsay.
that she was obviously upset and went to another employee who she
Yeah.
probably knew. Like, she's grown up in this practice.
She should not be having to see that kind of shit.
No.
Get it together.
Now, it wasn't just the obvious tension that tipped others off to David and Gail's relationship, but also subtle changes happening around the office. Gail was hired as a front desk receptionist.
Mm-hmm.
She was going to, schedule appointments, say hey to patients, file paperwork,
Yeah.
receptionist shit.
Yeah.
But by winter of 2002, she seemed to take on a much larger role in the company, seemingly at David's insistence.
Huh.
By March, other employees were stunned to find her participating in management meetings,
Oh my
making
God.
staffing decisions, and even touring the new facility that David was having built by Interstate 45.
Wow.
Yeah,
Making
that's
staffing decisions.
moving
sent
up
me.
pretty
Yeah.
fast.
Like, come on.
I'm sorry, but like, come on.
That's different.
That's inappropriate.
That's a different. That's
diabolical.
a different job.
Yeah.
It just is.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Getting scared is wonderful athletic scenes. Choose between smooth Genesis GV70, all been there, humanly possible. Science does more. Ready to let go of the guilt?
A tour of the new offices, Dr. Part of aging. And here he had forgotten I was
Wait.
there. Oh, yeah. Even though most people who noticed that, this change was for sure happening. Diana Sherrill, who worked at the office, said, when we went on a tour of the new offices, Dr. David and Gail slipped off. He had forgotten I was there.
Oh.
Yeah. Even though most people who noticed that, this change was for sure happening were disgusted with his behavior, a few women in the office considered it a quote-unquote natural part of aging.
And here's a problem, women. Okay, ladies, let's do better.
Okay, ladies.
Let's do a little fucking better for ourselves and each other, and not just say, well, he's
One
going to
of-
try to fuck his secretary at some age. and
One of
this is
them
that
said,
age.
men go through the change of life.
No, get the fuck out of
I'm
here.
also sorry, and women don't.
Oh, get the fuck out of here
We
with
all
that
go through
shit.
changes in life. That doesn't mean
Literally.
I'm gonna hop on my secretary. Like, what the
Get the
fuck?
Take that shit and choke on it. Are you fucking kidding me, woman?
Yeah.
Like,
Mikey just mumbled in the corner. Mikey is marked to save.
Mikey is Mark's face.
Happy Pride, everybody.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whoever said that, seek help.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's wild work.
Well, and it's
to
also
say that.
it's also just indicating that he's doing this because his needs aren't being met at home.
Well, and
like,
it's just
fuck
like,
off.
oh, it's a boys will be boys mentality.
Yes.
Men will be men. Well, then fuck the men, okay?
Exactly.
Because no, you can't. And not all men, and not all boys. So
Of course.
get out of
Yeah,
here.
just leave. Get
Like,
out right now.
ugh,
Leave.
To just like blanket it over them, like this is what they all do. No. What?
It's a very 2002 way of thinking.
And again, does anyone deserve to die because of this?
No.
Absolutely not.
But by that summer, Diana, their employee there, had grown very irritated and very tired of watching this affair play out in front of everybody. And I'm sure
Good for Diana.
he wasn't being a
Can't
great
fucking
boss during
see
this
it.
time. So she called Clara and asked if they could meet.
Well, because they know Clara.
She works there.
She,
Yeah,
ca-
big
she
move.
works
She's
there.
a huge
They've
part of the
known her,
practice.
and he's basically asking all of them to be a part of his bullshit.
Yeah,
And they're probably getting really tired of it, and that's a girl's girl right there.
it is.
Diana's a girl's girl, and she's sitting there saying, "You know what? I can't sit here and watch you do
Yeah.
this and just pretend that it's fine."
Listen, that's what you got to do.
Yeah.
So when they finally sat down together in early July, Diana told Claire, "You need to protect your marriage. You need to pay attention to Dr. David."
I take it back. She's not a girl's girl. Diana is not a girl's
I was trying to
girl.
look at
I
you.
take that back.
I was trying to look at you.
I also realized that Diana's the one that said they go through the change too. Diana, you're not a girl's girl.
Yeah,
I don't like that at all.
I don't either.
I'm actually
Changed my
really
mind
angry.
real
She
at
was
that.
quick.
basically being like, "Listen, he's stepping out on you, so you gotta
And
like
it's your fault.
shove your boobies in his face when he gets home or
Yeah,
something."
I actually have beef with Diana right now, so that's where we are. Okay, that's Diana. We have beef.
This is
Yeah,
actually
that's
escalated
fucked
further
up.
than
Yeah, she
anticipated.
said-
Yeah, you've totally put it on her.
Oh yeah, it gets worse.
Ugh.
As far as
Ah,
Diana saw it,
jeez.
ever since the twins were born, they had become the center of Claire's world. As it motherfucking should be. As it motherfucking should be. They're infants. They need their mom and dad.
I'm sorry. Are you telling me that a man is jealous
Of bebes?
of baby twins
Of his own bebes?
for getting more attention?
Fuck off.
You gotta.
The day.
You gotta.
The day a motherfucker says that to me. The day.
That doesn't even sound real.
No, it
like that
doesn't.
is
And that left less time for David.
Ooh.
He felt like he'd been pushed to the side.
Ridiculous.
Diana
Okay.
said, finally, she asked me if he was having an affair. And I said yes. And Diana went one step further. She told Clara exactly who David was having an affair with, his secretary. How cliche.
You made so many weird choices there, Diana. You really did.
Yeah, she really, she
I
gave
can't
me whiplash.
understand what
She gave me
happened.
whiplash.
Yeah.
A little whiplash
Well,
here
anyway.
too.
The news obviously was a lot for Clara.
Yeah.
That's a lot to swallow. But she, at this point, is like, oh no, I've been so wrapped up in, the boys and my practice. I didn't have any time to think about David in recent months. Like, how dare I? But also, she didn't want to believe that any of that was true. That she was like, maybe he's not having
Yeah.
an affair. She said later, we were best friends. We were very much in love. We were a team.
That's so
Which is really sad that she thought that because they weren't.
Because you weren't, and that's awful.
It was true that David had been, seemed more stressed out lately. He even was seeming to snap at her and the kids more often than he had in the past.
Not cool.
But she said it hardly seemed like a reason to think he was having an affair. But the more she thought about it, the more things started to fall into place.
Yeah.
He was more distant than usual. And he wasn't even just more busy with work, he was busy at home too. He used to love to come home and sit down and play with the boys for a few hours, participate in bedtime, that whole thing. But now he seemed far more interested in coming home and locking himself in his music room, where he would just sit around playing piano.
Grow up.
Grow up. It wasn't just that he was busy, it was like he was busying himself to
He
avoid
was
his family.
checking
That's
out.
awful.
So that night, after leaving her meeting with Diana, Clara actually called David's mother, Millie Harris, which I think Millie is the cutest name
It is
ever.
a really cute name.
And she told Millie what she'd learned in the hope that maybe his mom would know what she could do to salvage their relationship and their marriage. So rather than really share any insider suggestions, though, Millie just succeeded in convincing Clara that her friend had no idea what she was talking about and there was no way David was having an affair. Which you
I
can
mean,
understand why his
yeah.
mom wouldn't think that.
That's his mom. She's probably like, no.
Yeah.
Like, not my kid.
No, never mind. She was like, it's natural for people, married or otherwise, to find others attractive, maybe even flirt a little bit. But she said David was not the kind of person who would have a straight up affair.
And I mean,
Also-
she's probably really hoping that that's the case. I think
Yeah.
she's trying to probably convince
Yeah,
herself
she
of that
probably
as well.
does
Also,
believe
if you
that.
flirt with
You
other
know?
people while we're married, you're cheating on me.
I'm going to fight you.
Period. After 45 minutes on the phone with her mother-in-law, Clara came away pretty relieved, reassured, but then she got home that night and she just couldn't shake the thought that maybe he was involved with another woman.
Yeah. Her gut was telling her something.
Yeah.
So the next morning, she was getting into the shower when David came into the bathroom looking very troubled. And she's like, what's wrong? And after struggling to form his thoughts, he confessed that he had indeed been seeing another woman.
Ooh.
He said, I think that you have to know there's somebody else. Obviously,
Ooh.
completely shattered by the confirmation that her husband was definitely having an affair, she ran downstairs to the kitchen where Lindsay was making breakfast.
Emotional damage.
And it turned out Lindsay already knew. Her dad had told her. The relationships here
I
are
am without words.
the relationships here are without borders.
This is wrong.
Yeah,
on every
literally.
level
You're
it
gonna
can be
run to
wrong.
your child,
Like we need
your
some
teenage
boundaries in
child,
these
and tell her.
relationships with our
Holy
children.
shit.
The revelation that David not only was having an affair, but was having an affair with an employee at their shared practice was devastating. Clara said, he told me there was no intimacy between them, that he'd just been lonely.
Oh, there it is.
Fuck off.
Yeah, classic.
Mm-hmm. He said, this is also, I'm like, fuck you.
Oh, no.
He said, Gail grew up in the US and they shared a lot in common, and it was nice to share that with someone.
Oh.
So he looked at his Colombian wife and was like, you know, she's from the US. We have more in common.
That's ridiculous.
Fuck you.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
I would look at him and be like, we opened several practices together because I'm a successful ass motherfucker and you have more in common with your secretary because she's from the US.
That is quite possibly the stupidest thing I have ever heard someone say,
Literally.
especially in reference to like why they were having an affair.
I'm having an affair because
Because
she was
she's
born on
from-
American soil.
Because those colors don't run, okay? That's why. Like that's he's essentially saying
kidding me?
America.
America.
what?
Fuck
No.
yeah.
You're saying this to your Colombian wife
Crazy.
who has built things with you, created a family with you.
I'd be like, that's cool. Your children are Colombian.
What?
so-
That's the thing. I'm like,
That's
what?
cool.
That's cool. These two boys
Children
that you procreated with me,
Colombian,
Colombian.
so.
Like, damn.
Cool that you and Gail have the US
But I'm
in
really,
common.
it's really nice that you guys are from.
Can you
the
imagine looking at anybody
United
and just being like,
States.
we're both from the US, so we have so much
What
in common.
a weird reason.
Frankly, I don't want to have much in common with the
What
US.
what a strange ass reason.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So that afternoon, David and Clara drove to the office where Clara confronted Gail about the affair.
I mean, yeah.
Which, like, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
If you're gonna do
I
it
get
without being physical, absolutely.
Yeah, and do it right away. Get
Gail
it done.
denied the relationship, but Clara said, I know you're lying. My husband told me you're fired. Fired her on the
Good.
spot and demanded that she hand over her keys to the office and get the fuck out of there. Which,
yeah,
like, great.
So at
Yeah.
this point, support.
Yeah.
Supporting what is happening.
Yeah. Then her initial reaction to David's confession was to start looking for a divorce lawyer, which, like, let's go, girl.
Okay,
Yes.
see, this is so frustrating because you're like, you're moving in the right direction.
Mhm.
I wish you had kept moving in this direction.
But later that day, after the initial shock had worn off, she decided she didn't want to end her marriage, which I get. You have two fucking babies together. Like,
Yeah, they're
It's gotta be the
infants
worst kind
too.
of
That's like
Canada
fresh. That's so
that you can
sad.
imagine.
and I understand both sides. I understand when you find out your husband leaves, like, has stepped out on you, you get the fuck out of there. And I also understand wanting to fight for your marriage.
Yeah, I get all of it. It's a horrible, horrible situation that is unfathomable.
Yeah.
Really.
The next day, she started the process of making herself over to be more attractive to her husband, which is really sad.
That's devastating.
She bought sexy
Oh.
clothes from Victoria's Secret. She scheduled breast augmentation surgery with a local plastic surgeon. And she bought a book about saving a marriage written by the one and only Dr. Phil.
Oh my god.
That's just really sad.
Yeah, all of this is
That night, she and David went to a restaurant to talk things over. And while they were there, she pushed her husband to make a list comparing the attributes of both women
Oh no.
so that, like, she could do better, I think.
Oh no.
The lists were long and brutally honest, describing
Oh.
Gail as, quote, no fat, perfect body, and Clara as, quote, a large person, too big.
Oh,
She gave birth to your fucking children at the same time. She was pregnant with two human beings. I'm willing to bet, David, you might get a little fucking bigger
Yeah.
when you're growing two circulatory systems.
Speaking as somebody who has grown
Take
two
over,
circulatory
queen.
systems in their
yeah,
body,
that's
Two at
literally
once.
two at once,
insane.
two at once.
You got a little bigger.
I'm
it's
so
gonna be
fucking
different
mad
after.
right
Little bit.
now.
And I literally, here's the part where it's like, David should not have been killed.
Nope.
I'm going to keep
We
saying
will reiterate
because
that.
I want to make sure no one takes what I'm saying differently. That is what I'm saying. And that is what I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that he was a good guy
No.
at this point.
Yeah.
That's a
He
horrible
was not
thing
being
to
a
do.
good guy. This is not a good guy in this moment. He might have been a good guy his whole life. He really took a turn here. This is cruel to do to
This is
somebody.
cruel.
It's
imagine,
awful to do to
like,
somebody.
body shaming your
Like,
wife.
If John had ever said to me, "You're bigger,"
I'm salty.
like
Not
it
only-
made
not
any
only
kind
bigger,
of
large
comment,
person, too
yeah,
big.
any kind of comment about what I looked like after I gave birth to our twins, any kind of
Just
negative
wanna
comment,
chat.
it would have sent me into fucking orbit. Because also, yeah, she knows. Because that shit is very jarring after you have kids, and
Yeah.
especially after you have multiples, you look different. And
Yeah.
it's like you get out of that shower and you look in the mirror and you go, whoa, who's that? And it's
And-
even know. I look at him like, wow, you see, it's always different.
That's the thing. You look incredible. You have
Oh, thank
9-year-old
you.
twins though. Like,
But you're always gonna look like you. I had twins.
But
I
the-
look
the
like I
thing-
had twins.
and the thing is, like, these were young boys.
yeah, they're
It
they're
takes a
kids.
while to get your quote unquote body back.
Yeah.
If you ever do.
My kids are. We're almost a decade in, and it's different still. It just is. It's
And
never
there's also,
going the
like,
way it was before.
There's a lot that goes into it. You have to maintain a certain weight if you want to breastfeed.
Exactly.
You have to like. There's a whole bunch of reasons why you don't just snap
well,
right
and
back.
also you should
and it shouldn't matter.
You should look different.
Yeah.
You did something crazy.
You did something
incredible. So
life-changing.
you should look different, and you should have somebody that is in absolute awe of that. Is
Yeah.
like, wow, yeah, your body's amazing. It created two of my favorite people in the world.
and
like,
went through
that
like
should be the
crazy
vibe.
trauma to do so.
Yeah.
Like,
And I hate because I know there's listeners that are listening right now who don't have somebody doing that. And you should.
because you're beautiful.
Don't kill anyone.
Don't
That's
ever
never
kill
the
anybody.
answer. But you should always have somebody who is saying, wow, your body's incredible. And especially after you give birth, your body just created one of my favorite people on planet Earth.
Your
So
body just
let's
did
go.
a miracle.
Yeah.
Your body
Created a
just
circulatory
did
system.
a miracle. Like,
It
fuck
just
off.
did a
Like,
miracle.
large person
That's
too
just
big.
so sad.
And if anybody ever says that to you, you get up and you leave right then.
Like,
you don't even
that's the
think about it
thing.
twice.
I don't have sympathy for the act that she committed
No.
by any means.
But I have sympathy
But I have
for
sympathy for her
this.
in this moment because I just can't imagine
Being
that would
torn
kill
down
me.
like that.
That would kill me. In postpartum,
You're
that would
already
kill
saying the
me.
worst things to
Yeah.
yourself.
And it's like, that's so cruel
It's
to
mean.
do.
It's mean.
I just wish that this had gone a different way
Me too.
because, like, damn.
Me too. So
I
despite
wish
the
that they
obvious,
would just talk
fucking
about the
cruelty of
story,
comparing his
but
wife's
yeah.
looks to those of his mistress,
Damn.
among other things, David and Clara did agree to work on their marriage, with Clara taking most of the blame for him having an affair in the first place,
Oh, man.
and also shouldering the responsibility of fixing things. A few days later, they went
Ridiculous.
away to the beach for a long weekend, and everything seemed like it was back on track to getting normal. But just 2 weeks later, David Harris would be dead, crushed to death under the weight of his wife's Mercedes.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
It just escalated so quickly.
Yeah. And I would say that was a lot of information for you guys to digest. So that is
It's
where we're going to
so
wrap.
upsetting.
That's where
Like,
we're going to wrap for part 1.
Oh, Lord. This is
Yeah.
just sad and horrible and
In every way
inconceivable.
imaginable.
yeah,
Every single way.
because it's
Mhm.
just like none of this needed to happen.
No.
None of it.
No.
And again, it's also like, and I'll state it again. It's not his
Say
fault
it again.
that what happened to him.
No.
I feel like
But
they're
if you don't wanna
reiterating
be
this
with
shit
your
too hard.
significant
You know
other,
what I
that's
mean?
cool. Don't be with them anymore.
Divorce.
Just affairs never end well. I never understand why people go into them. It's like just it's not going to end well.
It never does. How
So
many
just
affairs have I talked about on
end
this
it.
fucking podcast?
Exactly. End it. There'll be sad, hurt feelings, but that's much better than a murder charge and a dead person involved.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
But emotions run so high, and humans
do.
are wily creatures.
There's also a lot more to this story that we haven't even gotten into.
Yeah, well, I want to hear the rest of the story.
These long
But I'll have
dog
to
days
call
of
it
summer in winter,
after.
these are variety all new ultimate. They've support them on knowing you have help finding what.
And I am. This is morbid, trying to figure out what to eat for dinner.
Flaming hot Cheetos for the
Oh.
first time.
It's yeah, I've never tried that before. Which you would think a taste for super artificial taste. Well, your
Mine-
stomach, but you're not so.
And there's actually scientific pudding.
I love a pudding
Um,
moment. Last few months, I was like, threw me off, or people got sick.
Or this week because I was like I was waking up. I've been waking up so late lately.
Me
as you know,
too,
because
me too.
I show up when I can.
When I
But-
can.
I show up pretty regularly.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I kept just like not eating. But
Oh.
they have to soak. I think people have had like ruptures.
Here's that if you eat it, it's on there poisonous, and that I don't like having any kind of. I think it's like some crazy delicate. I'm
Yeah,
not skydiving.
Yeah, that's why it could just kill you.
So,
Just
just
soak
that.
it in a liquid. But they're loaded in fiber, and
Are
we, as we're so
we-
passionate about like us and
You know,
Me?
all of you.
and
Yeah, and it
roughed
was
out.
awesome. I'm sure.
It was great. Good job, Andrew.
Yeah, we get to hang with Andrew, but here we are.
Yeah.
And I'm just excited to see Jack again.
Yeah. I'm like, that's good.
We like, oh yeah, you know,
That really shifted us into. We
'Cause
probably
it
did.
was so much fun. Oh, we did. We saw some of you there, and it was, hey,
Hey guys, good to see you.
hey, you. We saw can understand where it's falling in the
Where we're
publishing
at.
order.
Where we're at
So-
in the space time continuum.
Yeah, we're almost at a point where we're going to be up to date with you guys.
Imagine-
What?
You laugh like that.
Where does it
Well,
start?
Thank you.
Poetic even. All right, so yeah, we are in part 2 of the murder. of
Wow,
David Harris.
11 and a
This
half
is,
minutes
like
in.
Elena just said, a reckless story, harrowing one might say.
Mm-hmm.
In
Fucking
part 1, we
guy.
started obviously with the unfortunate act of Clara Harris running over her husband David while His 16-year-old daughter, Lindsay, sat in the passenger seat of the car.
I cannot get over that.
Yeah, I just feel deep, deep sadness for her.
Me too.
Like, I'm sending her all of my condolences at all times.
Yeah.
So Clara had just learned 2 weeks earlier that David was having an affair with his secretary, Gail Bridges. How cliche. Obviously, that was absolutely devastating to her for so many reasons, but they had been married for 10 years at that point. They
Damn.
had 3-year-old twins.
Wow.
3-year-old twins at that point.
3 years old, and she's being told that she's like not bouncing back quick enough.
Oh yeah, because remember in part
Yeah.
1, that's another part to revisit.
Yeah.
She had him sit down with her and make a list of all their attributes that like so she could compare to make herself better, which is
horrifying.
The saddest thing I think
Yeah.
I've ever heard. And he wrote down that Gail had almost a perfect body with almost no fat, and
Oh,
that
good for Gail.
Clara was a large person, comma, too big.
And again, she had
3-year-old
3-year-old
twins.
So
that's fucking terrible.
that's cool.
But also, so that all of that was devastating. And they also were owners of multiple practices across Houston together.
Yeah.
And he's cheating with one of their employees.
Yeah.
When you think about that, like her money that she's earning, Clara, is going to this woman who's having an affair
Yeah,
with her
she's
husband.
paying this woman's salary.
Yeah.
Who's having an affair with her husband.
Yeah. Not anymore though, because remember,
She got fired.
she got fired. Clara said, hand over those keys. So now that she knew pretty much everything there was to know about her husband's affair, Clara wanted to know more about Gail Bridges. Who was this woman who had managed to easily lure her husband
You
away?
don't want to know.
You know what though? You do.
I know. No, I know. You
I was
want to
gonna, that's
know.
why I just
But
looked at you.
But for real,
You don't.
it's not going to do anything for you.
It's not going to do anything for
It's
you,
going to
but
upset you more.
I totally understand people's response to this.
Oh, 100%.
Because I have to know everything about everything too, even like when it's a bad thing.
Oh, yeah.
I can't imagine this specific bad
It's
thing.
never good, though.
Oh, it's awful.
It just never ends in you being like, wow, I feel so much better for having known that.
I know. Well, she found out that Gail, I mean, she knew that Gail had worked for the company for several months, but Clara didn't really know a lot about her, so she started asking around. What she learned about Gail was kind of just a mix of vapid facts, salacious rumors, and obviously biased opinions. But one thing caught Clara off guard. Supposedly, Gail had left her husband years earlier to be in a relationship with another woman. So the news was unconfirmed, it was just a rumor, but it was confusing to Clara. Her understanding of sexual identity, remember this is like very early 2000s in Texas, her understanding was somewhat rigid.
Yeah.
She wondered, how could Gail be interested in a sexual romantic relationship with David if she was a lesbian? Which, like, you can be in a relationship with a woman and not be a lesbian, in case anybody was confused.
Yeah.
So upon learning more about Gail, Clara got determined to learn as much as she possibly could. Every time she learns a new piece of information, she wants more and more and more and more.
Yeah, see, the slippery slope.
And she didn't just want information, she wanted revenge.
She's hungry for
Revenge.
knowledge.
To that
It's
end,
true.
on July 22nd, Claire made an appointment with Blue Moon Investigations, which was a private investigation firm that she found in the yellow pages of the phone book.
The yellow
TBT.
pages.
Yeah.
Oof.
A few hours later, she found herself sitting down with Blue Moon's owners, Lucas and Bobby Baca, where she handed out a large sum of cash in advance. What she wanted, she explained to them, was them to just surveil Gail Bridges to get any information or even possibly recordings of her with her supposed lover, Julie Knight, that Clara could use to publicly shame Gail and ruin her reputation. Which is like homophobic and annoying.
And also, it's not doing anything.
No. And this is where
That's not doing it. That's childish.
it's childish, and this is where Clara really loses me.
Yeah.
She's thinking that she's going to publicly shame this woman for being a lesbian.
Yeah.
Fuck
And it's like,
off.
nope. And also, and it's literally just like,
Oh,
why?
that's not.
like, that's, it doesn't.
What do you get out of that?
It's not doing anything. Like, this is doing nothing but wasting your fucking time.
And if you're truly wanting to work on your marriage, you do have to
Now
leave
concentrate
that girl
on
in the
that.
dirt and
Yeah,
the dust.
like, get her out of here.
You know?
That's the thing. Like, make sure she's gone. Like,
Yup.
that doesn't mean obsessing over her.
I'm
which
scared.
obviously,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna have enough
better-
emotion.
easier said than
easier
done.
said than done. But it's like, this just isn't going through this big thing to like publicly shame her and shit. It's just not. It's not worth your time.
It's not conducive to anything.
And it's very childish.
Mhm.
Regardless of how angry you are or upset, that's childish. It
Yeah,
just is.
It is.
Bitches.
This is a pay and just handle this all will handle the support with
Finding what fits for you, so you can get back to urge to refresh my entire closet. But I am not wasting much. They have Luxe swimwear. It only works with factories that use safe for free shipping on your order, and 306 easily find forgotten subscription can grow your savings. You can see all your me makes it easy. Subscriptions and reach your financial
Investigators assured Clara none of this would be any problem.
Okay, that's rocketmoney.com/morbid, rocketmoney.com/morbid.
There we go.
But the private investigators assured Clara none of this would be any problem. The case file on Gail Bridges actually came together pretty quickly because it turned out that during her divorce proceedings 3 years earlier, Gail's husband Steve had accused her of carrying on an affair with her friend Julie Knight.
Oh.
It didn't take long for the accusations to get back to Julie's husband, Chuck Knight, who then in turn filed his own divorce papers alleging his wife was having an affair with Gail. So this is messy as hell now.
And Gail is messy as hell.
Well, neither man offered any evidence. Gail's messy for having an affair with David, but her affair with Julie is unconfirmed. It seems like it might have just been helpful for her husband to have this in divorce proceedings kind of thing.
Yeah, we've seen that.
Yeah, because neither man offered any evidence to support their claims. And according to Valerie Davenport, who ended up being a lawyer for both Julie and Gail, she said the tale of the affair had been invented by their husbands as a way to divert attention from their own improper misconduct. Apparently, Steve Bridges had alleged alcoholism and drug abuse, and Chuck Knight had his own alleged extramarital affair. Alleged. For the Bacas, the private investigators, the details and the actual facts didn't really matter very much, so what they reported was only what appeared in public record.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, the bizarre story started to grow in size and in strangeness. It turned out that in 2001, just a couple years earlier, a year earlier, Julie and Gail had appeared on an episode of the daytime talk show. I don't know if you've heard of it. Sally Jesse Raphael.
Oh, holy shit.
With the glasses.
Oh, with the glasses.
With the glasses.
I remember Sally Jesse Raphael.
I never saw it. It was before my time.
Yeah,
but,
I've never even heard of that.
Just kidding. But Julie and Gail appeared in an episode entitled My Husband Spies on Me.
Shut up. So this is an episode?
Yes.
Gail is in.
Google My Husband Spies on Me, Sally Jesse Raphael, and they're in it, but wearing wigs and dark glasses to disguise their appearances because daytime talk show. Yeah.
And because their husband spies on them.
Julie and Gail described how their husbands tried to portray them as lesbians in order to get favorable outcomes in their respective divorces.
Which is fucked up.
It is super fucked up. A few weeks later after David's murder, the press seized on this information because obviously it is the perfect thing to write a sleazy story about.
Of course.
They were hoping that the scandal, however,
it's a juicy story.
would drive readership, and it
That's
worked.
hilarious.
They don't care if it's real.
No. The story of David Harris's murder became a national news story within just days of his death. The Houston Chronicle was publishing photos of the women in their wigs from the Sally Jesse Raphael episode, elevating the story from one of local interest to a bizarre sex scandal that would obviously fascinate the nation.
Because it is bizarre.
It is bizarre.
Like, it's very bizarre, the whole thing.
It's so layered at this point.
Yeah.
Other tabloid and tabloid adjacent papers followed suit. The New York Post declared a headline reading, Bisexual Triangle led to car slay of hubby.
Ooh.
Who wrote that?
That's a lot.
I want to.
Who wrote
I
that?
want to talk to the person.
Yeah, I
that
gotta
wrote
talk
that.
to you about that because that one is
Who came
a lot.
up with
That's a
that
lot.
title?
They also compared Gail Bridges to the character of Hester Prynne from The Scarlet Letter, which, like, do better.
Yeah, I mean that's also just like okay,
Unoriginal.
Yeah, I'm like okay,
Unoriginal.
we get it.
Okay. Julie Knight said, it is madness. There's no other way to describe it. And I feel bad that she got dragged into it because from the sounds of it, Gail and Julie, like when Gail and Julie were married to their respective partners, they were all friends.
And then they just decided to
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
hatch this scheme.
Doesn't really sound like they had a relationship.
Yeah.
But within days of David's death, photos of Clara, David, Gail, and Julie were just plastered across every newspaper, every tabloid, TV talk shows all across the country.
Oof.
Julie told Skip Hollandsworth in 2002, you really do think you have your life worked out. You really do think nothing can go too wrong. And now here we all are on the front pages of newspapers.
Ooh, that's rough.
But you feel bad for her specifically because she has
She's got
nothing to
dragged
do.
into it.
She's such a side like character in this whole thing. You feel really bad for her.
It's really sad.
Given the timeline, it would seem kind of impossible, too, that Bobby and Lucas Baca could have dug up so much information about Gail Bridges. It was just like a day and a half before the murder took place.
Oh, wow.
That Gail got all of this information.
Yeah.
But they didn't seem to have any trouble putting together a large file on Gail in a matter of like hours, essentially. It was only after the murder that Clara learned the real reason. Blue Moon Investigations had also been hired by Julie's ex-husband, Chuck Knight, to surveil his wife, who he believed was having an affair with her best friend, Gail Bridges. Bobby Baca followed both women for days and ultimately came up with nothing. So like I said, it doesn't seem like they were even having an affair. She actually told Chuck Knight they acted like Wilma and Betty from the Flintstones, and there was nothing quote-unquote lesbian-like about their behavior.
Nothing.
Which I'm like, what is lesbian like?
Is that just like if they start making out?
If they
like,
just
is
start
that,
like feeding
what
in the
else
street, is that
what else
lesbian like?
Literally,
like
she literally stole the words out of my brain. So what's lesbian behavior? Just making out with girls, just out in the open. That's lesbian behavior. Just being vile out there, being feral. Unless it's a clear sign, unless it's flashing lights, I don't think it's there.
What?
I'm like, it sounds like they were just best friends that were like,
They were
hanging
just
out.
best
Probably going
friends.
through hard times in
Sorry.
their marriages.
Yeah.
But please, Bobby, let us do tell about lesbian like
tell.
mannerism. But according to Bobby, when she reported her findings to Chuck Knight, he asked her to inflame the lesbian aspects of the report
Inflame
again
it.
to help him in his divorce proceedings.
Turn
This
the
is all
heat
alleged.
up,
After
please.
that, Bobby filed the report away, didn't really think anything else about it until a few months later when Gail and Julie showed up at her office.
It's not funny to
They
sexualize
both intended to
lesbians, but
hire
I'm
Blue
trying to
Moon
make
investigate
light
their
of this.
husbands, but only
what the
Julie ended
fuck?
up going through with it, and Bobby opened a case into Chuck Knight's life.
Ah.
Among the things that Bobby learned was that Chuck was allegedly having an affair of his own with a woman named Lori, who was a part-time baton twirling instructor
Ooh.
and wife of a local builder.
So she's a majorette.
How are these people real? That's what I want to know.
You know what? It's so Texas.
Like, that's
It's
real
so
wild.
Texas. Actually,
Everything's
that
bigger in
does make
Texas.
sense.
Part-time baton twirling instructor?
No,
Yeah.
she's a majorette
Why not?
instructor.
You can't
That
make
makes
up.
sense,
You can't.
actually.
Everything is, in fact, bigger and more
On the same
bodacious
page.
and wilder in
Yeah,
Texas.
apparently.
So when Bobby brought the report to Gail and Julie, the women were stunned. Steve and
That's
Lori Wells
terrifying.
had also been very close friends with the Knights in the Bridges until they drifted
Fun
apart.
fact,
Oh,
but a
damn.
good
So-
one.
Because Chuck
You
was having an
fool.
affair with Lori. So like all these
Wow.
people who are friends, like these couple friends,
Are all just
allegedly are all having an affair with one or other people.
wow,
They're all
adorable.
fucking.
Yeah.
Is this the
So
days
after
of our
months
lives,
of court
Cass? What the
appointments
fuck
and back
is
and forth
this?
with the lawyers, all three women ended up getting divorced from their husbands, which I would say is good.
Probably great for everybody.
Great for
involved.
everybody.
Probably a good
But
move.
That's how Gail Bridges found herself in the employ of David Harris. And it
Ah.
wasn't until 6 or 7 months later, when Clara hired Blue Moon to follow her husband, that the lives of all these people then became pretty tenuously connected. And only through all of their connections to the Blue Moon private investigation firm.
Mm.
Which, like, damn, these people got business. Huh?
Yeah, seriously.
But when Clara first met with Bobby to hire Blue Moon Investigations firm a few days before David was ultimately killed, Bobby didn't recognize Gail or Julie's names and assigned the case to one of her part-time investigators. It was only after the murder that she made the connections, and then by that point, the media had also made the connections and started playing up all these crazy aspects of the story.
Mm.
So that's how it got as
Like
big as it did.
really like inflamed.
Yes. Now, by the time she went on trial in late January 2003, Clara Harris had become a household name across the U.S. because of all this.
Yeah.
Her story of a suburban sex scandal and a woman driven to murder had, for some reason, resonated with a certain segment of the population.
Oh.
I can't imagine this story resonating.
I'm so sad that it resonated.
I know.
You know, like that's just like damn.
Yeah.
Like, can you
It is just
imagine?
like, damn.
No.
Like,
No.
if this is the story that you're like, been there, sister.
No.
That's
Been
hard.
sister.
No.
I'm sorry.
been there, sister. Honey. No. So
Oh,
while the tabloids
honey.
focused on the sensational aspects of the story, like the sex lives of everybody involved, or, you know, tangentially involved,
Yeah.
others speculated on the motive or just simply gave their uninformed opinions on the matter.
Yeah, which is literally what we're doing. So
Yeah,
that's
that's
exactly what we're doing. It's what we're speaking from a points of total not knowing what this feels like.
Yeah,
We
uninformed.
are, you know?
According to
Guilty.
Skip Hollandsworth, local radio talk shows were jammed with callers saying that Clara should not be severely punished for what she had done, reasoning that she never would have committed murder had her husband not cheated on her.
Okay, here's the thing. Like,
Here's
no.
the thing.
Here's the thing.
No. Those two things can be true at once.
Yeah.
Would she
Random
have committed
callers
murder
are
if this
like,
didn't
but the
happen?
butterfly
Probably not.
effect.
I don't think so. Probably not.
But that doesn't mean that she
But
shouldn't
that
be
doesn't mean
punished.
she shouldn't that she should have done it, like, or that she's somehow like just relieved of all, you know, guilt for having
Because
done
then
it.
that would mean that every single woman who's ever been cheated on can
Yeah.
run their husband over with their car.
Or-
That's pretty fucking lawless.
Or that anytime someone commits
is pretty
murder in
lawless.
like a crime of passion or something like that,
They
that
just
you're
get away
like,
with it.
would they have committed murder if like this hadn't happened? Probably not.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I guess we won't punish them
There's
for
a
it
lot of
because whoops,
That's
moments
a
like that.
slippery
such a
slope.
slippery slope. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
And I get it. Emotions are high. People who probably have cheating spouses are sitting there being like, "Yeah,
Hit 'em
let
with
her
your
out. Like
car."
let it all happen." But it's like you really have to take it down about 100 notches.
Yes.
And take yourself totally out of the emotions of it and say, "Yeah, I get that you were upset. I get that sucks. I get that you can sit there and be like, I want to run him over with my car."
Totally.
Like saying that as like I'm frustrated.
Hyperbole.
Hyperbole. That's the key here.
Yeah.
And it's like
in the words of Zach from the
but
Valley,
these-
is hyperbole dead, everybody?
there you go.
Elena doesn't watch.
I don't watch The Valley, so I don't know, but I'll trust you. But it's like nobody's taking this as like a human thing.
No.
That like, yes, shitty things like leading up to this for sure. She
Totally.
had every right to be angry. She had every reason to lash out at times and get
Yeah.
upset and act, you know, a little foolishly at times. Like you can even put that aside a little bit.
Mhm.
You cannot excuse murdering someone because they were terrible to you even. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like that they hurt your feelings and that they
No.
betrayed you even. You can't justify it.
Slippery.
Because that's a slippery ass
motherfucking
slope. Because like everybody takes betrayal a different way. And you can't just blanketly say, well, he did this shitty thing, so he deserved it.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
We would have a reckless nation.
It would be a lawless nation.
Yeah.
It's like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So it's like, we got to take it back to being rational humans here and rational adults and say, yeah, you have every right to be pissed. You can't do that.
You don't have every right to
He
hit
didn't
someone
have a
with your vehicle.
He shouldn't have lost his life.
No.
Should he have been, you know, should he have had some of his money spent on her
Yeah.
behalf? Absolutely.
Yeah, even the DA says that later.
Yeah, should he have had to, like, you know, should he have had to hear it from her?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Should he have had to repair his relationships with everyone around him and had to go
100%.
through the hardship of that? Absolutely. And he should have bent over backwards for it.
Yup.
But he shouldn't have been murdered.
No.
It's just not.
No.
It's pretty black and white to me.
I agree.
You know?
I agree wholeheartedly.
I know, like I said, they keep reiterating that though, and it's not that I disagree, but I'm salty the more they keep
This
saying
show is
it.
sponsored by a great plan therapy. It's different and exciting how it makes you do romantic morbid under pod select states.
And a lot of these are good people. Like I can't imagine
Like the parents.
Yeah, just
yeah.
so throughout the chart, at least in part by David's parents,
Wow.
which is these are big people. It's
Wow.
this
These are
is very
big
shocking to me. This
people.
piece, but I was like,
Important.
I think these are good people. Like I can't imagine
Like the parents.
Yeah, just
yeah.
So throughout the trial, it was actually common to see David's parents escort Clara, their daughter-in-law, in and out of court each day and sit behind her in a show of support.
Wow.
In their statement to the press, the Harrises said, as a good Christian family, they had forgiven their daughter-in-law and hoped she would remain free to raise the young twin boys that she had shared with her husband. Those are
wow. I'm
bigger
like,
people than
stunned.
me.
I'm stunned by that.
This is a shocking case. I would say that is one of the most shocking
That's
pieces.
honestly very shocking.
I
I
can't
can't
imagine.
even comment on that because I don't even. That's shocking.
It's a whole other level.
Yeah, that's a
of
whole
like,
different thing.
I mean,
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
shocked, not
That's, like,
surprised.
shocking.
Yeah, I can't say that I would feel the same,
Yeah,
but like
I don't think I could get to that place.
I
so.
really give them a lot of credit because that's a whole other level of forgiveness
Yeah.
that I have never found in my heart.
Yeah, I don't think I will ever find that.
Nor. But wild and lucky fucking Clara.
Yeah.
Can you like how do you
Like-
face your mother-in-law after running down her child?
Yeah. That's wow.
Well, for her part, Clara did seem to be remorseful for what she had done. As her lawyer, George Parnham, said in a 2002 interview, it was rare to find Clara not weeping, and Clara was still having difficulty believing that David would never again walk through the front door of their home.
Because again, I think she blinked out, man.
I really do.
I don't think she was with it.
I
when
think
that
I
happened.
definitely think she feels regret,
Yeah.
but I still think she
Yeah.
needed to be punished.
Yeah.
Prior to the Harris murder and prior to Clara's trial, George Parnham had actually gained national notoriety as the defense attorney for Andrea Yates. And for anybody that doesn't know Andrea Yates, she was a Houston mother who drowned her 5 children in 2001.
I'm not gonna say a
No,
fucking
we're
word.
and just so you know, we
We'll
literally
never
know
say a
that
word.
case, and you don't want to hear us cover
Yeah,
that
you don't
case.
want to hear my opinions. So.
But
I'm
that
finding it,
notoriety
I'm
brought
finding
even
it.
more attention to an already heavily watched story. The fact that this
Yeah.
guy's the same guy who repped Andrea Yates.
Oh yeah, I would say so.
That's a whole.
Damn.
Yeah, we're not talking about that.
Yeah, that's a horrible case.
But when the trial finally did get started, Parnham laid out the defense in his opening statement. When she learned of her husband's affair with Gail Bridges, he said Clara was deeply hurt, but willing to work on their marriage, provided David end his relationship, which he did agree to do. But when Clara learned that, contrary to what they had agreed upon, David had checked into the Nassau Bay Hilton with Gail, Clara, quote, acted in the heat of anger and betrayal. Which I do
Mhm.
think
I
is
think
what
that's,
happened.
I think that's correct.
I mean, it's
like,
pretty valid.
you know, at the very base level
Yeah.
of what it is. I think
Of
you're
what
stating
happened.
facts for sure.
Yup.
But it's a little more nuanced than that, I would say.
Yes, which is true, but it's a
Yeah.
little more nuanced. That's
Yeah.
the perfect way to say it. He said when she came out of her rage-induced fog and realized what she had done, she was immediately remorseful, and she cradled David's head in her hands and insisted that he begin breathing. She was, according to Parnham, desperate to, quote, keep her family together, to bring her husband of 10 years back to her, which she had tried to do through cosmetic surgery and other beauty products.
This is just so sad.
It's tragic.
It really is.
Unlike the outcome in the Yates case, Parnham's defense of Clara stood a fairly good chance of success with the jury, though, which was composed of 9 women and 3 men. Which I was like, damn, where was the selection there?
Right?
9 women and 3 men.
Damn.
That's a for real jury of your peers.
Yeah, it is.
During
real.
jury selection, one potential juror said, "Any married woman can relate to Clara Harris." Married woman here. Nope.
I'm gonna go on the record and say no.
Married woman there.
Nope. Can't say that I do.
2 married women right here do not relate to Clara
Eek.
Harris. Another juror was potential juror was dismissed when she said she, quote, nicked her husband with a truck after discovering him with a mistress years ago.
some of these things are inside thoughts that
Yeah,
I think
you don't say that.
Texas is crazy.
some of these things are go to the grave with.
I'm confident in saying Texas is a wild place.
It's a wild place.
And like even I feel confident saying that because even Texans say that.
yes,
Like, and this story is just such a prime example of Texas being a wild place.
just the fact that this just opened up women just being like, oh, don't worry, I too hit my
Oh,
husband's
yeah,
mistress with my car. Like
relatable.
it's just like, whoa, everybody, this is not like everybody admit.
I don't think in Boston you well, you know what, never mind. I'm not
I
even
don't
gonna-
know, man.
I don't know.
You know
I
what?
don't know.
But strangely, I
Holy
was just saying,
shit.
like, she's so lucky that there are so many women on the jury, but even the men in the jury pool seemed open to her defense. One man said he had been accused of assault when he discovered his wife's infidelity. So he understood the impulse, he said.
Here's the thing. I think they are
Understood the
correct in what they're
impulse.
saying. Some of them, like me being like, I understand that you got out of yourself. I think they're almost looking at it like we are, where we're like, I understand the emotion behind it.
Yes.
That's driving you to this like place of just no return.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding the act, and I'm not understanding not pulling yourself back from that point of no return.
Hopefully, yeah.
You can
Because
look
it's
at it and go, okay, I
Texas.
get that you were upset. I get it. Like you
Yeah.
had every right to be upset.
And
no
they're-
one's
some of them are
taking
like,
that
sister,
away.
I've been there.
It's the ones that are like, I too have nicked my husband with the car, and it's like, whoa, okay,
To
we're
say-
not in the
wait,
same.
you never
boat
Also,
hear-
here.
we didn't
people
give that
just,
enough
like,
attention.
admit
To say
stuff.
you nicked,
Snicked him.
nicked your husband with your car is
little-
crazy.
Just gave him a little boop. Like that's all.
You can't nick someone with your car. You
Yeah,
hit them,
really.
You don't.
It's a motor vehicle, like, and that's a human body. Like that's
You don't nick someone. You nick someone with like some
All
tweezers
the
or, like,
married
yeah,
Texans
trimmers.
understand the
No.
case
You're
through and
cutters.
through.
that's where my issue is lying. Is like they're getting outside of the real point here of like the emotions and the betrayal and all that is not coming into question. It's the act that followed it. It's like it's just the same thing. You can get upset. You can feel betrayed. You can scream. You can yell. You can act a little out of yourself. I
Mhm.
get it. Like I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
Mhm.
sit here and say I would be in total control
No.
of my emotions and myself.
No, I'm barely in control of my emotions on a good day.
When I'm happy, I'm
Yeah.
really in
On a
control.
good day.
So it's like I get that, and it's like, but there's no excuse, and for running someone over 3 times in your car with their child in the car,
Yeah.
there's just no excuse for that. And to sit there and give the like, well, yeah, like, like I beat
Yeah,
the shit
put
out
all
of
the
my
bias
wife's,
people in the same atmosphere.
side
It'll be
piece there,
fine. What could
and
go
I caught
wrong?
a case for it, so I get it. It's like, one, that's you shouldn't do that, and 2, that's a little different. It's a little different than
Jury
running someone
selection?
over in the car 3 times with the child in the car.
Jury selection for this case.
Yeah,
sounded
you're
buck
not
wild.
wrong.
I think people were just like, it sounds like people were just kind
Dude,
of.
you know what I mean? You don't know anybody is capable of anything if they are pushed to the extreme. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
They found a lot of people who could relate to this, which is really
They found
sad.
a
We
lot
all
of
need to
people who
be
can
better
relate
to
to
our loved
this.
ones.
Well, almost to sum it all up in one statement, one of the trial watchers told a reporter, "There's the rule of law, and then there's the rule of law in Texas. The rule of law in Texas."
I'm
kind of
telling you,
cowboy
that
law.
was my
It's a
reasoning
fine
why
line
they
between
found all these
sanity
bitches
and
because
madness.
there's the rule of law
I
in
think that encompasses-
Texas.
No, I think that encompasses this entire fucking case.
It literally does.
There is the rule of law,
This is-
and then there's the rule of law in Texas. Skip Hollinsworth.
This feels like just it's not even a step forward or back. It's just like a step to like the left or the right from like Florida man, right? Like Florida and Texas, they're on that same line and they're playing hopscotch with it. They're the ones playing double dutch together. Like the fuck.
There's so many cases in Texas, and whenever I do cover a case in Texas, he's usually a source I'll
Yeah.
use. And all of those cases that he has reported on throughout the years, and all of the cases that we have covered in Morbid throughout the years, the Texas
Mhm.
ones are among the motherfucking craziest stories I've ever read in my life.
Yeah, Texas is just like.
And they even say it like that.
Yeah,
This is
that's
a man
cowboy
from
law.
Texas. It's cowboy law.
And I think that's the thing. I think they're just more willing to say that, like,
They're
yeah,
upfront
we've
about
all
it.
felt like we wanted to run someone over in a car. She just did it. And it's like,
She just
yeah,
did
okay.
it.
I don't maybe
Just
keep
matter
that
of
stuff
fact.
inside. Like,
Yeah,
I
she
don't,
just
that's
couldn't
a
stop
lot.
herself from
there's
doing
just so
it.
many
It's
people
fine.
openly being like, yeah, I get it. It's like, like, please be specific. Tell me you get the emotion.
Yeah, you
But
got
no one's saying that. Everyone's just saying, I get it,
You
girl.
gotta be specific.
And it's like, no, we don't get it. We can't get that.
Well-
we can't get murdering someone because you're mad.
The prosecution didn't.
That's a good thing.
Good news.
Yeah.
However sympathetic Clara Harris looked to the jury and anybody even watching the trial, the prosecution flatly rejected the sudden passion defense and instead pointed to the evidence, which they believed would show the murder to be at least deliberate, if not entirely planned. I don't think, personally, I don't think this was planned.
Doesn't feel.
I think
Nah,
it was
still doesn't feel
deliberate.
planned.
I think it was.
I'm
I think she
100%
deliberate.
losing
Had a
yard
moment where she
chicken.
said, "I'm gonna run him the fuck over with
Yeah.
my car," and then followed through on it. I
I
don't think
also
it.
think that.
She thought. I don't think she woke up that morning and thought that.
This makes me
I don't think that
heartbroken.
either. Yeah, that's just my feeling as a person
Bless you.
looking at this case completely from the outside and
I
hearing
think
it
she
from.
woke up that morning in a really bad emotional state that
Mhm.
only got worse throughout the day.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think she made a poor decision with going out to look for them. Because I
With
think in that emotional
child.
state, there should have been a little self-regulation here to say, I am in a highly emotional state about this. I feel some type of way. I should not go out looking.
Because
I
also
shouldn't
what
go do this.
like I don't know
I
if
have
she
a
had a
lot
plan
of
when
it
she
to
did
make.
ultimately find them, but you're sitting like
And I only
you're
have
gonna find them at some point. You're hunting them down. So
That's
what's
the
the
thing.
plan from
There's
there?
much
And
left.
Lindsay never ever should have been invited to go along for
That's
this.
really my huge sticking
Ever.
point here.
Good.
Obviously, the murder and the entire thing having Lindsay
I gotta
involved
grab
in
something.
any way, shape, or form should never, ever, ever have happened.
Yeah. No,
And
it
I
should not
honestly
have.
should have been the like come down to earth moment of like Lindsay being around is being like, okay, self-regulate.
Yeah.
Like I have someone that should have been your thing. And it is a little that was scary that like that didn't regulate her.
Well, Lindsay ended up testifying, and I do think that helped bring people down to earth and on the jury.
Away from like the emotional
Yes.
impact of everything.
And relating to hating your husband.
Yeah.
Well, on the first day of the trial, the prosecution called, like I just said, Lindsay Harris to testify against her stepmother. Lindsay explained that they had gone out looking for her father and Gail that afternoon,
taken
and how
them
once she
out?
learned where they were, Clara seemed determined to kill David. Lindsay told the jury she said she would kill my father for what he'd done to her. Now,
Yeah,
again,
see?
who knows if that's like hyperbolic? Like, I think we've all said, I'm going to
Yeah.
kill, oh my God, I'm going to kill him. Like,
But
oh my
don't
God.
say that to a kid.
don't say that
You
to a
should
kid.
never say that. I don't care how old that kid is.
No.
16 years old is still a kid. And it's
And-
like, you don't say that about their father.
And you ended up killing him later that day. So
Yeah, so that's not great.
great that you said
Makes
that.
it seem like you had a plan here.
Which, maybe she did. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
But in his opening statement, George Parnham had, tried to frame the murder as something akin to an accident. Clara hadn't gone into the hotel in order to kill anyone, but after the brawl in the lobby, she was in a highly aroused emotional state and acted without thinking. And he challenged the prosecution's claim that Clara had driven over her husband multiple times, telling the jury that she only hit him once. Despite his best efforts to frame Clara in a sympathetic light as a woman who had made a terrible mistake, the evidence and the testimony of those present at the hotel when David Harris was killed was all of those people were telling a very different story.
I go back to the cackling.
The cackling, and she absolutely ran over him more than one time. There's video evidence of it.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm glad I made it back to do this.
An exciting dynamic writing makes you from store life.
Boo!
And then a multi because so you can dress them up some. Herman. They had tricked her. Or head to ashley.com to find your style.
Okay.
Lindsay testified she was on a mission to find out where he was. She was determined. They had tricked her. They had hidden from her, and she was upset by that. And when she found David and Gail, she waited to make her move. In her testimony, Lindsay told the jury that her father was, quote, really scared when he saw Clara's car barreling toward him. She said, I know he was trying to get away, and he couldn't.
Oh, that's awful.
And this will make you cry. She described what it was like when she, quote, felt the bumps and knew that Clara had driven over her father again and again, and then put the car in reverse and hit him a third time.
Holy shit. Like that's where like it's like the salaciousness of everything. Everybody's like, oh my God, yeah, I get it, blah, blah, blah.
It's
and
like
then you
at the
go
center
right
of this
down
case.
to the real shit in this case.
It's
And it's like, this is
16-year-old girl.
disgusting.
It's a 16-year-old girl who was brought along to run over her father and now has to probably relive that at least every other day of her life.
Yeah.
Like that is trauma that you will never unpack.
Never.
And she never asked for that to happen to her.
And there's not one person among us that could say that would not affect them deeply.
No.
I can't.
And that's where that's like a whole other, like Clara killed somebody and then the emotional trauma that she inflicted on Lindsay, I almost wish there was a charge for that.
Yeah, honestly.
But she seemed to feel remorse, I guess. As she listened to Lindsay's testimony, her loud sobbing filled the courtroom to the point where she was repeatedly reprimanded by the judge, who eventually told her, either you'll sit here in a composed manner or you will be removed from the courtroom.
Yeah, for
Which is
real.
like, quiet down.
Yeah, it's like, get it together.
This isn't your
Let
moment
her
to
tell
lose
her
your
story.
shit. This
Where'd you
exactly.
put the
This is her
scissors
moment to
at?
tell her
Yeah.
story. Now, from the outset of the trial, there was never a plan for Clara to testify on her own behalf.
Uh-oh.
But about a week in, she stunned everyone when she insisted that she did want to testify in her own defense, despite her lawyer's own objections.
Ugh.
On the day of her testimony, George Parnham was already in a tremendous amount of stress, which was exacerbated by the fact that he also had terrible flu at that time.
Oh, no.
Flu symptoms notwithstanding, he did do his best to proceed as normal when he called Clara to the stand. In her testimony, Clara said of her relationship with David, "We were best friends, we were very much in love." According to her, she and her husband had been incredibly close romantically and professionally, all until Gail came along. In her testimony heard early in the trial, Gail had explained that David told her he and Clara had an open marriage, which was the only reason she started to see him to begin with. I will literally never give any ounce of credence to that. That's what every side chick has
know where I
told,
put
and
it,
you
but
can't believe
whatever.
it.
Yeah, you just can't. And honestly, if you're not having any, like, I don't know.
If you're-
It's so easy for someone to say that.
If you're in an open marriage, let your wife confirm it.
Exactly.
That's what you need to say
Yeah.
to somebody, to a man or a woman who tells you that they are in an open relationship or an open marriage. You want confirmation directly from their partner.
Because how anybody can say that. And you
Anybody
just
can
take
say
it
that.
at face value.
Exactly. And 9 out of 10 times it's not the
And
truth.
also, here's where, like, I'm like, I call bullshit on that. Because it's like, she could tell that everybody in that office was uncomfortable and was probably sitting there and being like, oh, like, what's going on here? If they were in an open marriage, then nobody would be batting an eye.
Exactly.
Because he could do whatever he wanted.
And it's like,
and also, why
All right,
are they
I'm gonna
sneaking around if he's in
rewind
an open
this.
marriage?
Well, that's the thing. Did you act like that when Clara came into the office?
That's the thing. It's like, sounds like you were sneaking around.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you're in an open marriage, I would assume you don't have to do that.
And supposedly, who knows exactly what happened that day, but supposedly when Clara went in and fired her, she accused Gail of having the relationship, and Gail
denied it.
supposedly denied it, if that's what it in fact happened. So it's like, why wouldn't you just sit there and say, I'm so sorry, I thought you were in an open marriage.
Yeah.
He lied to both of us.
Exactly.
That's when you, like, sisters unite right there.
Exactly. That's when you
I don't
become a
think
girl's
that's-
girl and you say, holy shit.
I don't think he told her that. And even if he did, I think she was naive to believe that.
I think so too.
That statement grew an incredible amount of sarcastic criticism from Clara, who also rejected it entirely. As for the murder itself, though, Clara explained, I was extremely upset. He was holding Gail's hand the way he used to hold my hand when I was special to him. By the time she was in the car and pulling out of the parking space, she described herself as being in a, quote, fog, like in a dream. She claimed that she had a blackout and she wasn't in control. She said, all of this happened in a fraction of a second. I didn't have time to think. The court broke for lunch just after she walked through the events of her husband's murder. And just as George Parnham stepped outside of the courtroom to get some air, he collapsed in the hallway and passed out, lying on the floor for about 20 minutes before he ended up being removed by paramedics.
Holy shit.
The press immediately keyed in on the fact that just prior to Parnham passing out, Clara had more or less confessed to murder. And people were like, hey, maybe those two events are linked. The fact that his client just confessed to murder on the stand when he never wanted her to testify at all, and then he just passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that made the case even more sensational, if you can imagine.
Yeah.
The judge was not very sympathetic, though, and considered it to be one more unprofessional stunt in a series of attention-grabbing moments in this case, which I don't blame her. I'd be fucking pissed if that's how my courtroom was going down.
I'd be like, come on, guys.
Now listen to this. On February 13th, 2003, just one day before what would have been Clara and David's 11th wedding anniversary, the jury retired for deliberation.
Wow.
How does that even happen?
How does that happen?
How does that even happen?
That's wild.
In her closing statement, Assistant District Attorney Mia Magnus focused entirely on the evidence of the case and the rule of the law. She told the jury, if a man is cheating on you, this is exactly what we're saying, you do what every other woman in this country does. You take him to the cleaners.
Exactly.
You don't kill him.
Yes. It's just, that's just life, man.
Yeah.
You know?
George Parnham, meanwhile, continued his attempt to frame the murder as a crime of passion. He described Gail Bridges as a homewrecker who enticed and seduced David into a relationship that should never have happened. And he argued that if Clara had intended to kill her husband that night, why would she have brought along his daughter, knowing what she would do to traumatize the girl for the rest of her life?
And you would hope that's the truth.
Yeah.
That if that was a plan, that she wouldn't have brought Lindsay.
And that's the thing. Maybe there's no malice aforethought there.
Yeah.
But
and
he died.
Well, and her saying, like, you know, I was out of control of myself and like, well, that's like, yeah, okay. But as human beings and as adults,
we have to maintain control.
To become in control. It's just not an excuse to get out of control. Like, it just isn't. No. That's just the way we run things here. Like, you can't, that's
it's the way of the law.
Like, I'm sure that happened, but that's on you, man, that you didn't get into control, especially with that kid in the car.
Right.
Like, there's just
black and white can't get away from that.
Yeah.
So the next day, the jury returned their verdict. The day that would have been her 11th wedding anniversary, which is just the irony there is not lost on anyone.
That is darkly poetic.
Yeah, they found Clara Harris guilty of the murder of her husband. Later that day, during the sentencing phase, Clara was asked if she had anything to say, and she turned to her stepdaughter, Lindsay, and said, I'm sorry, Lindsay. I'm sorry, baby. Which
That's
is like,
sad.
You got to say a whole lot more than that.
Yeah. That's not going to do it.
Never gonna,
it's a good...
Yeah.
At the same time, the jury had the option of accepting the sudden passion defense, which carried a sentence of 2 to 20 years, or a second-degree murder sentence, which was up to 99 years.
Whoa.
Because the case didn't meet the special circumstances threshold, the death penalty was not on the table. Before the sentence could be passed, the judge had to stop the proceedings on account of Clara hysterically sobbing, which made it completely impossible for anyone in the courtroom to hear anything.
Which, once again, you have to get it together.
Yeah, she has no control over herself.
Yeah, you are not in control right now, and it's showing.
The judge warned her, "Be quiet. I'm going to give you one more chance. Don't blow it or you will be out of this courtroom."
Damn.
And this time her attorney, George Parnham, stood up for his client saying she just got convicted of murder.
I mean, yeah.
But it's like,
But it's still a court of
you
it's a
did that
courtroom.
murder.
Yeah.
And again, as an adult, you literally need to find some goddamn way to control yourself.
That's the and also
goddamn
like
way.
the whole thing is like you have been
Out of
highly
control.
emotional and out of control this entire time. It's not like you just fell apart. Like you've been screaming and sobbing the whole time. Like you can't do that.
Yeah, you just can't. And it's not really helping your case at
No,
all.
It's really not.
Once the courtroom was finally back in order, the judge read the sentence that was handed down from the jury: 20 years in prison with a minimum of 10 served before becoming eligible for parole, which I would say is a pretty sweet fucking deal.
That's a pretty
after
sweet deal.
running your husband over with your car multiple times.
Yeah, I would say so.
In her statement to the press, the assistant
Acceptable.
district attorney said that she was pleased with the outcome. She said, after hearing all the evidence, this jury recognized the case for what it was and that it is the senseless taking of a human life. Their verdict recognized Mrs. Harris's conduct and they didn't excuse it. I was overwhelmed with just how tragic the whole thing was and that it seemed to me the victim was getting lost in the process. I think this case was so heavily sensationalized, and
Yeah.
I'm sure the people who could relate to Clara had some kind of hatred in their heart for David, so he did
Yeah,
very much get lost in this process.
I can see that for sure.
And he made a bad choice by stepping out on his wife. And
yeah, he made a
bad
series
choice
of bad choices
by stepping out on his family and not
Mhm.
ending the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But he was also a human being. He was also a father.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't just kill people because they hurt your
Because
feelings.
they hurt your feelings, and that really does come down to that.
And
no matter how much they hurt your feelings.
his life should have been a little more precious than that.
Yeah, yeah, it's just not the punishment for cheating is not death. It
Mm-mm.
just isn't.
No.
I know it feels like when you're on the other side of it that maybe that feels like it should be the punishment,
But it's
but the
just
reality
not.
of the situation is it's not.
Just not.
Yeah.
So a year after the sentence was passed, Clara did appeal the verdict to the Court of Appeals for the First District of Texas on the grounds that, among other things, the judge didn't allow the inclusion of 2 videotapes showing the murder and the fact that the judge refused to impeach a witness who they thought lied on the stand.
Oh.
But on all points, the appeals court sided with the trial judge, finding it was reasonable to defer to experts in excluding the tapes and deferring to the judge's judgment when it came to witness testimony. In their conclusion, they said, "We note that even if the appellant were correct in her interpretation of the law, she could not show harm. Therefore, the order of the argument did not disadvantage appellant in meeting her burden." So they said, stay in jail.
Stay in jail.
Stay in jail. In 2018, in May of 2018, after serving 15 years of her 20-year sentence, Clara Harris was released on parole. In the years since her release, she has completed the terms of her probation and has concluded her obligation to the state. She is now a free woman
Wow.
Oh.
and hopefully doesn't drive around often.
Yeah, and maintains
Well, I mean,
her control.
Yeah. I mean, she hasn't popped up in the news again, so that's good.
yeah,
there's that.
I think it's
Yeah,
not super
I just-
probable of her to
What
do
a
something like that again.
Devastating tale.
So-
Truly.
Yeah, I feel the most for Lindsay
Yeah.
and then their other 2 children who not only lost their father, but then
Yeah.
lost their mother for 15
That's
years.
the thing. Like,
They grew up without 2 parents.
yeah, they absolutely did.
And that's awful.
That would
no
be
matter
rough.
if she regretted it or
Yeah,
not.
like everyone loses
Everyone.
in this scenario.
Everyone lost. Clara lost. She lost her
Yep.
freedom, which she should have for
Yep.
the time being. Lindsay lost her dad
Yep.
and a stepmom who she actually really liked up until that point.
And those twins lost
The twins
both
lost
their parents.
both their parents, and the Harrises lost their son.
Yeah.
And somehow stood by Clara, which
Yeah.
I just really commend them for that. That's big people.
Yeah. Like that's what a devastating case. That's just
Everyone
so
just,
layered.
everyone just
And
lost.
it's very interesting to
Yeah,
see how
very
everybody
layered.
had their own 2 cents, you know?
Yeah.
Even
But them knowing
Even
too
us,
much
you know,
about it
we've always got our own
beforehand
2
made
cents.
it
We've always
kind
got
of
our own 2
4
cents.
cents
rough
right here.
to
Yep,
listen
that's
to.
right.
Well, with that being said, we definitely hope you keep listening.
Yeah, and we hope you
Keep it weird and tell us your 2 cents.
Yeah.
I want to know what you think.
Okay, probably not gonna start a whole nother one. Let's chill out with the. Oh no, not stream upbeat. I want stream beats. Oh no, I do want upbeat. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I must be doing shit outside again. I gotta mute or something. You guys can't even hear this. Can you guys hear it okay? Let me turn down the mic. Alright, they seem to be away for a second. Okay, I don't have like too much more of this poncho or these shell stitches to finish, but I am getting like kind of shaky and ready for dinner, so I think I need to go hop off and do that. So I will most likely be finishing this project tonight and then be posting pictures, so stay tuned for that in the Discord. And yeah, I'll probably hang out in the Discord later. I mean, I do have loose plans. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm almost there. But yeah, I'm starting to get shaky. I need to go get me some food. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It was a fun little bitch and stitch session, listening to the podcast, hanging out, chilling, doing our little parallel plays. I do appreciate y'all. So I will make sure to rate out to somebody. I have no idea who's live right now, so I'll check it out in a second. But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Good morning, good evening, good night, or whatever time it is for you. Stick around for the raid, and I'll catch you either in Discord tonight or in stream tomorrow. Bye.